VCT Pacific. The future of Valorant starts here.
Too much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. So much fun. We just begun. So much fun.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Can they not give up the isolated fights?
Once again, spotted him out, able to find him there at range. That extra little bit of HP, pushes the corner, finds one. Still multiple players to try to get through, but Berserk! The door shut. The turret up over the top, tries to look for the timing, goes up over the top and cannot find the shot! Francis, ooh, I think a bit going to be shown there. Swings the corner. Dami going to be the one who actually just push out Manya. Nice headshot. This is a little bit more costly, but Dami looking for an ace and will be able to find it.
Find the shots, I don't believe. Nope. There we go.
Yes, okay. Toss 9. Trying to hold here. Just that Sheriff in hand. Flash not going to connect, so just able to turn from it. Dodges out of the ball line. Gets the clean one tap on NC Slasher. Ping not bound. He's up close, and the ace is confirmed.
He's been left relatively wide open.
Here, Texture, nice slide in.
What a read.
Yeah, able to find Dals9, delivering his first death of the map thus far. Finding a third. And Sharon Slasher both going to be eliminated. Mr. 4K online. That's the big question. Do you even want the ace given the win record? He's going to take it.
And he's trying to catch Jit Boys. Flown kind of ignored, but still. Okay, at least the salvos will get sent through. Ooh, numbers now. Talon might have the sight, but a bit of a tap is not going to be enough. Shots on over, but look at Killua!
What the happened in that throw versus T1? That was diabolical. Tell us what the happened, please.
Welcome everyone to another season, another episode of Timeout, where we don't get to hear from the players, but actually the coaches behind the scenes and the maybe brains of the teams, we could so say. Please come down and join us. But before we get started, Six Fingers, hello.
Hello.
You're here, but you're not here. Where are you?
I'm in Indonesia right now.
Well, I'm glad we can still have you here digitally, right? Robo Six Fingers here joining us. All right, well, now that we've all gathered here, this should be fun because I just had a discussion with the Korean and Japanese team coaches, and there were some interesting discussions, some interesting answers, and I'd love to hear what your thoughts are. Obviously, Masters Bangkok just happened. T1 takes the victory, Pacific back at the top of the leaderboard. And I just want to hear kind of your thoughts, watching that game, or do you think now, all right, Pacific really truly is the best region in the world?
They had arguably the most experienced players, right? And Stax is pretty much, I'm pretty sure, the most experienced player. You have Meteor. I mean, you have guys that have tenure, that know what it's like to play on that stage against guys that just don't.
Pacific teams are showing up, and it's not only those two. I think the competition's tight. I think there's different teams that could qualify, yeah.
Meow, I want to ask you, just obviously a slow start for Team Secret, but how do you reflect on the team's performance?
We played very poorly. Like, we tried to change a lot from what they played last year, right? And I guess that actually was the poison for us. Since we didn't have too much time, I shouldn't have changed the team like completely, right? So for this stage one, I think I'm very confident.
Can you give us a hint on any changes you've made?
Roles, okay.
Okay. Six Fingers, we'd like to hear your thoughts as well, because obviously I think there was a lot of discussion around Boom Esports coming in and can they do well, can they hang with the best? And I think you guys surprised a lot of people with the performance. Obviously, I'm sure you would have loved to do more, but how do you reflect on Boom's performance at kickoff?
Can actually my team competing with the Pacific teams, like especially the franchise one, because last time we only played in the tier 2, right? And turns out they played quite well. We just need to fix some of our mistakes. I feel like we still can compete here, and then I hope the best for the stage 1 for my team as well.
For the other coaches here, were you surprised at Boom's performance, or?
Not surprising both ways.
Both ways.
How they were winning and how they were throwing.
How they were winning and how they were throwing. Okay. Let's get into the first piece here of Timeout. Now, this is continuing on from last year, but we've got little O and X panels here. If you lift, it's the second one under the Timeout panel. So I'm going to throw a bunch of statements at you, and if you agree, you hold up the circle, and if you disagree, you hold up the X. First up, teams now need a full coaching staff in order to win. 1, 2, 3. So we all agree except for... What? Whoa, hold on.
It's hard. It's a really hard one because I was in the same boat. I needed to add someone. I felt like I couldn't do it alone. I think you can win just with one coach. It's not it's impossible to do.
Yes.
So
That's true.
Both ways.
That's true.
There's teams that can win with barely having a coach. Depends how much responsibility your IGL has.
True.
Possible.
It's possible.
It's just easier
It's
with
not.
that.
You are not likely to be successful if that were the case, but anyone can hit lightning in a bottle.
Yeah.
Winning an international tournament means that you can come back and beat your region easily. All right, everybody disagrees. All right, well, Six Fingers, you were very quick to put up your X. Why do you disagree with that statement?
Doesn't mean if you win something and then go back to your region, it's gonna be easier. I don't think so. Especially in the Pacific, because in the Pacific, we have so many teams that have different play style. Koreans they have like the structured one, right? And then like we have Pepper X with the one W Gaming one, right?
Always paper.
I
knew it was coming.
Always paper.
We have structure, and then we have paper.
I think it just raises the level, you know. Just because you play them every day, right? Like in scrims and stuff, you know, like, yeah, we can do it too.
We have more time to practice than them now, right? We're watching them, like we know how they're playing already.
Yeah.
While they don't know what we're doing now, right?
Yeah.
So I think that has a big part also.
And now new agents.
Yeah.
They
New
didn't really
agents.
nerf Taeho.
We'll talk more about that. Good scrims means that the result will be replicated in a match.
It's like a halfway.
Yeah, I'm like a half actually. This
The
one.
way it was phrased is
it's like
no.
Yeah.
But the spirit of what you're saying
it's half.
It's like half for me also
no.
actually.
You cannot simulate
Yes,
the nerves,
I
and
agree.
you cannot simulate the lights, and you cannot simulate the crowd.
How much are you learning from the VOD?
Oh, fair.
A lot less than if you
That's
get
true.
smashed.
It's better to lose actually.
Yeah,
a lot.
you
Lose,
lose your
right?
peak at
But
least.
also you don't want to lose all the time.
We can learn a lot when we're losing, right? Like where we're struggling and like what's causing this loss streak for us. Definitely can have a big effect for us in the tournament
I
too.
have a counter to that one, right? If
Yeah.
let's say you're going through a little bit of a streak, right?
Yeah.
Let's make it a little bit more specific.
Okay.
Let's say it's kind of like similar map, right? The same map.
Okay, sure.
And now you're losing. That means your VOD review is not effective, right? If you're making mistakes or you're finding new mistakes the whole time, that means just your macro of the map is just like you have so many problems, right? So it's kind of hard. 40% win rate in scrim. I don't have a job.
We were not a 40% win rate team in scrims. We were
92.
cooked. We were cooked for until like March, May, around there, like somewhere between March, April, May. I don't.
But then it
remember.
picked up, right?
Yeah. Then we didn't lose anything, and then still went 0-2 barbecue with champs.
Champs, you must have gotten like 95.
Brother, champs.
talent, unplayable.
Brother, we were destroyed. When I say it was free, I literally could just go to sleep during scrims. We're chilling.
So from the outside, a lot of people always look at Pacific and they say, oh, Pacific's just chaotic and aggressive. They're just crazy. So do you agree? Okay.
Not one team
Yeah,
now.
well, most people
Yeah,
agree.
there's more now.
There are, there are more now.
There's more now. It's
But-
not only you guys know.
You've inspired a nation, or nations.
Some of the Korean team is now like mixing their gameplay with high risk kind of play. You know, if you can see like something like Nongshim, it's a very different play from the normal like DRX. Even like T1, they choose the high risk one. You know.
Alex, you said no.
I mean,
Do you it's
I
still
think
just you.
I think that no. I think we're trying not to be. Like for example,
okay.
the Korean teams, right? Maybe we're talking about Meteor and stuff, but I think it's players that come from Gen G. Like they were just like, okay, I'm better than the guy, and they swing the guy, you know, kind of thing, and they pick one and run away. They still run away. You know what I mean? It's still within reason. You know, you know where they are. They are very much more aggressive. Same for T1. I think Meteor taught them how to play. Like it's a bit different now. I see them like using movement a lot more.
Okay, so for our next segment, we actually collected a bunch of questions from you guys, the fans of VCT Pacific, ahead of time. And
I'm sure it's all for Alex.
so before we continue, this season we've prepared little timeout cards for all of you. So you'll each get one. And what you can do with these is basically this is your superpower. And 6 fingers, I'll put one in front of you, but you can basically raise your hand or shout or whatever you need to when you use the card. So whenever you want to interrupt, just raise a timeout card. That pauses it, and then you get the floor. You can't use it an unlimited amount of times. Which do you think is harder, being a player or being a coach, and why?
Player, next.
Really?
Facts. You have to shoot,
It's hard.
think, play under the lights,
Get scolded by coach.
listen to someone else's game plan, and get yelled at.
Being a good player is way
It's
harder than
super hard.
any coach.
This is after a round ends, coaches are often seen jotting down notes. What are you writing down?
Mistakes, what they did good, and planning for the next round.
I just want to make sure that I remember what to say in a timeout, because there's 1 minute, right? I kind of need to know, like, 3 rounds ago, I wrote this down to tell them that they're missing something, you know? So it's just there for me, basically.
That feeling sucks.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I ran out of time, and I forgot to say this part also.
This one is coming in from the VCT Pacific Twitter. But the question is, do you prefer to follow the meta or do something new?
I mean, it's both, but I think my players respond better to, like, new things, new stimulus, you know? And I think it jots their minds. Well, I'm not very good at the meta in the first place.
There's no way how you can play something that's off meta on all 7 maps and
sure
have
about
it
that?
actually prepared.
How about week to week with 3 days practice? Come on, bro.
Have it
But I
consistent,
think
all of
that's
them.
a skill, you know? Like,
We made top 4
no, but
twice.
I think that's because you train in a
Twice.
certain way.
To me, it's the most effective way in franchising. If I go meta, There's a lot of counters to counters. It's actually more practice. It takes way more thought. I'll just keep you behind the 8 ball, not me. I know what's coming, you don't.
All right, well, now let's flip this, because this is a different question, but from one of the Japanese fans, is how do you deal with frustration? Do you have anything that you specifically do? And Alex, they specifically...
Mine's on camera,
well, well, they wanted to ask, how do you deal with it? Is it really just letting it out when you're not in a timeout?
I guess so. I never really thought about it. I mean, after the match is done, you know. I try to tell them, I try to be as calm as I can. Like, the result is finished, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
They're already stressed to like here. They don't
Right. So, okay.
You get a bad rep for that one as well. Like, you always get caught. Like, there's no way you go like this and the camera's gonna be on you.
Sure. They're waiting, they're like, please.
There's one replay operator that's just recording Alex.
Like,
We have to be calm, and we have to provide solutions, because if not, then everything is cooked at that point. Because you're like the beacon of hope that they have left when you call when you hit that button.
Line, Who do you think is the most perfect IGL right now in the game? And let's say within Pacific.
To be honest, I like the way Munchkin call. Playing kind of default slow. It's not like very in a hurry to make some decisions. Like he played based on like the info first.
Stacks. I do know that he's the one who's arranging the team. Like when they're playing, he's the one who's calling everything. He's the one who wants them to play, right? I think that's very, very good for an IGL to do.
I'm not sure because we don't know him very well, but I think Francis is actually underrated.
Notion Red Force.
I think he's actually very good.
That guy is good.
Yeah, you know firsthand.
I'm just gonna be the homer and be like, I think
You gotta say Cruz, right?
he's the best IGL in the Pacific. It's just, it's not even close. Sure, you can talk about the aim and all that stuff, but like, guys, it's just free. Like, it just is what it is, man. Sure.
Oh, all right, timeout.
I'll counter you. Our new IGL.
Okay.
Okay, how much can you
But
share?
I haven't seen it.
Nothing.
I don't know.
Nothing. That's where my timeout ends.
Oh, no, fair,
Okay.
fair.
No, while you were saying your own player, right? I was like thinking, oh, why didn't we say our own player?
Well, he doesn't have one.
I was on the competition. I had lost.
So, what frustrates you the most as a coach when giving feedback?
The thing that frustrates me most about timeouts is basically what Frost pointed out. It's like you tell them what to do, you know it's gonna work, and they do the exact opposite. And then you time out again, like.
Okay, and for our very last question, Alex, you don't have to answer this one. One of the fans is curious, have you ever been envious of Alex's star power? Like his branding, his popularity?
Has anybody ever told you you have star power, though?
No, I don't even. I don't tweet, I don't use Instagram.
That is the funniest thing, because I was at the Champions Fan Fest last year, and there was a giant line for Alex's fan session for like signature.
Crazy. But I was beside Jen though, so it might have been.
You say that, but it was very clear that they were all there for Alex and not Jen, which is crazy to think about. For our last segment, I'm gonna go through and ask some questions, and you guys are gonna take your little timeout card here, and then you'll use that to point at who you think this is applicable to. So let's talk about the biggest news first. Who do you think will bring out Waylay first? On three. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, okay, we got a little mix and match here. You think you're going to? You voted for yourself, Frost.
Meaning they're gonna use it.
Yeah, so can we just assume we're gonna see it just day one? Your very first match?
Paper X.
Yeah, you voted for Paper X. I think we know why, but...
Yeah, they always do something different, right?
I think they just have the players for it now.
Well, and she's Thai.
Yeah, so you have to use
If
it.
I can't, guys, it was easy. It was an easy layup, guys.
Obviously, some other changes came through in this patch as well. One of the other big ones is Teho. Teho's now been, we'll say, nerfed, right? Especially the salvos now no longer being able to kill Killjoy's lockdown. So, on the count of 3, I want you to point to the coach you think is happiest that the salvos can no longer destroy a lockdown single-handedly.
Oh, okay.
Or just...
No, we're just following.
He should have been nerfed. This is egregious. Egregious. But hey, what are you gonna do, bro? The Teho crutch was so real. Unbelievable, bro. 60% pick rate? His first tournament ever?
Usually they all climb.
Yeah, because
into
people have to
a
learn.
Slight buff, learning curve, slight buff, and then you get Harbor at the end.
But that wasn't it for agent changes this patch. There was another agent that received some big changes. That's going to be the ISO. So on this one, I want you to point to the coach that you think is happiest about ISO's changes.
Your ISO player's gone.
You think?
He has a new one.
Oh, I got the best ISO player in the world. What are you talking about? Hell nah, right here, right here.
1, 2,
Give me
3.
all of them.
Everybody's voting for Talon?
Give me all of them. Hell no, I got Primi. I don't care.
Is this simply because the other teams, you guys don't really see any other team playing ISO that much, or you just think he's still...
T1's not here, so.
Yeah, I would pick T1 also, maybe.
Yeah, you would agree
maybe.
with T1.
Or T1 or Talon also.
All right, next up, of course, another big change this time is the map pool. Map pool changes again. Ascent is coming back. I know everyone's missed it so much. Icebox is coming back as well. And then Abyss and Bind are leaving us. Point to the coach that you think is happiest with the new map pool. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. You're pointing to Team Secret?
Yep.
Okay.
When we scrim against Secret, they're really good at Ascent. I mean, I assume that they will be very happy when Ascent going back in.
My win rate with Ascent was pretty good.
Right.
And Icebox.
Oh, okay, so you're pretty happy about it as well. Okay. Why did you vote for yourself?
Historically, we're good on Icebox in Ascent, and we had Bind as a ban recently, so it's gone.
It just fits
like
your...
3, yeah.
Let's talk about the Ascent changes a little bit, though. Do you think, like, that B-wall change, was it a long time coming? Do you think it's enough?
It changes a lot for Sova players. I'm curious as to what people will use to stop it. People are going to be way spicier about their picks now.
Well, that's a lot of the major changes in game, obviously, map pool, new agents. But this one, it's not an in-game question, but we just want to hear your thoughts. Which coach would you want to play for at this table? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. 3 for Alex. Ewok?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, everybody wants to play for Alex. Who are you? Are you pointing at Ewok?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very, very structured. And then like open to doing plays. You know, everyone can chip in.
Everybody voted for Alex. Just someone want to shout out why?
More freedom. Yeah, I was gonna say.
GG. That's the exact word I was thinking of. More freedom. GG. That's it. But historically, that's what players have wanted. They like the freedom to be able to do the things that they want to do. Video games are art, right?
Sure.
It's a lot of science and math, but it's art. Playing is also sports. It's an art.
It's a performance.
It's a performance. Yeah.
And if you're 17, 18, 19, 20,
that's what you
want. You don't want to think about macro. You don't want to get yelled at for micro. You don't want to think about vetoes. Hell nah. W gaming, bro. You just hold it and go.
That's it for the questions that we have prepared from here, but also I want to open up the floor now for any questions you might have for each other, whether it's somebody specific or just kind of you want to get opinions from the other coaches while we have this chance.
Are you planning for week 1 or week 2?
More than 2 weeks out.
They're playing Gumshoe Red Force week 1. Are you looking forward to playing multiple overtimes again in week 1 and setting a new record?
We broke our own record, no?
Yeah, because the former one was LCQ and Zeta.
Yeah, we broke our own record. Nice. Yeah.
Every year?
Yeah, every year. Run it back, bro.
Actually, I have one.
Oh.
Alex, actually. What's behind the idea giving Jing a Sentinel? That's the thing. I'm just curious.
There were some maps that you just can't force raise anymore, you know? Everyone like, where do we put this guy? But also after a while you realize that now the duelist players are all transitioning to every role.
I actually do have a question for Six Fingers, which is going to be left out, but I'm just curious. What the happened in that throw versus T1? That was diabolical. Tell us what the happened. Please.
I think this
No,
is
no, but he was
I do
live.
think this is a good question, yeah, because everyone was kind of curious.
Explain that one.
Here's the thing. The first time out, they become into like in a hurry, like very reckless decision, and then like they forget about the objective when doing the default, like blocking the info, taking the space, everything, right? They forget about that. That's the first time out. I call it. They still didn't do it. And then after like we almost got the overtime. I guess like you guys curious why I pressed timeout, right? It's because like the players asked for it. I don't know why. What happened? Like if I remember, like they want to talk about something, and then during that timeout, I just like, okay, guys, just do your idea, just have fun, you know. That's all.
That's going to be it for all the kind of questions and discussions we have prepared today. But before we say goodbye, I just want to give everyone a chance just to kind of share your thoughts about the content today, and also obviously any shout outs to the fans that are watching, getting ready for stage 1, and what your kind of goals and aspirations are for stage 1. Let's start with Six Fingers.
For the fans, I can say keep watch and support the Pacific scene.
Yeah, just thanks for the opportunity. It's always fun kind of to do these things.
Same as everyone else. Thanks for watching this content, you know. I usually enjoy myself a lot when I meet all the coaches. I think it's nice to hang out with people in my age group.
Thank you to everyone involved, fans, Thailand. I hope that Pacific wins this year, champs. I hope we are the one. If not, I hope we actually take it home, because I'm tired of it going to NA or EU.
Thank you to TS fans. Without them, we wouldn't be here right now.
For all the fans, thanks so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed this season of Timeout as well and catch all the matches from not just these teams, but all 12 teams this year in VCT Pacific. And we'll see you in the live matches.
We're gonna give you a frame each. Don't look at it until I count to 3. 아직 보지 마세요. 하나, 둘, 셋.
사진 잘 나왔네. SPG가 있는데?
I believe.
그 티어 2에서 티어 1으로 올라오신 분들이니까 그라듀에이트라는 컨셉으로 졸업 사진을 한 번씩 준비를 해봤어요.
와, 와우. 안녕하세요. 저는 농심 레드포스 담비 이혁규라고 합니다.
Hello, my name is Christian. I'm from Team RRQ.
안녕하세요. 글로벌 e스포츠 유도탄 고경원입니다. 안녕하세요. DRX 현민입니다.
It felt great at first when walking into the stage because the ones who have played in the stage, of course, like are high-skilled players and high-skilled teams. I'm grateful that I have the chance to finally play in the same stage and in the same tournament as them.
다른 나라 선수들이랑 같은 무대에서 뛰고 있는 게 일단 신기하고 챔피언스 갈 수 있는 무대다 보니까 더 열심히 하게 되고 동기부여도 많이 생기는 것 같아요.
좋은 경쟁력에서 게임할 수 있다는 게 가장 큰 장점 중 하나인 것 같아요.
우승했을 때가 아마 페르시아가 3대1 클러치 했을 때인데 그때 그냥 눈 감고 있었거든요. 전. 근데 귀에서 클러치 소리 들리고 빅토리 소리 들리니까 좋아가지고 그냥 방방 뛰고 그랬던 것 같습니다.
저는 일단 1군에서 뛰게 돼서 엄청 기뻤는데 그리고 그 팀 DRX에서 제가 옛날에 진짜 팬이었던 팀에서 같이 할 수 있어가지고 너무 좋았던 것 같아요.
저는 테스트를 보고 들어왔는데 테스트 멤버들이 약간 누가 합격해도 이상하지 않을 멤버들이라서 긴장을 많이 하고 있었는데 테스트 결과가 좋게 나와서 나름대로 만족은 하고 있는 것 같아요.
Definitely for me, moving to Korea, you're far away from your loved ones and also like your friends. So I think for me it's better because I can focus on myself more. Then I can also be more locked into like my job here is just to play VALORANT, you know.
저도 가족이 다 미국에 계셔가지고 미국에서 한 15년 정도 살다 와가지고 지금 다 쿠시랑 좀 같은 마음인 것 같아요.
티어 2에서는 개인의 판단으로 이제 게임을 이기는 순간이 많다면은 티어 1에서는 이제 팀적인 판단이 더 많이 있어야지 그림도 이쁘고 더 이기는 상황이 더 많이 나오는 것 같아요.
저도 동의하는 부분인데 티어 1에서는 확실히 커뮤니케이션이랑 소통이 더 중요한 것 같아요.
사람들이 많이 봐야지 스타성도 많아지는 거니까 일단 촬영도 많아지는 것 같고 이미지도 좀 더 생각하면서 게임하다 보니까 그게 티어 1에 와서는 사람들한테 존경받을 만한 그런 사람이 되는 게 좋은 것 같습니다.
개인적으로 퍼시픽 팀들 중에서 제일 무서운 팀은 농심이라고 생각하기 때문에 아무리 봐도 좀 둘이 비슷한 마음이지 않았을까 싶어요.
동의합니다.
I agree. They have a Ferrari. So Dambi, I've heard that his neon was insane before.
사람들이 무서워하는 이유가 네온 자체가 소수 교전에서는 안 밀리다 보니까 그런 싸움을 절대 이길 수 없다고 생각을 하니까 사람들이 양목을 꾸는 것 같고 그냥 계속 껐으면 좋겠어요. 그래야지 좀 더 과감하게 플레이할 수 있고 저도 그렇게 해야 네온을 하는 의미가 있으니까.
If I'm not wrong, Hyunmin, you're from NA? Yeah, I've heard that he's also a rank demon, people will say.
God, he is just electric.
Apparently you died. 8 HP.
저는 그 같이 해본 적은 없는데 총은 잘 쏜다는 소리가 많이 들어가지고 그 사람들한테 그래서 엄청 잘하는 선수라고 생각했었어요.
유도타는 이제 진짜 그냥 잘 쏜다는 생각밖에 없었어요.
동의합니다.
신기했어요. 연장전에 이렇게 오랫동안 대회에서 한 것도 처음이고 언제 끝날지 모르겠는데 압박감이 솔직히 처음엔 들었는데 라운드 지나고 보니까 별로 안 들기도 하고 재밌기도 하고 빨리 끝내고 싶기도 하고.
For me, it was super fun, really fun. When you're in the seat, you don't realize you're playing like the longest OD game in Pacific, you know, you just play the game. And suddenly, oh, we're like 20-something, 2020 and yeah.
Ascent, 22-20. We are far from done. Well, good God.
안 친한 팀원들이 있으면 뭔가 비즈니스 관계가 돼 있으니까 말하는 것도 불편하고 뭔가 좋은 말만 해줘야 될 것 같은데 진짜 좀 오래된 친구가 있으니까 심한 말도 막 하고 뭐 그러니까 이제 미운정 다 들고 하니까 피드백 할 때도 좀 더 확실하게 할 수 있다?
저는 담비 선수랑 동의하는 부분은 피드백 같은 거 할 때 좋게 말하려고도 안 하고 그냥 이렇게 했어야 됐다 아니면 이렇게 하면 더 나았겠다 라는 식으로 그냥 대놓고 말하니까 오히려 더 좋은 것 같아요.
저는 팀원들이 카메라 여기 안 깔았어? 카메라 안 켰어? 트랩 여기 깠어? 뭐 이런 식으로 뭐 약간 장난식으로 주고받는 게 중요한 것 같아요.
한국 베테랑들 1세대 프로게이머들 있잖아요. 그런 사람들이랑 한번 해보고 싶은 게 어떻게 게임하는지도 궁금하고 피드백도 어떻게 하는지 궁금하고 게임할 때 임하는 자세가 가장 궁금해가지고 뭔가 같이 해보면 좋을 것 같습니다. 사람들도 가장 기대하는 PRX랑 제일 하고 싶은 게 커요. 게임도 일찍 끝날 것 같고.
Yeah, I feel like a Ferrari against like a Lamborghini maybe. PRX against Nongshim. Yeah, it's gonna be a fast game. It's gonna be fun to watch also.
일단 티어 1에 올라왔다는 거가 국제 무대에 갈 수 있다는 기회가 생긴 거니까 국제 무대 한 번쯤은 가볼 수 있으면 좋을 것 같아요.
I think winning the global event would be the ultimate like goal. Try to become the best initiator, I guess.
꾸준하고 오래 할 수 있는 선수가 되고 싶어요. 돈도 많이 벌고 싶어요.
가장 중요하죠.
저는 돈보다 그냥 게임을 얼만큼 재밌게 할 수 있냐 오랫동안 그게 제일 큰 걱정인 것 같아요.
그렇게 말합니다.
DRX에서 많은 변화가 있을 수도 있고 없을 수도 있는데 많이 기대를 해주시고 응원해줬으면 좋겠습니다.
Don't forget to watch our games and support RRQ, and also don't forget to buy the RRQ bundle.
좋은 모습으로 돌아오겠습니다.
좀 더 매운 농심 보여드릴 테니까 많은 응원 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
짝스 진봉 크루즈
Jing. Boomer? Nah, I'm joking.
비주얼?
뭐
What are you saying there, bro?
초창기 플레이어.
Yeah, boomer.
괜찮아. It's you, Cruz, you.
You know.
Hold my hand and pull me closer. Take me to a place where we're alone. Don't tell me that the night is over. I don't wanna forget this moment. Who needs sleep when there's falling in love? And I feel my heart beat to the beat of your drum. And when it feels like too much, no, it's never enough. I'm addicted to love. I'm addicted to loving you. I might be saving, baby, 'cause I'm going crazy, crazy for you. I might be saving, baby, it'll never be enough. I'm addicted to loving you. I'm so high on your love now, baby. I'm You like me, I like you, and I'm not gonna hide it. It's crazy, but it's true. So baby, let's not fight it. 'Cause I've fallen so deep. No one knows me like you know me. You got me where you want me, where you want me, where you want me. It doesn't matter 'cause it feels right. Nothing else matters 'cause I got you here by my side. I need somebody I can hold tight. Nothing to lose, baby, I think it's you. It doesn't matter 'cause it feels right. Nothing else matters 'cause I got you here by my side. I need somebody I can hold tight. Nothing to lose, baby, I think it's you. I want you, you want me to be your one and only. We're moving too slowly. Oh boy, don't leave me lonely. 'Cause I've fallen so deep. No one knows me like you know me. You got me where you want me, where you want me, where you want me. It doesn't matter 'cause it feels right. Nothing else matters 'cause I got you here by my side. I need somebody I can hold tight. Nothing to lose, baby, I think it's you. It doesn't matter 'cause it feels right. Nothing else matters 'cause I got you here by my side. I need somebody I can hold tight, hold tight. Nothing to lose, baby, I think it's you. I think it's you. I need somebody I can hold tight. Nothing to lose, baby, I think it's you.
'Kiss the sun on a hazy day. I burn my tongue, but I keep my way. 'Cause I'm unstoppable now. I lost my faith to my kryptonite. I got it back in an epic fight. 'Cause I'm unstoppable now. I'm unstoppable now. I'm unstoppable now. I'm unstoppable now. Unstoppable now. I'm unstoppable now. Kiss the sun on a hazy day.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here, just casually grabbing food with Padman.
Hi.
Hello Padman.
Hello.
So when did you get here?
I just arrived here like yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning.
Yep.
How's Korea? It's pretty cold,
Yeah,
right?
it's pretty amazing. Like what I see from the videos, it's really amazing here. It's
Yeah.
pretty cold.
Pretty cold, yeah, guys. It's March and it's snowing right now. How's Paper X treating you? You know, anyone bullying you, giving you a hard time?
Just friend stuff. Like sometimes we just troll with one another, and everyone's kind to me. Alex and Tommy helped me to set up everything on my room. So they're all nice, yeah.
Right. Alex wasn't mad at you, right?
No,
Not yet?
That's it, I think. Maybe soon.
All right. Will you be playing today? That is a big question, I guess. Is that a yes or no?
Cannot say, huh?
Jen, don't get the guy fired on his first day, you know? Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1, where every match could shake the standings and the storylines. But before anything else, we would like to acknowledge the disaster that's happened in Myanmar, Thailand, and surrounding regions. Riot Games is donating and asking for your support. If you want to support the region, just scan the QR code there and donate. And this is for a really good cause. Obviously, this is something that actually doesn't happen. Earthquakes don't really happen in that region very often. So this is, you know, a horrible thing. So I hope you guys, again, you and your loved ones are safe at home. And we at Pacific, we love you and we support you and we hope you're okay. Now, shall we get back to the game? I'm your host, Victoria. With me at the desk, you know them. It's Pilsky and Big Time. Now, let's recap where we are in the standings. Again, we are now that we're in week 2, things really start to matter. Points really matter.
Yeah, for sure. I think, like, you know, we've only seen a couple of games in both groups at this point. Only a few teams having played, you know, multiple games at this point. So we're kind of getting into the second set of some teams playing their second game. And that's really going to start to define things because they've only got, you know, 4 or 5 games to play in this whole round robin format.
Yeah, we're going to see Group Alpha get shaken up today. 2 matches from that group, so you can expect these standings to be moving around a lot. And there's still a lot of time left in Stage 1, so anything can happen.
Yes, and Gen.G and PaperX are in a precarious spot to qualify for Masters Toronto. So who better to comment on this than the people's coach, PaperX coach Alex. Welcome.
Hello.
How are you feeling looking at those points?
Just want to say it's only been 1 match.
Okay.
What do you mean precarious?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It has only been 1 match, and I think a lot of us are reacting very greatly. I think it's because we have very high expectations for the team. Now, to start us off, tell us, we have to talk about the role swaps. Now, Mindfreak has been on the controller role since the beginning of PaperX time, and you've put Jing on instead. What's up?
That's because I need to fit a Euro in there, you know. And right now, I have 2 guys who can play Euro. One is Ilya and one is Jason, Forsaken. So
Forsaken and something.
we
Okay.
had to squeeze JJ in somewhere, you know. And then I think for him, his aggressive playstyle fits Omen. You know, I'm just taking inspiration from Tens at this point. I hope he just DPs everywhere and does something.
It does something crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think he played fine, in my opinion.
Yeah, all right. Well, we also have to talk about predictions. It's been a little wonky here with the talent. Last week was a bit of a 50-50 split, but today, most of us have actually predicted PaperX, but only one guy picked Gen.G.
We sat him right next to you.
Yeah,
there you go.
you're blocking the curse, I guess.
Yeah,
That's really good for me.
That was it. That was. I
really
didn't want
good
to jinx you. You know, like if you ever need that assistant coach, if you want some extra help, you want to flip that prediction, you know.
Yeah, I usually say alone, but today I have a guest.
Throw me a DM. I'll give you a hand.
I mean, normally I feel it's more 50-50 than this, though. To be perfectly honest with you guys.
You're not 100% confident.
We got a championship coach on the other side, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean,
for sure.
That was it. I just didn't want to curse you.
that's
that would have
perfect.
felt too hard.
That was great.
All right, well,
Appreciate it.
we're going to ask Big Time that again after you leave. Now, I do want to ask about this. PaperX is probably one of 2 orgs now that doesn't really have other coaching, like a whole coaching staff. It's just you all by your lonesome. Even the Frost and Ewok have taken up an assistant coach. Do you like being alone in there?
It doesn't bother me.
Okay.
But I guess if we lose this year, I'm just gonna hire like 1 coach per map. Try that
That's a good way to do it.
There you go.
How do you get everything done just being one coach? I feel like there's so much that needs doing behind the scenes of a team, and if it's just you, you have to like be that father figure. You have to lead on all the strats.
Yeah.
It's just like I don't know how you get it all done.
I do think that I need some help performance-wise. You know, like I think performance coaching. I think I mentioned it on the YouTube video where the coaches all got together. But I think it's really important to have like extra person that takes care of these things because that's actually a lot of work.
Yeah.
You know, like a day-to-day thing. Aside from that, I think the reason why I can do it alone is because my team is very, very vocal. You know, every one of them contribute in practice. So a lot of what you see is just, it's like 6 of us working, not just one, you know. So I don't really have like a huge problem. That being said, I mean, like, can I explore in the future?
Well, we also have a gift for you in case you get a little upset in the coaching booth. There is something for you to smash. It's a nice little enter key there.
I've seen this before on TikTok.
Yeah? Yeah, well, now it's yours, and
It's
you can
mine
make
now.
your own TikToks with it.
Fine.
Okay.
I will.
Now,
Today.
I have to ask you about Patman.
Yeah.
Who is he? What's his role? Are you doing the 6-man roster? Does he like long walks on the beach? What's his favorite color? Who's Patman, and why do you have him?
I mean, I think the way it's going, we need extra people that can play more roles. I think Pat has the reason why we picked him up. I mean, we trialed him because we scrimmed with him, smacked us all the time in scrims. So we thought like we should give him a try, and we liked his vibe. You know, like it's very he gels with all the boys, and he plays like certain agents like Breach, you know, that we might need sometimes. And I think it's useful to have someone around, you know, in case we need to swap. But remains to be seen for now.
You kind of touched on it a little bit already, but like, how does it work in terms of input? Because like both of us and you in particular come from like a traditional kind of calling style in TAC FPS, but PaperX is that team that I've always looked at as like they don't have like a traditional IGL, or a lot of different people give input. So how do you make that work, especially coming from a background where it's like a bit more of a structured approach in TAC FPS?
I don't know. I mean, it's not as though we don't have structure. We have our own. We have rules, you know, that we follow in game. We have our own protocols. It allows them. I mean, I give them a lot of leeway. I think that's exactly where people see like it just people going off course and stuff is because they're allowed to make those decisions, and that's what I need to like improve on.
It's like controlled chaos kind of approach, would you say?
I mean, I don't really like that term.
Okay.
but I can see why people say that. You know what I mean? It's not really supposed to be chaos.
What term would you prefer?
I don't know. I haven't really thought about it.
You gotta say like
I let it be. Like, I mean, I don't really have a.
I would
just
say
like, people say control chaos. I'm like, oh, it's not what I'm going for.
Not what you're going for.
Expression, individual expression.
Yeah, maybe artistry.
Yeah.
Oh, he's an
maybe.
artist. PaperX is a
No,
team of
they are the artists.
Okay.
I'm complaining about the art.
Okay.
I'm the critic.
Now you'll be facing off Genji today, and you said this in the past interview that some of these Korean coaches are your heroes back from your CS days, and now you'll be facing off again, and now you guys are sort of in like the eye of the storm here in Pacific. How are you feeling now against them? Like, it was a little rough against DRX last week, but now you'll be going against another Korean Titan.
Yeah, I've played 2 of them already. Like it's Tommy and Glow, and now we have to now I have to coach against Solo and Perry.
Yep.
How do you feel about that?
I don't know, man. I feel like I'm outnumbered here. But I mean, it's always nice, you know. I think we go back, way back. Not really way back. I mean, they only met me in Valorant, but I've played against them in CS:GO before, and you know they've always been very nice to me. They're very very friendly people and very warm. And you know, I'm just looking forward to the game. I think it's gonna be fun.
I have to say, it's been really tough to be a team like PaperX, where expectations are sky high. I mean, we were talking about this, and yeah, like you said, technically you've only played 1 match. You guys aren't playing to your usual standard, I would say, that we are used to. Does the pressure get to you or to your team?
Yeah, I mean, of course, like we want to do right by everyone. You know, everyone that watches our game, we want to make sure that we perform. You know, again, it's something. I mean, we want to win, obviously, but we also want to entertain along the way. It's hard, but I think we have more to do. I think we need to play better. But if anything, first 8 rounds of DRX was pretty okay. I think we're on the right track. We gotta figure out the rest of the
Stop the count. 8-0.
We gotta figure out how to do that. But yeah, I think we'll try.
Did you figure out the second half of Haven?
It's in the process.
All right. Well. You know, that's all we have time for. I have to send you down to your boys. So all the best today against your match against Genji.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is Coach Alex. Ladies, gents, you can leave your headphone here.
Thank you, Alex.
Best of luck.
Good luck.
Good
That's
luck
for
with
you.
your match,
Keep
mate.
it. Destroy it. So how's your Haven if you're going to be applying as an assistant coach? I think they need like a half of Haven they need working on.
What they need is a defender side coach after last map. That's what I saw. Their attacks look great. They were able to, you know, punch people in the face, and then on the attack, you know, like on the defense, sorry, it wasn't the best.
That's not that uncommon. Even like before Valorant is having someone really focusing on your defensive halves, or even having like individual site leaders and things like that. People that have a little bit more responsibility and take over a bit more on defense. So yeah, maybe you know, you gotta express your own value big time. So
Yeah.
I think that's a good angle to get in the door, mate.
But I'm having too much fun here with all of you. Why would I change? Why would I change?
That's true.
This is the best show in the world.
It's kind of lonely in there. You just sit in that coach's booth, or else you get yelled at by the fans and you know, people supporting you.
I do have to say, mad respect for him for doing it on his own. Like, you know, as I was trying to say to him, it's very hard to do all that work on your own. You know, there's a reason why we see bigger coaching staffs become more and more common, especially the Korean style, the Japanese style, so many coaches, because there's so much work to split. So yeah, he's still managing that all on his own, and the team still looks good. They've been historically great. So mad respect for Alex. He's a legend of Valorant coaching in my mind.
Aw. Aw. That's nice. Yes, he is. And now we're looking at the week 2 schedule, and today is going to be very exciting. Gen G, Paper X is going to be first up. And also DRX and DFM. We saw some good shows from DFM in kickoff, and we are definitely wondering, is today going to be the day where they step up, especially against DRX, who did win kickoff in the end. Tomorrow will also be a very exciting day, a bit of a coin flip there in terms of predictions, but we'll have to wait and see for tomorrow. Today we are going to be welcoming Gen G. Gen G, again, Masters champion winner from last year, and we've just been seeing sort of this highs and lows ever since that moment.
I mean, Valorant is an ever-changing game, right? We don't see the same teams on top year after year, pretty much, but I think a lot of people had high hopes for Gen G this year. They're still keeping that core of the Masters win. You know, they still have Texture, still have Munchkin, still have Charon, and now the new additions of Ash and Suggest. You know, in theory, they're making these changes to be stronger, but that was not seen really last week.
No, not really. I think Gen G, they're kind of worrying me a little bit. They did get a 3rd place in towards kickoff, but there's a couple of worrying signs, given that the debut for Suggest and Ash wasn't great. Their Ascent, unfortunately, didn't look great, which is a map that I really rate them on for the longest time. And is, you know, I was feeling pretty confident them going into their game against Boom yesterday. Also, the core players, I feel like, are having some pretty up and down performances at the moment. Like Texture in particular, you go back and look at his stats last year versus his stats in kickoff or his game against Boom, and first kills, first deaths, he's actually conceding a lot of first deaths and not really having the same level of impact. And not only him, but even some of the other core players like Charon that you would really rely on have very kind of sporadic performances map to map to map. So I think that kind of worries me, because I see this core, this winning championship core of last year, as being rock solid, and it really doesn't feel like that at the moment. In addition, with the new players coming into the roster, changing from their original roles that they have a lot of comfort on in some cases, and not really having the best debut.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's not like they can't do it. We know the potential of these players is to be one of the best teams in the world, but it's about them being able to find that consistency, to be able to like gel properly with these 2 new players, to have the coaching staff figure things out in the same kind of way that they did last year. It just needs a little bit more time, and it needs to click. But we know they can do it, so it's just about how long is it going to take for them to get championship ready.
And Texture had an ace? How dare he?
He's not
Why
allowed,
would
he's
he
not allowed to do
sacrifice
that.
his team like that?
That's so silly from him.
Now, Paper X also here in the stadium, getting ready for their rematch against Gen G. They have faced off quite a number of times at this point. Patman is also in the house. He wouldn't reveal in the interview earlier with Jen if he's playing today or not, so I didn't bother asking Alex. And it's curious, though, if he does play, which role would he be playing? Are they doing the 6-man roster? I mean, it's all quite elusive still at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you want to keep it a secret, right? You don't want to be talking about it in an interview just before the match. So I get why they want to keep it secret, but of course everybody's dying to know. They've brought in this new player. Are we going to see him today? Are we not going to see him today? You know.
Oh, no, we're not. Well,
we're not going to see
the
him.
roster, so.
No, they're sticking with how things have been for a long time for this team. So it's definitely, you know, interesting to have this player be in Korea and not be using him right now. But there must be a reason. We're not sure when he landed exactly, so it could just be a kind of a timing thing, or it could be that he doesn't suit the roles that they need yet. So I guess we have to wait and see.
What did you guys think of the role swaps? He answered a bit about why he thinks Jing should be playing the controller. Do you guys agree with the role swaps that they did? Is that the answer?
I mean, he said because he needs to stick someone on Yoru, but I don't know. I'm not making that connection in my head. Maybe that's an extra layer of depth I'm not picking up there. I think, like, Yeah, Paper X in general, they're trying to keep things consistent. They're trying to put Mindfreak on Ascent, Jing on a controller, and it seems like Forsaken's playing Duelist at the moment, but we've only seen a handful of maps, so I want to see, number one, if they are going to swap up the roles a little bit more or embrace maybe a little bit more double duelist on certain maps that they have played in the past, because it used to be their core identity. And you're seeing a lot of other teams in Pacific right now, DRX that we'll see later being a perfect example of that, flex into playing a double duelist to change things up. So there's absolutely no reason why Paper X shouldn't be doing that, as well as exploring a bit more of a standard style.
Now with this role swap, I don't know if it's directly correlating to this, as last year we saw them do quite well on defense, but this year so far, maybe unsurprisingly, their attack rate is way better.
I mean, it was an 8-0 start on Haven. We all saw how dominant that looked when they had a really good game plan going for them, but the defense against DRX really was not it. It was pretty much all W gaming. I think I wonder what the cause of that is. Is it like communication issues? Is it betting into those roles? You know, for someone like Jing, where your controller has to be a bit more of an anchoring presence and has to lock down sites and things like that. Is that the issue? Is Mindfreak maybe less comfortable on the Sentinel, even if it fits his more kind of passive, stable kind of style? So
yeah, for me, I felt like they froze up on their defender sides. I think I want to see them stay being aggressive. I want to see them re-clearing space, do what they do best. But I felt like from watching them, they were too passive, they were too static, and they let the other team dictate the tempo a little bit, which isn't what PRX want to be doing. It's not what they're known for.
Yeah.
So I think they want to keep that W gaming style into their defense. It's what they're good at. Don't be scared. That's the number one thing. They have to come out with some courage today.
Yes, I completely agree. Now, both of these teams they've collected a lot of accolades over the last 2 years here in Pacific, over in the international stage as well, representing our region. And in that process, of course, they've grown a massive fan base here, and I can imagine the stadium is full. I'm looking behind me now. Yes, it is full. They have a huge fan base, and I think there are a lot of expectations.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of expectations, Suggest, as we mentioned, has joined this roster. We've seen him here on DFM in 2023. He was on New Turn with the coaches back in the day when they were all players. And Mindfreak switching from the controller to the Sentinel role. Now, why are we looking at these two head-to-head?
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest reason, right? We see Suggest, who is now flexing across to that Sentinel role when he wasn't historically, and Mindfreak is doing the same. So they're both kind of new to this role, and I think both of them won't have been fully happy with their performances, right, Pilsky?
I don't think so. I think Suggest was a straight-up liability on Ascent. On Haven, he started to get warmed up, and he even had some very, very nice mechanical moments. For Mindfreak, I see it as a bit more of a natural transition for him. We've seen him still playing a lot of Viper. He can play that pseudo-Senti style on defense and play a controller role on that attacking side. And on the defense, he is a bit more of a passive player who does like to let the game come to him. He's not one of the guys that I associate with W gaming as much as the rest of his teammates. So it's a bit more of a natural role for him to transition into. Looking at the veto here, Lotus coming out for Gen G is going to be an interesting one already for me, looking at what PRX is going to be wanting to bring. PRX select Fracture. It's a map they've had a lot of success on in kickoff despite not having success overall, and Gen G looked horrific on it against RRQ.
Yeah, I think these initial two bans are interesting. We see PRX stay banning Ascent, even though Gen G's Ascent looked quite shaky last week, so I was almost expecting a pivot, and we see Gen G banning out Icebox, which was the one map PRX won last week, so a nice respect on Bear from Gen G. They clearly don't want to go against the Waylay there.
I just want to mildly mention, we used to show the map veto process on camera. I think they stopped it because of teams like Gen G. They take so long.
They are there forever.
They go through like the Excel sheet and find every possibility and variable. Dan, I'm also sad we're not going to see Icebox. Gen G banning it off the rip here. Let's talk about predictions. We did see it come up for a second earlier. Why have you decided to go for Gen G today?
I think Ash and Suggest just need a little bit more time. I think they needed to settle into the roles. Now it's week 2. They'll have done a lot of review from last week. You know, it was not a good performance from them. So I think they'll have fixed their mistakes for this last week.
All right, well, fair enough. I think this was a really hard one to predict, but we have to send it down to the stage now to welcome Gen G versus Paper X.
Now what you waiting for? Got the bling, got the rings,
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. Genji.
Yeah, it's a whole new level.
Today, we witnessed two giants, two of the region's iconic teams facing off not from the top, but from the middle of the storm. Genji, once hailed for their structure, icy discipline, and meteoric rise, now arrive with something to prove. Their recent stumble raises questions, and today they are here to answer them.
A lot of doubts on this team after that week one. Boom got a big upset win, and Genji did not look like themselves. Even in kickoff, they did not manage to make it to Masters Bangkok. On such a historic organization like Genji, that can't continue. They need to change things around today to try and get some momentum back for playoffs.
And on the other side, we have PaperX, the pioneers of aggressive gameplay. Don't call it controlled chaos, Alex says. They're looking to find their rhythm again after an increasing number of missteps.
Yeah, this was the matchup that we got in the grand final of Stage 1 last year, and now both of these teams looking much shakier than they did a year ago, facing off now in this round-robin format. One of them will actually get themselves a dub on the board and, you know, kind of curry their favors to be able to get in towards that next stage of the tournament, in towards the playoffs.
This is a big one. I know this is weighing heavily on both teams. They're feeling very similarly. They have so many accolades to their name at this point, and their recent stumbles have a lot of people questioning. There's a lot of pressure from the fans, the audience, I'm sure their bosses. And we have Coach Solo and Alex here. Oh my God! They've never hugged each other before. That was the first time.
I think it's worth noting. It's almost a different kind of pressure, right? Before, both these teams have had a lot of pressure to win, in a way, where they've been at the very top of the pack. But now, whoever loses this is 0-2. Now the pressure is to not lose. It's to not be the bottom. It's a different type of pressure. You know, it'll be something these players aren't exactly used to. They're not used to being near the bottom of those group standings. So it will feel quite different.
Who's the underdog, right? Usually there's an underdog. And that's not the case today.
Yeah, I mean, Genji have never even lost the opening game in Pacific, ever, until this season. So they've never been in this position going 0-1 down at the start of a tournament and having to turn it back around. And part of that comes down to just the huge changes that they've had to make and how many different adaptations they've had to bed in these new players into their roster. So I think PRX is going to be the kind of team that they have a lot of history, but these two teams are in a very, very different stage of their life cycle as a team at this point. So
I mean, it's a chance for both of these teams to right their ship now. You go to one-on-one, you've just beaten another historic team. Now is the chance for you to kind of get back on course a little bit, which is something both these teams need to grab with both hands. You can't let this opportunity slip.
Now, Lotus is going to be the first destination. We saw a bit of it come from PaperX last week. Some interesting ideas, but a lot of it did fall flat. Is that a matter of just, you know, things they practice in scrims not coming to fruition on the stage, or is it something else? And it looks like they're keeping that comp.
Yeah, PRX staying with that waylay with the breach Teo. It's a nice look to this map, but they have to have fixed their defender side mistakes.
Over on the side of Genji, this is about as big as you get in terms of compositional innovation from them. They've swapped out Killjoy for Vice.
Whoa.
They're going to be playing the meta comp again. And actually, this is the first change they've made in 30 games of Lotus. They have literally only swapped the Sentinel in 30 games of Lotus, guys. So that's about the biggest change you're going to get out of Genji.
Mark your calendars. We got change on Genji, and maybe that's what we need. We're seeing change from both of these sides. Now, buckle up, Pacific fans. You know when Genji and PaperX face off, it's never quiet, it's never simple, and it's never, ever boring. We're sending it to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Thank you very much, Victoria. That's exactly right. Well, you've got Komodo and Quack here, but yeah, it's a really big match, and you know, coming up from the middle of the storm, as Victoria calls it, this is also one of those things to think about. I know it's quite early on, you know, week 2, day 2, but yeah, just the fact that you've got this matchup in Group Alpha, it's quite scary to think that one of these teams might not make playoffs, just given how every other team in this group has been improving.
Yeah, I mean, that's it really, isn't it? Everybody's been stepping up when they're called to, and it's only the top 4 that are going to make it in towards the playoffs. So 2 teams, they are going to find themselves at the bottom, and I don't think we really would have thought that week 2 is where some, you know, the time that we would think is this
it
actually going to
could.
like destroy a team? Are we going to like essentially say goodbye to a team?
Butterfly effect, I don't know, week 4 we see something like, oh my god, this is when, if only PaperX beat Gen G, or something like that, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I think Pilsky highlighted it nicely. It's something that I wanted to pull out as well. Yeah, 30 reps in a row for Gen G, even changing a couple of their players. They still wanted to, you know, bring about a Lotus identity with the Killjoy instead of the Vice, so changing it up right now, actually going over onto the Sentinels comp. So I'd be interested to see how they're going to play that, and for Suggest as well. Suggest on Vice, you know, he disappeared for quite a while, and now he's back on one of the newer agents.
I do have a question for you. I mean, if that is the case, you know, it's been that long since they tried a different composition, new player as well. How could that impact your performance in the game?
Well, I'm hoping for Suggest that he'll just step into something new, right? A new agent for him, you know, coming back onto this roster, back with some old friends. I'm just hoping that they're able to, you know, find something here, and maybe he gets a win in this arena.
Possibly. Well, we are already off, and right off the bat, PaperX already poking all around the map, a little bit into the B side as well, where Texture up around A has sustained quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, just floating around the side at the moment, however. Front of B for PaperX. We know how aggressive they can be, but a little bit of patience at the moment, exploring towards the A site as well before ultimately settling either on a C split here, or if they want to try and bully their way in towards B. Ash has been spotted out at the top of the upper site.
But we also do have the Paranoia already sent out from Jing straight in towards A Link. So a bit of control for PaperX on the B side, the spike getting planted down, but now they have to push out a little bit more with the time that they do have, and a double kill instantly being found with Forsaken and Jing pushing off to the other sides in towards C Link. Gen G trying to hold back, trying to fight back as well, and Karen and Texture will be able to rock them off balance, down to just Divide. He might have the salvos, but can he truly play this post plant all by himself? Starts off with a frag, tries to tap even further. Salvos in to deny the spike defuse, but Texture has a great angle against him. It's a headshot or nothing for Divide, and he's being smoked off by Karen as well, spinning all around. Karen sticks the defuse, sticks the landing, and the pistol round picked up by Gen G.
Karen will get the last kill at the end of that one, but really, being able to get it defused halfway before the salvos came in is quite pivotal for him. You got to aggress, you know, 2 opening kills technically when the spike plant goes down. Some great C-Link control that they're trying to establish there, but then not expecting, who else? Karan to just get in towards that one. You could see at the end there as well, Devire's a little bit paranoid that there's going to be a potential later flank to come on through. 5 versus 3 conversion rate going to the way of Gen G for the pistol round.
Pretty early on, that's not something that feels too good, especially since PaperX are starting out on their somewhat favored attacking side. Still, they're not backing down. We started the round, and they are already straight into the B side once again. Stinger out from Mind Freak, though. A bit of a forced buy from the team, and they're able to do some sort of damage against Gen G. Instantly, mid-rounding it over onto the C site as well. Jing goes in for the Shrouded Step, where Suggest is now waiting for more teammates to flush through. Unfortunately, though, not quite able to find the shot. Jing will be able to open up the site.
Really well done to get in all together through the Vice Util. And a 2-player advantage for them as well. Make it 4v1. I don't think that Ash is going to really favor his hand at trying to win this round, so just saving the Bulldog.
Yeah, what a freaky turn of events. Started things off with rifles and everything, but now down to just light shields and the Bulldog, and you've got the threat of more Bulldogs being picked up by PaperX on the other side. Clearly a save, but still just a bit of a surprise coming out from PaperX.
Yeah, getting the plant in the first round really does help them go for a bit of a force buy up into this one as well, right? And then the fact that you're comboing some salvos and a little loose spray with the Stinger, able to find a double there, and yeah, just ultimately a good idea, right? As you mentioned, Jing Shrouded Step to get in front of the Vice Util, and then everyone goes in together. It's a really good mid-round adjustment to come through for PaperX, and that'll set themselves up quite strongly going in towards the next round. They upgrade a couple of their lesser weapons into the Bulldogs here. You kind of throw a little bit of a reset over towards Gen G, who are going to have to come up with some good ideas on this defensive side as well, because if you consider the last installment that we saw on Lotus for Paper X as well, right, against DRX, they're running in towards this double duelist. The next installment that they come into here is not looking like double duelist, right? Gen G are going to be playing this quite differently to how I would expect a DRX to. So they're going to have a couple of different ideas and how they want to plan their assaults because of that.
Very much so. We've got to figure out a way to play with this form of Paper X, which does look quite flexible. I mean, sometimes it's aggression. This time, it's a bit of a play off confidence, knowing that Gen G will be on that eco. So straight into the C site. You know, they're doing their due diligence as well, having the refract and smokes all around.
Just a gamble stack from Gen G. Sometimes it does happen. You can kind of look for any damage here. You can have a bit of a discussion, use these ones as a free timeout. Maybe you're just trying to take the Bulldog into the next round, though. If you're getting all the Vandals and such, I don't think it's, you know, a gun that you want to take into the next round, right? So go for the hunt, see if you can farm up any ults. Just be, I guess, a little bit cautious if you're giving any more orbs over towards the likes of Forsaken or Devi. Having those sort of ults in towards the next round could be quite scary if you get one away here, for example.
Wow. Even though they are trying to set up for some of these exit positions, Paper X are happy to go in for the chase and the hunt. Salvos, though, unfortunately, will take down a teammate. And that is very much alt points being picked up by Gen G. I think Texture had an alt or possibly picked up as well, so he's somewhat close to a showstopper now.
Yeah, and you know, a player like Texture, if he's able to get electrified in towards this map, it'll certainly propel this Gen G as well.
He's been needed to like step up as
well.
Well,
I think that's the biggest thing for Gen G, right? Somebody has to step up to give some confidence for this roster at the moment. When we've got Ash stepping into Tier 1 for the first time, and we've got Suggest coming back, you know, you got to feel like every time he stepped into this arena, there might be a little bit of a curse, right? So hoping to see some good things from him.
Bit of a curse with the ace from last week as well. That's one of the points of conversation. You know, the idea is just that if Texture is needing to, you know, pull off aces like that, then the rest of the team must be a little bit quiet. So we'll see how this all plays out with the full buy round now coming through. Gen G with a bit of a stack on the B site.
Yeah, just leaving Karen over towards the C site, protected with a little bit of the Vice util. It's an opener, though, that I was kind of waiting to see which would go, whose way it would go, rather. And unfortunately for Texture going down, he was the only player towards this A site. So it's going to have to be this massive flank where you don't actually have a proper flank watch to come out from Paper X, because they're not playing on the standard Sentinels whatsoever.
It is something that is similar to what we saw on that pistol round, the way that Paper X were able to find Texture on the A site, you know, jiggling the same position. That said, you know, even without a proper trap Sentinel, Mindfreak is now on the Sentinel watching the back.
See what Mindfreak can actually do here. Information would be huge for him, and he will get that, but it'll cost him his life.
See what the rest of the team does to react against this. Salvos instantly just to block off the choke point. Smoke as well, and now Jing hiding inside of it. Is this the aggressive controller that we're now expecting to see? Unfortunately, though, an aggressive controller on the other side in the farm of Karen will be able to pick him off. Karen continues forward, finds a second frag, and a bit of a trade coming through from Ash as well as Forsaken. Now something trying to hold out from drop, but no! Munchkin has already found it up from the top of drop, and that's going to be Gen G trying to strike back, but still time bought enough for Paper X to fend off the defuse.
Well. Good work from Paper X at the ends to be able to hold that one down, and that just goes by a little bit of that timing factor in the round, doesn't it? When you've only got Texture over towards the A site, you got everyone who has the idea, let's go through pillars, let's go through a mound wrap, let's just all go for a bit of a flank, and maybe we'll leave, you know, one to come back from the normal side of heaven. You're just taking away way too much time off the clock to be able to allocate, you know, the round, essentially. So you got to be a little bit more careful in this slow-paced affair for Gen G, who are a team that really does favor into playing defaults early on.
A bit of a Red Bull clutch, but yeah, so now this is Gen G, you know, needing to catch up to it, trying to find their own aggression outside of C. They've got the one-way smoke, but the convergent path sent through now, and that's where the teammates get to fill in that space. Forsaken might have lost his life, but Devi finds the trades. Now one away. Well, no, he actually has the Armageddon. A little bit of a tough spot for Gen G to be in.
Yeah, you want to still go in towards this C side at the moment as well. You spotted out a couple of extra bodies before, but you do have strength in numbers. The off angle at the moment from Munchkin will be squandered. Now it's just the Sheriffs that remain here, Quack.
Oh, Ash. He was the duelist from the Academy team, but it's not quite going to be enough of an effort. Mindfreak, having noted his position, still able to take him down. The only one left, Texture, on nothing but a Sheriff looking to do some damage. One kill would be able to put him up to a showstopper, and that could be a bit of a chance. Pulls it off, finds something. Does he find Mindfreak as well? A bit of a dig, but Mindfreak manages to hide behind cover to pick the round back up for Paper Rex.
That is quite unfortunate that the Sheriff shots hit the wall in that one, isn't it? That would have been a huge clutch that Gen G needed to come on through. I got to say, one of the weaknesses that we saw from Paper Rex in the earlier series, and you know, even stretching it back, was how they're playing out their post plants, right? I thought there needs to be some new identity that's coming in towards Paper Rex. We need this team to start to figure out how the macros of these maps are starting to look, and I will say, they had some really good ideas when it came to how they were playing out these maps against DRX last time. I was really getting more confident that they're having a good understanding of how their opponents are looking to play. And in a round such as this one here, you really do need to have a good understanding because you've got more Gen G players around this A side. It's not just Texture.
Yeah, Gen G beginning to find some reads and adjustments, stacking up closer to the A site, but still a trade found by Forsaken. Judge play coming out from Munchkin though, and he will be able to eliminate any potential lurks coming out towards the B site, but still Paper Rex press forward past this toxic screen. Texture tries to hold the off angle, finds a couple of digs, and even a frag against Mindfreak. That slows down Paper Rex's pace, where then the paint shells actually does a little bit more as well. Tries to go in with a blast pack for a further frag, but still, Devi finding the trade, Munchkin to clean things up for Gen G. Gen G able to put up a strong foothold against Paper Rex.
Yeah, the difference between the Phantom and the Vandals sometimes, right, as well, just getting that headshot for the 140. You call him Mr. 4K for a reason. You, technically, you know, you should have had that kill if it was the Vandal at the end of the day. But hey, you give them the pass because he was really just providing a lot of assistance and assurance for Gen G in that round. Not dissuaded by the amount of numbers that Paper Rex are playing around Rubble as well. Just an all-out fight, which, you know, you generally consider that's the kind of style that Paper Rex are going to want to play, right? They want to get down and dirty in towards a lot of those duels. And this time, you want to second-guess playing around Mound, because that's where Gen G are looking to take space, take control. They're trying to force you either in through this lane, through B, or over towards A, where they've got their Sentinel set up.
Paper Rex has been aggressing over onto the other parts of the map, so Gen G in the previous round trying to get a read, trying to get an anticipated play ahead of Paper Rex. Now, with the aggressive play outside of C, maybe not finding too much, but still keeping a lot of pressure against Paper Rex.
And this is where it comes towards the mid-rounding, the importance of it as well. What ideas are you going to be able to find out? Sheer wall up to the front of A looks a little bit different. So you'll send in a drone to re-clear some space over at Mound. You'll just see Charon, but Forsaken wants to get in with it. I'm already seeing a lot of learning from Paper Rex in bringing in this Waylay, right? Forsaken's not getting too far ahead of the team, as we've seen from a lot of Waylay pickers so far.
Especially compared to last week. But as we say that now, trying to go through the waterfall, Texture will be able to find him. Something though, looking for the trades, they push past into the site, but still a lot of it being marked by Karen. Smoked up now. Paper Rex looks for a bit more space, a bit of a safe haven on the site itself, but still, it's not going to be quite enough. Gen G has everything swarmed up. Something tries to go in ADS, but still Suggest finds his number. And there it is, Gen G slowly but surely getting closer to tying up the score.
Yeah, great damage on the explosive entries that Paper Rex are trying to do in towards the site, but not really provided the way to be able to do so. And then you're in a, 4 versus 2 when the plant starts to get established. It becomes a little bit difficult when you're not able to set things up for some individual heroics on the Paper Rex side. So 4-3. You know, keep it a little bit backwards and forwards. Mindfreak on this lurk is not able to activate either as well. That's something that Paper Rex want to really try and instill in towards this one, you know, getting some really good Viper lurks. You know, got a lot of ideas from, you know, players like Meteor, for example. If you're talking about, you know, what you want to try and see out of a good Viper lurker, that's probably the player in the world to kind of look towards at the moment.
And that's what it is, right? Needing to find those timings if you are playing that role. I do feel as though it is a bit of an adjustment for Mindfreak. It's not an agent that he's never played before, but with the slight swaps and roles, you know, Jing now being the main controller for the team, Mindfreak needs to find the adjustments, needs to find his timings.
What do we hear Alex say? Freed up for a Yoru?
Yeah.
Where's the Yoru, mate? There's no Yoru here. There's Waylay though.
Not right here. Yeah. It's like you free up one role, you free up a lot more for, you know, everyone else to play something different. I think Forsaken on towards the Duelist, you know, is a bit of a different look as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind Jing on an Omen. There's definitely going to be that learning opportunity for him as well, and how he's going to bring his own nuances in towards the likes of an Omen, using it for second entry, using it to combo with Forsaken here to get in front of the Vice utility. You're going to see some really great counters, because a good Waylay can kind of counter every Sentinel in the game at the moment to get past a lot of that utility and stuff. So I definitely see a world in which Jing is going to be used as a second entry to get in front of this utility. But for me, some weaknesses that were exposed for him was timings on smokes and timings on paranoias, and that just comes with, you know, bringing it out for the first time last week, right?
Certainly.
So you're going to look to see a little bit of new life from him in this one.
More experience. But with that as well comes some adjustments from Gen G, you know, playing a little bit more defensive off of this timeout. So 2-2-1 split and a lot more anchor presence on the C side. I mean, look at that. Somewhat two Sentinels. You got the Thorns, you got the Sheer Wall.
Yeah, and the Sheer Wall wasn't actually baited out by Forsaken going for the jump spot just before, so he's already used Lightspeed, he's already used Refract. He's essentially just going to be a body at the moment to just do the shooting. High-low set up in the front of B if you want to try and sniff it out. You still do have your drone, but Forsaken 50-50 angle to clear, and he chose the wrong one.
That's got to sting.
A little bit.
And at this point, you're running out of options. Into the C-side, it's another high-low.
This is being played really well from Gen G at the moment. You got to consider as well that Sheer Wall is still not popped. You can't really try and bully your way in towards this C site.
You can't go into C, you can't quite go into B either, and you've already spent so much utility. There was a fault line being sent out by something as well, and it just isn't quite enough. Gen G continues to delay them with the snake bite as well.
Yeah.
What do you do at this point, Komodo?
You save at this point in time, unfortunately. There's not really much PaperX can do with 20 seconds to go. You can already see on the radar as well some repositions from Karon over to the A site, because they don't actually know if PaperX had already snuck up rubble, if they've gotten close towards the A site to potentially explode in. Now you'll kind of just get the idea that it is going to be a bit of a save. And it's a bit of a rough one for PaperX as well, when you consider that they did go into this one with something on a Guardian, right? So it wasn't the full kit of caboodle that you do want to go into it.
Fair enough. But still, we can definitely see, you know, some of the main points of focus. You need players like Forsaken and Jing to be able to create a little bit more of that space for the squad. But right now, that's tough.
This composition for PaperX at the moment, if you want to talk about early space gathering, you need to just see the drone, you need to see the salvos, because they refresh, right? You need to see good fault lines and flashes set up to try and get Forsaken into it if they want to use the light speed early, or if they want to save it for later, you're going to have to double swing, things like this.
Well, I don't mind that. So previous round was a bit of a falter towards the C site, but that does leave Gen G to free things up a little bit more. Now you've got to just deal with a lone Suggest, and that allows for, well, Forsaken to dive right in, but Suggest is able to deal with the pressure. A double kill instantly found. She won't not tripped either.
Pretty sure we've seen that exact play before result in the exact same way as well. Ooh. With Forsaken going into a dark cover, front side, getting taken down, and Jing as well. And now, well, you'll have a bit of an answer back, but into a showstopper that goes a little bit lopsided. You're still stalled from getting in towards this B side. It's another untenable situation for PaperX when you consider that the spike is also at the entry of B.
You're a car guy, aren't you, Komodo?
Yep.
Yeah. What happens when your car is stalled? Like, what do you do?
What do you do when your car's stalling or already stalled?
Already stalled.
Already stalled? Well, I'll push in the clutch and I try and restart it, but I don't think PaperX are going to be able to restart something if you're out of gas.
Yeah, and that's the problem right now. You've got no gas. You've got no leeway into either site. You've tried in for the dive into C. Left. You've tried for the mid-round, you know, somewhat of a rotation into the B side, but even that gets sussed out by Gen G.
Hang on.
The only thing that can happen right now is Mindfreak with this Viper's Pit.
Good volley.
Good to slow them down, but the Steel Garden, that gives Gen G a bit more confidence into pushing straight in.
Gotta remember though, Viper's Pit, the day
up
is
by
here.
the back. Spots on Munchkin though. Ooh! It's just not enough.
That Steel Garden's effect is definitely stinging against PaperX. If there was an extra second that he was in the pit for extra decay to come down, yes, then the classic would have been good, but it just doesn't stretch and cover a lot of the site with the way that he did position the pit, unfortunately. So, hey, a good attempt. I got to give it to him. You know, you start to get a little bit excited that maybe he'll be able to come with it. He technically did have the gas a little bit on the Viper. That one kind of played into itself. But the fundamentals from the very beginning for Gen G, you didn't really need to see Sidress move too much around the C site, right? I feel like here, Pilski said it best. I think it was Pilski calling him a bit of a liability in the last series at the moment, which, I mean, you know, if you want to get harsh with it, look, it was kind of true, right? But he didn't need to be the movable object in that round to start things off.
Yeah, in fact, just that one little play, the step away from that saturate. And the next round comes up. Once again, Gen G moving things across the board. A bit of a stack towards C.
And it's just texture at the A site yet again. Last time his head was removed cleanly from his shoulders on this jump peak. So you have to be a little bit more cautious as the drone goes in.
A bit of assistance from, I think, Charon as well. So the smoke to put up a bit of a roadblock. Munchkin holding the off angle. A good flash, though, coming out. Support Forsaken into finding that entryway. But still, Nightfall already sent through, allows for Texture to get that sneaky peek out. PaperX looking for another route, possibly into the B side, especially with Mind Freak to block things off closer to C-Link. But can you fend off Texture? Yes, you can! With that, possibly the site. And now a retake from Gen G.
Yeah, see how they're going to play this one. Play a deficit. You got a bit of this utility that you can throw in. Ash on the Haunt. Paranoia already used a little bit early.
Would suggest as well. So just to buy the attention away, but the trade's already found. Ash continuing to refill that space, though, and Forsaken looks to get his way out. You've got salvos pretty much soon for Devi.
Not
quite yet. 4 seconds. Ash is sticking it. Ash is sticking it! Oh, no! No frags found! Charon, he's managed to save Ash's life, and with that, the defuse for Gen G!
You got to remember as well, right? In this high-level Valorant, if somebody is actually keeping track of this refreshable utility, somebody knows how long it's going to be until the salvos is there. But you're getting the idea that, hang on a second, if they're going to use the salvos, we kind of already would have seen them if they come in the first couple of seconds. So you got that really quick adjustment to just stay on towards the defuse as well there. It doesn't matter that the convergent pass goes in because there's no salvos. The spike is not planted on a line that they're just going to be able to spam you down.
And a win like that is a boost of morale. Ash knows that his read was right. PaperX still scrambling to look for a round. It's been 5 in a row for Gen G now, back into 8.
Jing repositioned as well, not in the normal spot that you would expect an Omen ult to be. So the fact that he's at the stairs is a little bit confusing for Charon.
With that, he finds one, but still the trades up around Baby Door. Forsaken, though, straight in towards B upper already, and that's something that Gen G didn't expect. PaperX able to fill the site.
They've just crossed each other on the A site. They have no idea.
A little bit suggests, though, ooh, a little bit of a peek over the smoke, and something will be able to punish just a lone Ash, and at this point, not a round likely for Gen G. PaperX were able to throw them off their scent.
Yeah, quick answer. Quick answer back. Something that we associate with PaperX. W Gaming, straight in towards the A side, a pivot in towards the B side as well. But Ash, I mean, he's given this one a little bit of a crack.
Yeah, why not? Round 11. Could help in alt orbs, if anything.
Nah, now
spraying over with a Prowler, yeah.
Now it's a bit too hard when you've got a single choke that you're going to try and, you know, break and enter into 3 of them. Nah.
You got the creds, you just don't want to give the alt points over to the enemy team, so he's going to back all the way off in towards A. PaperX paying the respect that is due as well. 5-6. Yeah, it's not too bad.
I mean, when you consider that that was just 5 rounds in a row from Gen G, who are starting to really find their momentum on that defensive side as well, you want to throw a spanner in the works, right? You want to try and change things up, and you've got these little aggression points that Gen G are trying to throw you away. I think the biggest, you know, point of confusion in the round was actually where did Jing reposition to? I called it a little bit unorthodox in towards A stairs because it pulled Ash away from the site. Charon died because of it, and there's a little bit of a shudder that goes over to Gen G. But hey, I will say, look, last round of the half, you reset yourselves mentally to get in towards this new round, and you start things off by throwing down the pit towards Mound, immediately drawing out all these combos of utility to allow PaperX into this C site.
That's right, Armageddon, Lightspeed, Refract, all spent just to get into C.
And Rolling Thunder.
The pit's already been dealt with, and yeah, with the Rolling Thunder as well. You know, it's a bit of space But will it be enough for PaperX to really get a stronghold over the site? Off angle found, Munchkin trying to refill space and instantly deleted. Suggest, though, able to spam through as well. So it's not quite safe enough for PaperX to get the spike down.
Yeah, this is a little bit awkward. Everybody's going to go for a duel here.
Smokes and everything to try to distract them as well, but Forsaken still continuing to hold. The swing, though, it's 3 players on the other end! Something for a bit of a double, but it's not enough. The spike's been dropped. Mindfreak is trying to set up a flank, but the pressure has already been dealt with. And Karen just marks his 6 as easy as walking in the park. So 5-7 at the end of the first half. Gen G will pick things up.
Yeah, nobody giving Mindfreak any bite on towards that flank, and a little later lurk as well. And even for the rest of the PaperX members, they're in deep in this C-side. So they're not going to call the situation to try and get out of there as well. I will say, you know, this core 3 of Gen G are really putting in some hard work in this map so far on that defensive side to really get things started. We've got glimpses of Suggest getting in there as well on this Vice that, you know, plays a little bit differently for him. We've got Ash trying to, you know, do what he can as well. Some growing pains in that spot, but now, you know, you'll switch things over. Gen G to the attack.
Yeah, you're nodding your head. I see you, Komodo. What do you think?
I'm letting a little bit of the cogs kind of turn at the moment, because I'm also considering, you know, for the likes of PaperX, right? What does this defensive half actually look like for them when you think that it was a 10-2 half they were down last time, and 2 rounds is really not impressive on defense? Maybe, you know, the best defense is an offense, right? So we'll go play attack on this defensive side. We'll get up in your face. I can certainly see a world in which PaperX are going to throw a couple of those scenarios in.
You have to imagine, you know, it's going to be that, it's got to be that pressure down Rubble, maybe even Mount. But hey, how about that? Batman as the somewhat of an assistant coach.
Moral support?
Moral support. He's shadowing him. He's learning.
Shadowing him, yeah. I gotta say, I'm kind of waiting to see Batman KO. If that at all comes. I think he looks deadly on KO. That's my opinion.
Back from the challenger scene.
Indeed.
We'll all see how it all shakes up. I mean, right now it's not quite playing yet. PaperX still needing to work with this current core. It's been a little bit rocky, not quite the most solid, especially when we're thinking about their defensive side on this map just last week, like you mentioned. Starting things off, though, bit of a stack towards B, 1-3-1. Jiggling towards stairs. With all that utility, is already a bit of information.
Yeah, it's a lot of information that Forsaken can communicate on over. Thorns, the Cloud is now, you know, stationed over towards this A site. That's not going to be movable. And you start to see some big shifts from PaperX around the map, because a lot of their composition, you know, you're going to have to try and go for a couple of these duels if you don't have something's fault line ready to combo with salvos, for example. They do have both of them at the moment, though. So if there is a world in which Gen G are getting close in towards the C side or the B side, they could pop them in to stop a plant.
Well, this is interesting. With a drone out from B, PaperX are now stacking up towards pillars with 2. Through that, they might be able to play around the door. But it also depends on how close Devi is able to get into the C side. So far, just not a single peep to be heard.
It's going to be a retake towards this C side as well, and there might be some early timing with the pillars approach that is starting to come through. But Suggest on this lurk, finding first blood in the round, 20 seconds to go. Here's the plant that starts to happen. There's the salvos that I mentioned before. Not going to see that combo with the fault line, because that's going to be for the flank.
Yeah, it's already quite painful for PaperX, especially losing Forsaken as well. Now you got to worry about the back. And up towards the front, that's when Gen G starts to push out. They have mount control. Now the only thing to worry about is Waterfall, whereas PaperX still has to turn their heads around. Where is Suggest? When's he going to show up? And as that happens, now Jing, outside of the smoke, gets spotted out by Munchkin. Suggest finally showing up at the back. Gen G have got them completely surrounded.
Yeah, Suggest is getting involved in a lot more of these duels at the moment as well. You know, he's keeping up with the old guard, even though he is technically one himself, but coming back in towards this one. I got to say, his timing on that lurk was actually really nice. He kept PaperX a little bit occupied as well with that flank that potentially is going to come on through. So credit where credit is due. That's a good little structured pistol to come out from Gen G, that they do have to alter things towards that C site.
I wonder what he said.
Are they going to be able to double it, though? Because they did find the first pistol, remember, and then drop to the force buy.
Definitely something to think about. PaperX aren't forcing up right now. I mean, it's a little bit too risky. A lot early. Rubble pressure already, and Genji are not letting up, pushing further in. Well, PaperX getting punished for that risky gamble. And now just somewhat peeling off. PaperX reeling from the loss. Genji will be happy to come back in and refill that space as a full, healthy squad. Another one down. Just Mindfreak left.
Yeah, so far so good on the anti-eco, right? Not losing anybody. Bit of early damage from some utility. Munchkin actually, if he's not careful, he might lose his life here from a stray bullet of Mindfreak. But hey, look, if there's only one casualty at the end of the day, that's fine going in towards the bonus round.
One of these, you take what you can get moments, but not even one found. It's Genji with the flawless.
Really stringing some rounds together, if you consider the last one of the first half as well. Genji picking Lotus for a reason, seeing a lot of weaknesses on PaperX's side in the last time they played against DRX. So I'll be interested to see what this bonus round is really going to look like for PaperX as well, right?
Oh.
Yeah, that one hurts. I mean, look, it was the ego, right? It's one of those.
It is one of those, but it also is a question that is echoing throughout everyone's minds, not just Alex.
Yeah.
But that said, we do have the full buy now. Something able to spray through these smokes, finding texture. That's a good pickup.
Yeah, lasering him down. You'll try and upgrade your weapon as Munchkin right now, but you are a player deficit. You've got a lot of the PaperX members trying to draw a containment field around this site, but that is quite awkward for Mindfreak. Not expecting Suggest on the lurk, but more importantly on the far forward angle that opens up the whole seaside. And look how much space he is just commanding at the moment.
Going to be able to throw out the timing, throw out the rotations from PaperX as well, especially with the utility already placed down. Cycling through his thorns as well, which makes things a little bit more difficult for Something. Not just Something, Jing as well. At least, though, PaperX will be able to hold the angle from Waterfall. Forsaken with a good little tap. Two players left, and PaperX now pushes in. They've got a little bit of time on the spike. Of course, Genji trying to play a close plant as well. Like, take a look at Karen's position. That's the one you got to watch out for. Ash trying to pull the attention away to the front while Karen slowly creeps forward. Something trying to stick the defuse. Someone has it halfway, but Karen, that's when he strikes. Forsaken now pushing further in. Karen low HP, but Shrouded steps away. Tries to get ahead of Forsaken, but Forsaken crouches underneath. Finds the triple in the round, and the defuse for PaperX to pick a round back up.
Yeah, enough time as well. Not worried whatsoever for PaperX there, right? But I gotta say, for Genji, it wasn't like that was a weak bonus round for them either, right? They had a lot of that strong weaponry in the very beginning. It was like 4 Phantoms and Vandals, if I'm remembering correctly. And right timing on Suggest, again, you know, his timing in this map has kind of been impeccable for a lot of this contribution effort for the team. But just not able to hold it at the end. You know, the 3 versus 4 when you're trying to establish a lot of your utility. It's the numbers game for PaperX that are getting their trades, that are having the right calls.
It's something that we'll have to keep our eyes on. Suggest versus Mindfreak right now, and you have to admit Suggest is doing just a tad bit better. But at the same time, PaperX looking to get ahead. Get a bit of a smoke in for Forsaken to get deep inside. Looks for the sprays, but refracts back into safety.
Yeah, how many other numbers do you know for PaperX that they're playing around the mounds?
Really deliberate smoke. A little bit of rubble control as well, and PaperX starts to reset into that 2-2-1 position.
Yeah, one of the big things on a map like Lotus as well is you're very coordinated. You can play with, you know, some snipers behind these toxic screens as well. So kind of waiting to see what Suggest might look to do with it around this A site where you've got Mindfreak out in the open. How is he able to get away with 2? Make it 3!
Further up front as well. Oh, but the Outlaw punches back. Suggest a bit of a trade. Ash trying to get ahead as well, but Something will be able to deny that. Spike for Suggest to pick up possibly. PaperX, they do have the numbers right now. Something beginning to push out of C as well.
I have the spike.
I'll tell you the story, Quack, about a guy named Suggest in a 1 versus 3. Back in VCT Pacific. He still has Sheer as well. And for a post-plan scenario too, that could actually be positioned a little bit nicely. The Archros, the Steel Garden.
So Chapter 1, he gets the spike down. What's Chapter 2?
I mean, the pessimist in me wants to say die, but
we'll see. He already has a little bit of information off of those utilities being thrown out. Ooh, but a bit of a dink that might have sealed the deal right there. Davai able to find a slight time to get into the site.
And then the Prophet says, you read the story.
Yeah.
Look, criminal that Mindfreak's able to just stand in the open and deliver 3 kills, not going to lie. But it is the doubling down on the round count there on this defensive side for PaperX, where they equal what they got last time.
Certainly feeling a little bit better off of that. Bit of a triple coming up from Mindfreak, and that puts PaperX right back where they need to be against Genji with 9 right now.
Yeah, we're going to have a mound control fight for the very beginning. Again, see if Forsaken will get punished this time, who's getting you know, a little bit more of his own identity on this waylay, though a little bit sticky when it comes into this dark cover play. Again, just forcing PaperX back. Genji, do they choose to actually commit towards the mounds this time?
Not fully, not yet. Still that 2-2-1. It's up to Forsaken and something to prevent this from happening. You've got the fault line sent through, but look at the flight path from Texture. A little bit dismayed, but still Karen able to go in deep enough with the Stinger. Divide hold out from Waterfall, but it's just a little bit of damage. The Steel Garden pushes them away. Genji should be able to get the spike down.
Yeah, buys time for the spike to get planted here at the moment, but you still got to think about the close proximity because these Stingers, there's 3 of them in play. Well, now 2.
With a little bit of a hold from Genji. Yeah, the Stingers, even Phantoms as well. It's really strong at this range, but still a bit of a swarm from PaperX themselves. Will be able to find that bit of an opener. However, the survival smoke on the side definitely cordons things off. Texture able to hold it all down. Spots out Jing as well. Munchkin denies PaperX any joy in this round.
Yeah, big force buy from Genji. You know, they've already seen what PaperX are liking to do around the mound control at the moment with trying to set up Forsaken a little bit forward on this waylay, take the space, because Lotus is, you know, one of these maps rather, that a lot of teams are generally taking either rubble control, especially in Teo Breach meta, or you're taking some mound control, and waylay just adds a little bit of a different flavor towards how you go about that. We already have seen PaperX go for mound control with the waylay, and we've seen Forsaken, when he sees a little bit of util or a couple of bullets his way, he immediately refracts out. So I like that Genji have just figured this out within this game and wanted to challenge in towards the C site with that lesser buy.
Yeah, they've always been so strong on the trades, Komodo. And right now, being able to play alongside PaperX's pacing, especially with that waylay in play. Viper's Pit will deter Genji currently from pushing into C again though, so trying to sneak their way over onto the A site. You've got Munchkin leading the pack. What are PaperX doing?
I mean, there's nobody at the A site, and I don't think you're really going to expect that if you are Genji, though just the sharp duel from Forsaken.
Yeah, I see that. They've got the, they're close to the ultimates, I want to say. So possibly a bit of a retake play from PaperX, but Genji, they're making use of the space. They're holding downstairs, and that could allow them to do a little bit more damage. Forsaken, though, will look to get ahead.
Yep. Going for the plant, convergent pass on in, combo a lot of this utility.
Refract as well, convergent paths allows him to find the third. And Forsaken continuing to creep up front. Looks for a bit of support, and that's gonna be another frag. Defy picks it up instead. Karon now trying to hold it all by himself, but Forsaken has everything. Down pat, a quad kill in the round for Forsaken.
Yeah, it feels too easy for him sometimes, doesn't it? When he's just going around, shooting, taking the lead as well.
Deliberately leaving A open.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where if you want to, you know, you've got a Viper's Pit over at the C site, you're having a couple of bodies behind it, because you do have to remember the composition that Genji are playing. They've actually got a lot of drone ability that can kind of, you know, sniff out what's happening in the pit, right? If Ash's Prowlers are thrown on in, or if you want to get just the boom bot from Texture, you know, these are the kind of approaches that you could get in towards the pit and look to get through it.
So being able to understand what Genji are looking to pull off, PaperX are able to find some counters, and right now with the 3-stack into the A side as well. However, Genji slows down the pace. Forsaken looks for the trades, will be able to find Munchkin, and with the saturate as well, look at that, that's how you use the dash. He finds verticality with it, and takes down Karon. Mindfreak on towards the other side as an anchor as well, the top fragger for the team currently. 2 kills in this round, and it leaves Ash alone.
Just the Sheriff. See if he can get anything here, but it's not going to be the case. Another multi-frag round to come through for Forsaken. A couple of ults invested, don't get me wrong, you know, the Armageddon for Dubai. Technically, one might argue that that wasn't really needed, but when you feel like there might be some more members of Gen G, it's okay. There's still some more depth in this map to go that you might even be able to get that one back, and you're always going to be incentivized to try and help Forsaken in this kind of moment, right? Because he's feeling it. He's on one. He's feeling sharp. He wants to go for these jewels, and you absolutely cannot blame him.
Not only do you not blame him, you might even admire him. I mean, this is starting to look like PaperX from 2023.
Well, the biggest thing for me right now is coming in towards 2025, right? We've got PaperX who are experimenting with a lot of these different role changes, right? And we've got a Gen G who are bringing in Suggest, coming back, making his return to Valorant. We're bringing in Ash from, you know, the Tier 2 Challenger scene where he's stepping up, right? We're trying to figure out what is the new 2025 identity for PaperX. What is the new identity for Gen G in 2025? Where so far, we're looking at a Gen G who are kind of trying to play their style that they were in 2024. And that's, you know, kind of the reason that I attribute their loss to Boom a little bit, right? Where Boom had a really solid idea on how they wanted to try and counter those plays, get up to those choke points and explode straight in towards the sites, especially on that Ascent where you could look to kind of just abuse Suggest a lot. Right now, he's playing in a way that he's getting a lot more backup and it's not really being afforded, right? And he's also getting really dirty in these duels on the attack side. So this is a really good little switch up for Gen G, figuring out their own weaknesses. And on the side of PaperX, they're stepping it up as well, trying to activate Forsaken. So we are seeing a lot of growth in 1 week of play between both of these teams. And it really comes down to that time out there. Who is it going to favor more right now? Because we are getting towards the tail end of this map.
Very close to it. Forsaken pulls out the op as well. Refract not yet used, and he's going to be able to plant himself towards B.
Yeah, would you expect an operator, though, at this current point in time if you are Gen G? I mean, I highlighted a little bit earlier, one of the good strengths on this map when you are playing a comp with a Viper as well is being able to reposition anybody behind the wall, whether it be into the open like we saw from Mindfreak earlier, or on a standard line to situate an operator on the correct line. I'm assuming that that's exactly the right timing on the wall to reposition Forsaken, and then the rest of the team goes elsewhere. So they're playing, you know, strong side with rifles, operator on weak side, and now you know where it is. So does that give Gen G enough of an incentive to come and face the operator, seeing nothing from the Prowler towards A, or are they wanting to go to the C site where, well, there's a couple of bodies here?
You might even want to question who is on the operator. If
Indeed,
anything, yeah. They swarm over on towards the C site now. I just heard them counting down 1, 2, 3, and there's the execute. In with Texture, but still the aftershock of all things finds Karan. Smoke's gone. Showstopper might have been spent, but Texture in towards a deeper spot. In with the Rolling Thunder, though. Something, along with the other teammates, will be able to swarm the site. They've got everything covered down. 7 seconds left. The spike has already been dropped. This round is over.
Yeah, unfortunately, Gen G didn't do enough around the map to really bait out a lot of the utility from PaperX, right? You've got in the end there, you still got something with a lot of his breach utility. You still got Divide with, like, you've got everybody on PaperX still with a lot of that utility. That if you're looking to go into the C site sub 30 seconds and you're trying to set Texture up to Showstopper in, you know, you're trying to get a flash in and everything. Well, you got to remember, this is Valorant. This is a game that is still a gun game, but abilities are quite destructive in this current meta, right? And you have to be baiting them out early enough.
And I think this answers your question as well. 2025 PaperX plays with utility and an op and a bit of a slower pace, being able to control around the map this way off of, you know, slight timings, or 30 seconds off for Forsaken repositions. Early round, Forsaken positions himself again. Down pillar.
But
Nothing
this time,
found, though, yes.
This time it's quicker from Gen G, right? Up towards the A site with an idea that they can get in and clear tree with Prowler, standard utility to get on up. You'll still have to start to clear the site with the rest of the utility, however, but you've got an early C flank that's already noted.
Yeah. So it's a great read from Gen G to be able to throw PaperX off.
Do they pit?
It's a good question.
They do.
The right time as well. Salvos will break the door. And the question is, does PaperX have the retakes?
Oh, but Suggest is going way too deep. They might expect this, they might not. No, they probably won't expect this one right now.
Depends on Suggest's timing. With that, yeah, Suggest was able to turn around at the right moment. 2 kills. Texture holds off on the top of heaven as well. Just Forsaken and Divine shouldn't quite have it. And no, they do not. suggest even more dirt into the wound, and it stings. Divine now, the only one left, looks to hold on to his weapon, but not even that. Karen snuffs it away.
Yeah, that Viper's Pit at the tail end there, you know, the entrance in towards A covers stairs, covers any baby door entry in towards the side as well. It's a pretty destructive one when you consider how much utility you'd actually need to throw in there to kind of get in. And then you also wonder, well, it's a single lane. Anybody that is spotted in that pit, well, you're assuming they're just going to get sprayed. So really well done from Gen G from the beginning of just getting rubble control in towards the A site, seeing nobody home, having the, you know, the contingency at the end there with the pit too. New round though, 4 stack for Paper X towards the A side, an early duel potentially here.
And what could be one of their very last few buys. Gen G picks this up, it's going to be map point, so hopefully the stack helps them out. It's Forsaken up to the top of Rumble. Ooh, finds texture, but still the sprays from Karen over. He shrouded steps way past them, finds the quad! Jing, Divide, they all got blown apart. And it's just Mindfreak left to pick up the pieces. 3 pieces. Slowly looking for some placing back into the game, but still, it's Gen G. They have so much that they can do.
At this point in time, it's just on Gen G to not make a mistake here and give this round over towards Mindfreak that you've got to consider as well. Does he go for this?
He might try. It is 10 and 11.
It's a Viper though.
Yeah.
You have to, your only efficiency is going to be on your duels here.
If you are Mindfreak, you just feel so alone and cold right now. Gotta do everything. And as soon as he gives even a little peep, Munchkin will silence him. It's Gen G up to map point, and they are feeling way more confident.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this Gen G at the moment has an idea of how they're wanting to play this map, right? They've done their homework, they've done their preparation, they're having some really good mid to late round calls, and even some great early calls. I mean, you know, Karan, right? Once upon a time, a rookie in towards it. We're wondering what is he going to look like in his Valorant endeavors, and he's coming out with now, you know, we're calling him, you know, one of the pivotal core members of this award-winning roster in Gen G. Like, he's certainly stepped into it. He's the wonder kid.
Shrouded steps his way all over. Calls out a desperate timeout for Paper X. I mean, those war cries, man, I'm telling you, they are something.
Oh, yeah. No, 100%. And if you are Paper X at the moment as well, you know, what are you trying to do, right? Like, we're seeing some great duels being fought by Forsaken for sure. We're trying to see all of this utility to help set him up and everything, but when he's losing his life and your early round game plan isn't going your way as Paper X, there's nothing to really reactivate back for them currently.
And this is where I really do wonder what it feels like for the players on that stage right now. You are Paper X. You started out incredibly well against DRX last week. It's just to kind of throw that all away. Now you're very close towards pushing to an overtime right now as well. But do you have it? Everyone's eyes in this stadium, even right next to us. The analyst desk, their eyes are all glued to the screen right now. And they're all wondering, does Paper X have it?
Yeah, I mean, you got to consider the weight behind the names, right? Paper X, Gen G, staples. And right now, Jing, I was going to highlight him, who's having a bit of a shocker. So the fact that he's found an opening kill here.
Repositioning as well, something that a position that Karen has played before. This time we see a little bit more of it from Suggest, but Jing is working alongside Mindfreak to anchor down the C site.
And this is a really stretched wide default as well from Gen G, right? So what can Texture find over towards this A site? What timing can he kind of coordinate with this Viper utility? Ask for Munchkin, wall up, wall down. Try and clear a lot of this space, which is just a double hold at the A side at the moment.
At least for Paper X, though, the opening kill has already thrown a wrench into their plans. But Texture, look at that. The sudden peek out, even with a high-low, you know, someone crouched down. He's able to find the frag. That just might open things up. Off of a little kill, Paper X now peels back.
30 seconds left.
Divide. The salvos now as well. Can you combo them with anything to ensure a kill, or are you just using them for the time? It has to be a little bit of the latter.
Nonetheless, you can allow for Forsaken to get it somewhat, but Forsaken's pinned down by Texture on the A site. It's just down to Devi and his teammates to try to hold it off. Convergent paths, but no, it doesn't quite connect until Forsaken pushes up with Jing. 2-on-1, does Ash have it? Low HP, Jing gets destroyed. Forsaken now out from Baby Door, makes a bit of a footstep, out with the Phantom, goes for the spray, but Ash crouches down, finds the headshot, the triple in the round, and bringing us to the final destination on Lotus, 13-10.
Very well played from both teams, I gotta say. We had some really great moments of these teams showing their new character in the server, but at the end of it, I mean, how many occurrences did we have of just multi-fragging rounds in a row from Gen G, right? They closed it out with the 3 in a row there, 13-10. It's not the most comfortable win. A win is a win to start off this best of 3 though, and on your own map pick as well, right? We had weaknesses shown from PaperX, though you flip it on over, and Fracture's around the corner.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty tricky to say the least. I mean, some great performances, you know, some improvements coming out from PaperX, but it still leaves us a little bit wanting. Gen G, on the other hand, significant improvements coming out from the likes of Ash and Suggest. And not just that, for Texture to be able to step up as well. I mean, he's found opening duels on the defensive side. It's Ash and Suggest to be able to anchor certain sites.
Yeah, I think for me, one of my worries for this roster in Gen G at the moment was how are you incorporating Suggest, right? How are you looking to get him to bounce back from the last series? They're still a phenomenal team with a really strong structured core 3, but bringing in him, bringing in Ash, there's always going to be question marks with these rosters, right? I think that Suggest has just found things that were really working for him on that map, that he can bring elements of that into this next map as well.
And it's just so incredibly strong for Gen G. They must be feeling a lot better as compared to last week. But speaking of how things feel, I really do wonder what it feels in that PaperX room right now. But before all of that, we've got to toss the question over to our desk. We've got coaches on that staff after all, so tell us what it all feels like after this first map.
What it all feels like? Well, I think things went pretty okay, actually, for PaperX and for Gen G. Both of them playing far better than they did last week and during kickoff. And yeah, it did come pretty close. So Quack kept asking how it feels. How does it feel?
It feels tense. Like, losing map 1 is always scary. I do think there were signs of improvement there for PaperX. I thought in particular their defender side was stronger than last week, but it wasn't quite enough to get it over the line because their attacker side didn't look as good this week. Gen G also much more solid than we saw in week 1. As the caster said, special shout out to Ash and Suggest. I feel like they were both actually present in the game this time and able to kind of hold their own.
Yeah, I felt like Gen G really wanted that one. We could hear how loud they were getting.
Oh, they were screaming.
Yeah, we were on a completely another floor to them, and I could hear them getting rowdy. So they really do view this as an important game. They're trying to get themselves pumped up, and you saw some good moments. I mean, this was a phenomenal game from Caron, and you know, this is a map where your Omen can have a lot of impact for you, and he's really able to positionally play very well for Gen G, particularly on that attacker side. Had a couple of very impactful multi-frags. Totally agree. I think Suggest in particular really impressed me. You know, I felt like, I mean, I mentioned it in the pre-show, I felt like he was a bit of a liability on the Cypher on Ascent. He very much did his role here on Lotus, and he played the Senti role on the Vice very well, not only on defense, but also on attack. So great game from him. I think Forsaken is showing really, really good signs on Waylay. He seems to consistently find impact, and I think particularly with the ult, he's hitting a lot of people. He has a really good idea of how to use it. I really like that Waylay ult we saw down C long, where he's able to just kind of dismantle a whole setup with a Waylay ult.
Yeah, they definitely have good ideas with the Waylay. I've been enjoying watching it. It's just a shame it's not quite getting them over the line.
Yeah.
I do think what's also funny with Suggest in a way is that you could clearly see PRX's game plan was, let's find Suggest. Let's run a Suggest. Wherever he's going to be, we're going to take it to him. We saw them go C and B at the kind of start of that game a lot. They were avoiding A and really trying to find Suggest. And, you know, if somebody's disrespecting you like that in the server, there's only, you know, you got to stand up to bullies. He has to put a stop to it. And he did that. He did a great job of, he was able to hold down his site. He was able to anchor, and he forces PRX to pivot, change their game plan. So I think he did great that game.
Yeah, he did. In fact, let's rewind, speaking of the beginning of this match in the first half, on the second round of the anti-eco.
Yeah, I mean, second round, the force bite comes through from PaperX, and this was already kind of some worrying signs for me. I see the Waylay double dash into sight off the back of the Teo drone. Something stuns Forsaken. he dies for free, and then Mindfreak does this, a double kill through the smoke with one clip of a stinger, and all of a sudden this round goes into chaos. So some of this individual brilliance from Paper X really did some wonders in some of these rounds, but there was also some shakiness, and you even saw it in that last round with the clutch that Ash was able to pull off. They really weren't always on the same page, Paper X.
Yeah, I mean they did a good job. I think there to get the force buy ready to go was great. Now this was a great anchor from Suggest. I think this is what I mean. They were trying to punish him, but he found that gap. We know with Waylay that you're gonna be you have to have everything covered, so Suggest understands that and reads it. This was a different little wrinkle that we saw PRX had. We said we want to see them be more aggressive on their defense, so he's running down C and refracting away on pressure. Ooh. And this, of course, is that ult that we spoke about. This is the best team at getting value out of this ult, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I totally agree, and it's such a impactful ult when it does hit, because you're basically useless if you get hit by that Waylay ult. You're gonna basically be a liability, a sitting duck that really can't move anywhere or fire back too much, and you can see just how easy it is for Forsaken to roll back on through with that retake and complete it with relative ease. MVP goes to Caron. I think the best player for Gen G in kickoff, undoubtedly, and in that opening series he had one pretty good map, and then he had one map where he was kind of struggling. So I think Caron, up and down, but still well and truly shows the potential to be the best controller in the league, and can very much just win you a map when he's feeling himself. That crispy aim, the good old dot crosshair that always seems to hit the head, and the multi-frag potential, and positionally he's always just so sound. Like, he understands exactly where he is in the round and what he needs to do.
He's so comfy on Lotus. This is you know, Gen G have played so much Lotus. He's been on Omen for like all of it. He really understands this map. He understands his role in this map brilliantly. He's in the right positions. He knows the TPs. It's a joy to watch him play, and I'm glad that he kind of, this map at least was a little bit of a return to form for him, so nice to see.
It's actually remarkable that he was the rookie last year on Gen G, but now he feels like a fundamental being of Gen G. He's so important along with Texture there, and he does keep it up. Like you said, there are some inconsistencies, but he always in the end does step up. Now Fracture is going to be the next destination, the next map, and we know Paper X is pretty good at Fracture, and Gen G wasn't looking their finest.
No, definitely not. The Gen G game against RRQ was one of the games where I think they got smacked the hardest in kickoff, and they were playing a mirror comp in that regard with the Sova. I expect them to change their comp and probably bring something new, particularly with Ascent Suggest coming into the roster, and I wouldn't be surprised if Paper X changes it up either, because they played Fracture in kickoff, they had some success, but they have been playing a lot of Waylay lately, so that's something we could see them play again here.
Yeah, we haven't seen this from either team in Stage 1, so I think whatever preparations they will have made, we haven't had a chance to see it yet. And there was a big enough gap for both these teams because they didn't go to the international events. So I think changes should be expected for both of these teams. As you say, PRX historically quite good on Fracture. It is a map that suits their style well, but you know, they've not really been playing the old school PRX style in a way.
That's true, and role changes too.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I want to ask the question, right? This is a Raze map. Is Jing going to play Raze, or is Forsaken going to continue to play the Duelist? Because he's played the Duelist every single time for Paper X so far. Is Mindfreak going to be on Brim, or is Jing going to be playing on Brim? Because he's been playing that controller role, and who's going to be on the Senti? You know, is it going to be Mindfreak, or is he going to have to let someone else play Brimstone? I mean, Jemkin makes Brimstone look pretty easy. Just throw a Duelist on an iPad and then let him just frag out, right?
I want to see Jin go onto the Brimstone. Moving your Duelist across the Brimstone is a very easy transition for most Duelists because you drop your util and then you're able to go freely into the site. You're lacking the kind of nuance in a way that something like Omen has, where, you know, your paranoia is a hugely valuable bit of util. There's you know, the recharge on the smokes that you have to manage. Brimstone, it's drop and go. Then you become a gun.
Drop your smoke and you're a man with gun. You are just a man with gun. You're a little toy soldier from that point in the round. Don't think about anything. Just do stuff.
So I do think Jin could do a good job there. So I like
that.
Like to see that.
I like that idea. That could be really interesting, and almost without a doubt that both teams would be reshuffling things a bit. I'm of course curious how Gen G will be changing things up. You were already shocked that they changed their Lotus up a little bit. I wonder if they'll be doing the same for Fracture. But I know Paper X, they have evolved, adapted Fracture over the years and have generally been fine. So what's Gen G going to do? I'm pretty sure they want to close this out 2-0. Paper X is a tough opponent.
Yeah, I think honestly, Teo inclusion, I don't expect like the overall structure of the comp to change. Like, I don't see Gen G as a team that's going to flex into double duelists and change the roles up hugely. I think it will still be on Suggest on some kind of Sentinel. Ash, I mean, I probably don't want to see this over again. It didn't work for them so well last time, and I think maybe it might have been a comfort pick of Yeoman as well, to be fair, to some extent. So, look, I think breach Teo and just keep things simple, put texture on the Raze. Gen G is that team that I really do just expect to play whatever the meta comp is, whatever there's a high percentage strong comp is on the map.
Well, we are about to find out what these two teams, Gen G and PaperX, is going to play on Fracture. Fracture is just one of those maps. They say bangers on Split, but I think it's the same case for Fracture, and things have definitely changed up.
Yeah.
The Neons are in. We're not getting Raze on the PaperX side either.
Yeah, Gen G, I mean, texture was fantastic on the Neon on Haven the other day. Suggest not so much on the Cypher, so hopefully he's feeling a little bit more comfortable going into this one, but they are playing Breach Teo instead of the Sova.
DRX opting to kind of stay with this format with their compositions. We do see Jing on the Brimstone like we spoke about. I think this is a better role for him, and I think he should have an improved performance. Forsaken staying on that Duelist with the same core supporting behind. Mindfreak staying on the Sentinel. We've been asking for consistent roles on PaperX forever, and they seem to be delivering now.
Yeah, this is what they're going for, just uniformity in terms of the roles. So we'll see if that is going to be something that's going to work for them, because a lot of people are going to be seeing Jing not on Raze on Fracture and doing a bit of a question mark here.
Well, PaperX does come from a Duelist core here. Quack, who casted some of PaperX's earliest game, might remember Forsaken being a primary duelist, and it looks like that's the role here. We're gonna go into map 2 and send it to our casters Komodo and Quack.
Oh yes, I very much so remember that, Victoria, way back in like 2022. Now we're getting to see more of that right now on the stage, but at the same time, you know, just thinking about how all of those results from the very first map plays out, Komodo. I mean, you saw that shot of something with his eyes closed in that chair.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a lot going through your head in this sort of scenario as well, but you do have, I guess, one saving grace that you're going into your own map pick choice, right? So we're looking for something new from PaperX, where they're running this T1 comp. So are they going to be able to draw some little parallels from that position and apply them here?
We'll see if that does pay off for them, but right now, just a full collision outside of bench and arcade. Jing will be able to find one off of the little exchange, though. Just a full dump of utility, and right now, a bit of an aftershock to allow for Ash to go for a peek, but Forsaken will still be able to rear his crosshairs around. Munchkin, however, will be able to push up as well until he gets taken out. All that said and done, Suggest was able to look deeply into the seaside and past defender spot.
Yeah, but is it going to work for anything? That's the problem right now. You get an idea from Mindfreak that eventually the lurk is going to be there, and 1 versus 3, I mean, both of these guys are low, but if you're just playing to the numbers, you're doubling up and maybe not, like, going to get clattered.
Hopefully.
Hopefully not.
High-low. Oh, God, they got away just in the blink of an eye to set up for the fault line. So just stays tucked away. You know, PaperX, they still have the spike.
Yep. Reposition again, go for another high-low.
Again, a high-low, and there it is. Forsaken to pick up the pistol round for PaperX.
Yep, more multi-frags come through from Forsaken. And if this is, you know, one of the new looks of PaperX, where we're actually finally getting structured roles and stuff, it is, you know, down to this comfortability factor, right? When I'm thinking of this roster, Forsaken, you know, on the Duelist again, okay, that makes sense. But for something as well, right? How is his breach looking like? Because that's seemingly becoming one of the more common picks for him. And I mean, I think his caliber of play, he's going to make any agent look, you know, kind of above average. But for Breach, you know, to set up this team, he really needs some great timing to really be consistent.
And that's where it does get a little bit more tricky to be able to pull off these plays, but at the same time, Gen G, okay, just picking up the alt orbs right now.
I do like that. I mean, Fracture, there's 4 of them. It's not a bad idea.
Play a bit of Pac-Man. There goes the second pellet. Jing, wow, a lot of discipline. He's not going in for the peak, knowing that there might be a lot of them on the other side. As I say that, he does go for the swing. Finds Ash, though, not too shabby.
Yep.
And smokes it off.
I mean, we heard it on the analyst desk, right? Switching Duelists onto a Brim when he's not on the iPad. Just point and click. At the end of the day, Valorant is point and click. Just like that.
Just like that. Second kill found in the round. Gen G still in the same spot as before. Now you've got Mind Freak chiming on the other end, but Genji, with the information that they had from before, trying to look for the pinch against Jing. Oh, no. And Texture will find it. That's not too bad. In the pistol rounds, able to find a bit of damage against Paper Rex. That's a couple of rifles lost, but still, of course, Paper Rex will pick up the round.
I was going to say, nearly a flawless anti-eco, but getting a little bit too ahead of themselves are Paper Rex. Now they're going to have to, you know, fashion out some good defenses in the 4-lane map. You know, one of the things when it does come towards Fracture as well is you got to think, right, are we using the likes of a Vice Wall to be kind of a glorified alarm bot, right? Are we looking to just leave it in one position, going together?
It was the last bullet.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise, all right. Well, now we've got the buys. And Genji start with 3 north side, 2 south side. Paper Rex pushes out alongside the stealth drone. Stuns and relays suggest trying to stay alive. Ash just kind of abandons him, deserts him. But with that, a bit of information and a timed read as well. Genji will be able to push into the B side, blocks them off of the angle with the salvos as well. Will they have the spike plant off of this?
Oh, but will you expect Texture to already be pushed near spawn? The answer's gonna be no. That is so awkward. And this round is actually turning on its head.
Oh my, what happened? With that though, Karen left to kind of fill up the blanks. He finds a bit of a double, but still nothing much found after that. Paper Rex will be able to find those trades needed to pick up the bonus.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these common things that we are seeing on a map like Fracture when you are running this. It's something that I think, you know, Vice comps can do quite well, right? If you are just considering the shear wall's versatility when you're using it as a glorified alarm bot over towards Dish, where it more commonly is, you open up your team to go for a crunch on the south side, the attacker side spawn side of things, and taking tree control, it kind of does make sense when you consider this composition that Paper Rex are running.
So hoping to expect more of that. You are on the defense, and you do need to get proactive. Swapping onto different sides, though, and now hearing a lot more pressure. Again, back in towards bench. It's up to Mind Freak to pilot this Vise. He tries to reposition himself. There are a lot of smokes up around the site. Pushing out, though, Jing will be able to find the first frag. Denies a little bit of entry, but still, Genji pushes past tower. And that's Mind Freak gone.
Oh, they should have heard him.
Stingers and everything. Yep, a bit of noise as well, but for Forsaken, just to land this nasty relay bolt, slides forward as well, looks for the third, but Texture answers back. Low HP, but still a doable one-on-one until he throws out the fast lane. Something. Timed peak finds the 4th round for Paper Rex.
Just wanting to really get dirty with these duels. I mean, it was working how many times over on Lotus, right? Setting up for Forsaken for multi-frags upon multi-frags. He's just getting comfortable back in his own element. And you've got, you know, a lot of these smokes that they're playing around with. You don't need to keep it too chaotic around the side as well, right? Just get the gunplay happening. And it's working a treat at the moment for Paper Rex. And I think one of the things to really consider here is we've seen 4 rounds. It's pretty much 4 different ideas. So they're really, you know, trying to explore and keep things guessing on it for as far as Genji are concerned.
Well, Genji looked to deal with some of those concerns early on. Wow, Rolling Thunder straight into the B site, but Forsaken has kind of gotten away because of that sprint. So back in towards the safety of Generator and Canteen, something will be able to find a spray through the smokes. And now for Karen to try to hold, he's able to find the microflake, snaps back onto a Texture, chiming in as well from Canteen. A bit of a swap around in positions, and Paper Rex are now finding themselves a little bit dazed and confused. Flashpoint out, but spike not yet planted. Genji a little bit pinned down as well, Komodo. Still though, Paper Rex trying to reposition themselves into sight lines. Karen and Munchkin find the frags needed to put Genji on the board.
Yeah, Orbital Strike is actually quite big there for Genji. It doesn't net any kills, but it buys some time, and it buys, more importantly, some space. That shot to come through from something was absolutely ridiculous, by the way. But the fact that there's some multi-kills coming out from Karen, some aggression through these smokes, some risks being taken for the side of Genji as well. But ultimately, right, a bit of a reset when it comes to that 55-second mark. Munchkin, Karen, they don't overpressure themselves, right? They don't push forwards and just try to get this round done and dusted there, and then they reset a little bit. And now you're switching into a new round where we've got this tree control back again. We've got the shear wall up at Dish to just make sure it's watching it. This worked for Paper Rex last time, remember? And it's gorgeous to start off yet again.
even with the camera and the trips, PaperX are still moving forward. Just double keying it, as they've been known to do. Suggest tries to avoid by tucking himself in towards a main. Genji looking to recollect, regroup themselves, and re-engage into the A site.
Yeah, just to recontact back in towards it as well. Go through the shear together, try and explode on in. Bit of a contact play up towards it, but now I foresee the problem, right? You've got into the site, the spike will eventually come from Dish, because I think even Munchkin got trapped by the shear wall, by the way. You go for the plant, but you've already got a PaperX to TR. That is ridiculous.
Just as you thought that they might have been able to get closer into the site, Karen into a deeper position, wipes the taste of blood off out of his mouth, and finds punches back against PaperX. A bit of a flashpoint as well, and all of a sudden, Jing needs to turn his crosshairs away off of contact now. Karen swinging as well. Divine needs to save.
Yeah.
Oh!
Not even going to be able to. Some aggression from Texture. Carol, by the way, 1 HP to survive with that one. But, you know, 2 rounds attributed to Genji. Multi-kills for Caron, getting 2 kills yet again to really get them back in towards this round when you consider, you know, PaperX, W Gaming straight up in towards the spawn, looking for it, just over, just not really, you know, calculating that they're going to be over on the rafters. So nicely done for Genji. I wouldn't be surprised actually if we want to take a bit of a timeout for PaperX soon. It wouldn't be too bad. You know, you don't want to afford Genji to get a wriggle on towards this attacking side. This is the round, though, that's haphazard, right, for PaperX. You're not going in with a sensational buy. You've got some exit strategies if you need to stall Genji, right?
Oh.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, not quite. Not really able to stall currently, and a lot of oohs and ahs from the crowd as well with the war cry from before. But as I say that, Mind Freak, a bit of a push out from Dish, will be able to pick off an unsuspecting Karen. That just might have splashed a bit of cold water onto Genji.
Not able to retrieve the gun, though, unfortunately, for PaperX. So we're just going to see some moments of individuals here. See if anyone else can hit some sharp shots. And, I mean, if you're going to be tempted whatsoever to use a couple of these ultimates that PaperX do have, you know, 1 kill, 1 more kill, and maybe you're going to dump them in, especially if Genji are going to try and play for the time here with their recontact back towards this A site.
He's grouping up onto it. Utility now for the execute, and especially with Texture on this Neon, able to get deep behind enemy lines.
30 seconds left.
PaperX nearby, salvos on both ends, fault line as well. But the orbital strike has been avoided. That is huge for Genji. 20 seconds, and with enough numbers, they could still get the spike
There's still
down.
an Armageddon, though. You have to bait out this Armageddon. There's 10 seconds, and it's just going to be thrown in.
Trying to get their way through. Armageddon now deployed, and with that, no spike plant found. Genji able to strike back. PaperX out of position. All the kills found in the round.
Yeah, not playing for the actual timing that the Armageddon can buy. Everyone trying to face the fights when that ult does go on down.
Oh, PaperX.
It's at the cost of, you know, all of the ultimates being invested in that one as well, right? Orbital Strike, Armageddon, Steel Garden. A discussion now.
You might need a timeout off of that.
Oh, 100%. If you're not taking a timeout at this point in time, yeah.
But what do you say in this timeout? You got a minute. Surely you can't reprimand the players for this. Oh, no.
I mean, you got to think for PaperX as well, right? What's been working? Some tree pushes where we're getting really aggressive with Forsaken. We're getting some great shots coming out, and for Genji, we've seen, you know, a couple of moments from Caron who's been able to answer back, right? We're seeing them re-clear things after some early engagements. It's a slowdown effect for Genji where they're really starting to play with the time, right? It's the old Genji style of you've got a beginning, a middle, and an end. And it's the beginning at the moment that PaperX are winning. It's just the end that they're not able to.
That's what it is. That's always been what it is. Think about that 10-13 from the first map, that 8-0 against DRX.
I mean,
the PaperX fan in me is crying, but the professional caster in me is trying to say, Genji is just doing such a good job of recognizing PaperX's tendencies.
Well, the professional in me is saying that there are so many moments that we're seeing really good growth scenarios for both of these teams that, you know, this is the caliber of gameplay. Had they come out in the first week, would have been cool. Right now, though, a lot of utility around Arcade. No casualties just yet.
Until, more flashes over. PaperX still looking a little bit antsy, trying to hunt down for some of these frags. Jing from the other end will be able to get that pinch up against 2 players. Texture, though, deep in towards tunnel, still looking to get his way out. He's gotten away with a couple of kills off his own.
Yeah, that Rolling Thunder actually out from something, not able to finalize Texture. You have the north side wrap crunch from PaperX, where now, let's flip it upside down. Let's see Gen G do it.
And trying to pull off one of their own, but mainly the objective of the round, the spike being dropped. Gen G needs to come back in to take these fights against PaperX, where PaperX are trying to retain their hold onto it. Jing has a full kit of smokes, deploys his first one.
The problem is, Jing can just reset them yet again, more so than Charon, so you have to go for an aggressive peek. Mind Freak gets bit.
Getting a little bit too curious, and you know what they say happens to that cat.
30 seconds
Want
left.
the corpse. Give me the corpse. 20 seconds, give it to me!
That would be huge for Gen G now, wouldn't it? Something still close by. Finally being able to get detected, still finds that frag, and Jing off of the other side of the boxes finds Charon. Able to save themselves in this round, 5-3.
If Suggest was able to get off the neural theft, would that have been a different ending towards the round? Would you have been able to start to spam through the box? Look, I don't know. It didn't happen. And PaperX, the early idea of getting the early aggression towards Arcade, right? What did we just speak about? The beginning they've looked good in. It's the end that they've not really been able to finalize in those past couple of rounds where Gen G were able to string them together. This time, they were able to solidify the end of that one and hold on towards the lead.
Yeah, pull themselves back a little bit, hold on to that spike. Still though, the next round, Gen G will answer back with a little bit more aggression of their own, so a bit more space now, back up towards Arcade. Possibly looking to get Tower, but not quite yet. You've got Suggest all the way down tree. He might just get pinched though.
Yeah.
Not quite in the spot to use the camera, and with that being taken out, now he knows.
Yeah,
has to regroup.
He knows his time was coming, but at that point in time, he's bought enough for his whole team to get in towards the B site. Nobody's home. There's no ultimates that you need to contend with on the side of PaperX, and you yourselves, well, hey, let's just have a little bit of a dance with our big ones.
Take some big steps. Throw PaperX off balance. But PaperX able to have some steps of their own as well until the Armageddon gets deployed. So PaperX needing to avoid that for now. Timer still ticking. Something though, his position could be pivotal for this retake. Flashpoint does buy a bit more time. A bit more presence being made known, and Jing pushes up. The trade found by Suggest. Fault line sent through, but it's going to be Munchkin that finds the trades right back until something swings out from the left side. Still more frags found for PaperX to stick that defuse at the end.
A lot of the trades coming on through. I'm seeing a huge rat through spawn from something, not able to assist his team, but eventually will come forward, and the 1 versus 1, he will best the counter breach.
Yeah, a bit of a counter breach, counter play. And it's that early aggression that has been tampered with.
Always like seeing the replays as well, and how everyone's just moving around the map like Fracture as well, with all the different corners that you can play with and corners you can hide in. Never want to overlook them, which is going to be a big one right now, because if you're seeing this Sands control in towards A main for PaperX, they're going to have a potential massive wrap back towards this tree area again, where Gen G are looking to slowly go in towards.
Like you said, that's what PaperX has been good with, the early start. Some of these wraps, we've seen them from the past 2 rounds now on opposite ends of the map. Now, a bit of a different pace, and it's a sudden peek out from Jing. Surely aware that Gen G are trying to pull off the B-split once again. The aftershock from something.
Yeah.
Forsaken now from the back, and all of a sudden Munchkin and Karen need to watch out for many angles, trying to backpedal themselves in towards tunnel, but PaperX just relentlessly chasing them down.
Yeah, unfortunately for Suggest there as well, the aftershock, he was not able to get out of it, and even throwing his hat in the ring, the neural theft to try and get all the information, well, it didn't really work out, right? A bit of a different look for PaperX, because they're not really aggressively getting A main control this time. They're just going a little bit slower for it, clearing it out with the stealth drone and then getting the wrap later on. So I do like that they themselves have some different, fast takes, slow takes in this map of Fracture.
Sometimes it's that variety that really throws off Gen G's expectations. Once again though, Gen G trying to go for the same site, 4-1 split this time.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Mindfreak to be able to bunker down this B site by himself at the moment. Spotted out behind Dice, but being self-sufficient.
All right, now to reposition against Texture as well. The overdrive will come in handy, but will it be enough for Gen G to truly get their way in? The sheer wall does buy a bit of time for the rest of the Paper X faithfuls to transition their way across the map.
Are they going to be aware of this top north side flank too quickly? I mean, you've not tapped your camera.
Yeah, and with that, just does allow for Paper X to truly get in. Suggest, unfortunately, a little bit of a ball being dropped. Still now, Munchkin very much so alive. Hit by the fault line though. Jinx trying to hunt him down. Up for the one-on-ones. Munchkin dances around the boxes, and something will be able to trudge forward with the shorty, but the Red Bull clutch found by Munchkin.
Yeah, he answers back this time, able to win the 1v1 against something, not drop it when really Gen G needed to find something, right? You're starting to see Paper X get a good grasp on this defensive start from the beginning of the half, a couple back. You got Texture going in with the ultimate. He's on relatively low HP, but I gotta wonder as well, right? On a map like Fracture, if you're playing a Cypher and you've got this really standard camera towards the north side, if you're not being proficient enough to check it whilst also layering in towards the side, I mean, getting snuck up on from north side, that can really hurt, and a lot of the fault becomes your own on that.
Yeah, it's still something that needs adjusting.
Yeah, but
of a different role.
Luckily enough, Gen G were able to still win it in the end.
Yeah. Especially with Munchkin being able to pull off the clutch. 4-7, maybe even 5-7.
Ooh, this would be really interesting for Paper X if they do want to rip it. I mean, there's two players here.
All they do, something that was somewhat pulled off before the Waylay from last week, but here it goes. In with the frags and in with a lot of space being found and collected. Mindfreak even able to anchor down the B side as well. Everything going right for Paper X in this round.
Absolutely. 2 versus 5 for Munchkin and Caron, and well, now just make it 1 in Munchkin.
Off of a bit of a timing, Mindfreak repositions into tower. So that's going to be now just Munchkin.
You would need
Canteen.
You would need a generational fumble from Paper X here
well,
to be able to win this one.
I know we say that, but it's like...
No. It's not going to happen.
Generational fumble and a miracle. What's the story this time, Komodo?
Story? There isn't one. It's fine. There's no fumbles here. 8-4 half is really good from Paper X, I will say. Enough to set themselves up for the attacking side when you do consider that Forsaken has been, you know, finding his groove on how to play entry back in towards this roster, right? Waylay play was actually looking a lot better, even if there was, you know, some little fumbles on it, but on towards Neon, right? Is he going to be able to do a little bit better than Texture was able to do here?
We'll see once we swap over onto the second half. At least in the beginning, I mean, so far they were somewhat evenly matched. It's just after the little bit of a timeout from Alex that Paper X began to find their footing. Like you mentioned, it's all of these early round aggressions, and Paper X have begun to tighten some of their plays a little bit more, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Gen G running one of the more common comps. You see a lot of teams run this one for a specific reason, right? No one really playing in towards the Vice with this assortment of agents as well. So we're going to see, hopefully, Suggest not be a bit of a weak point as well for them.
He was good on the first map.
Yeah, that is 100% true, but changing it on towards the Cypher, you know, there's a lot of pressure on him to make sure he's getting the assistances, and for Ash as well, what's his utility combo is going to be looking like playing on this Taeho with Munchkin as well.
Both teams kind of finding themselves into similar positions or similar circumstances. See how it all plays out in the second half. At least though for Gen G, 4-1 stack closer to the B site.
Yeah, we're gonna have just another go at Arcade. Let's just restart the map.
Yeah, if we take a look at the heat map after this map, I mean, that's where all of the X's are gonna be. Gen G in with the 4-stack. Oh, the salvos though. Okay, a bit of fault line as well, but Texture just able to sidestep off of it. Counter fault line as well. Karen coming in with a frag of his own. Paper X trying to call off the hit.
Yeah, now
straight into A.
there is only Ash here, so if you are able to best him, that would, ooh, nice shot coming out. Yeah, corner of the wall. They'll get all the information though that Dish is still being played, so you've overwhelmed Ash, but already the rotation here from Texture.
Look at Texture, kicking things into high gear, already into the site. Bit of damage found, but still the spike planted, and that would be nice in terms of economy for Paper X. That said, Gen.G still looking to find this retake through A main, interestingly enough. They make a lot of noise around the door, but with force in numbers, the flashes as well, they will find these 2 critical kills just to Vi left. He might have the salvos, but I don't think he's got enough in the frag department. Has to peek out, but he's being smoked off as well. Reloads, repositions, but Foots has been spotted, and that's gonna be Texture with the triple in the very first round in the second half.
Yep, good idea at the very beginning of the round, right? You use all those combos of utility to gain some arcade control, and it goes 2 ways. You win the duels and you gain the space, or there's no one there and you gain the space anyways, and then you look for a wrap somewhere else, right? One of the big common things, especially on a pistol round, where you can play your breach flashes as well on top of those sewers. Really sharp shots to come out from them in these pistol rounds, not leaving any corners unchecked. Comes a little bit unwinnable for Device. So the way back in towards this map at the moment to bring things closer, pistol round towards Gen.G. But for Paper X, I mean, we saw this in map 1 when they did get the plant down on that attacking side. They forced up, they won it.
Oh yes, they do. A lot of noise made already though, and Gen.G will be happy to dump their utility right back into the choke point, and allows for Texture to reposition himself so comfortably. The triple found, the spike has been dropped. Munchkin right around the corner as well, alongside Ash with the Stinger and the Spectre. Just Mind Freak. Full HP, sure, but 5 opponents off to the other end. Okay, we're gonna start things by opening up the door. That's a bit of a bold move, but a move that gets trumped nonetheless.
Don't need hard analysis in that one, Quack. That's just Texture shooting with the Guardian, with them all flooding out of the dish, of the drop. Just see it back again here. He does work around that wall and the pillar of the site quite nicely, I will admit. But, I mean, everyone just getting activated. That's a force buy for Paper X not going their way. So if you consider the next time they're going to have their proper weaponry, well, it's going to be the round after this next one. And then you're just knocking at the door of Paper X, right? Trying to equalize things.
It's Paper X home.
Well, they have been so far.
Oh, we still have yet to see them in this second half. I gotta say that. Salvos right now for early aiming control for Gen.G.
Can you find an opener, steal a gun, make things, you know, one step more promising?
At least still the utility dump. Paper X trying to find some headway, and it's going to be Forsaken in with the Bucky plays! Jing adding some assistance as well, jumps on over, low Munchkin, but Karen finds a tap.
That's silly, honestly. That is absolutely silly.
Still a bit more space though, and look at Jing, swaps over, hands the Bucky back in, and up around tower. Now Munchkin a little bit afraid to push up front.
They know they tagged Munchkin as well. They know that.
So they're happy to stick around the corner, overstay their welcome as it were, because Gen.G, there's no chance in hell that they're giving Paper X the boot. Suggest though, certainly will try. So taking down Jing, but you've got 2 left. Something holding up by drop. Oh, nasty flick. And you've got a bit more utility as well, but that's not needed. Devi in with a Guardian. What a round by Paper X.
Yeah, that's a funny one, right? Who would win, the Bucky Boy or all of these, you know, better weapons? The positioning though, I mean, Ash was stunned up, so you got to give credit for that one, and then just mechanics on the ropes as well, juggling over different weaponry for Paper X, but getting in, right? They're hitting the funny shots, they're then settling themselves down, and the eyes are certainly on the prize. You know, it went from let's find some damage to hey, we can win this round, let's win it.
That's one of these like TikTok plays. Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love it when it happens.
Put the music behind it.
Yeah,
and stuff. Yeah.
Don't know what that song is called, but I know what you're talking about. Still though, next round comes up. Paper X not looking to slow down their pace whatsoever. Relay bolts from both sides, but now it's Paper X to go in for the quad peek. Munchkin gone. Ash out of position. Texture off to the other end to try to bail out his teammate. A double kill is not too bad, and that allows for Ash to refill that space, re-peek once again. again. Suggest out from the top. Mindfreak trying to answer back in a one-on-one. Crouches, a bit of a tap, and Karen's down in the dirt.
1v1 going the way of PaperX this time. We keep trading them backwards and forwards. If you remember that the Munchkin something duels that we had on the last half as well. I think we've just seen like the trading of both relay bolts, of both special deliveries, fault lines. Like, we want this Sands control at the moment, but unfortunately it's just, you know, Gen G wanted a re-1 time. They're not able to win that one.
Yeah, both sides not afraid to go in for that brawl, but currently PaperX have been successful.
Yep.
Just being able to find these trades. With that though, okay, we got an ult coming out from Texture. Trying to go in for the spams, but PaperX are happy to stick themselves together, watching each other's back shoulder to shoulder. Still though, out from the A main area, Suggest finds a double, PaperX answers back. It's just Ash left with the Sheriff. Damage found though, so it's still not too bad for Gen G. They are still in this fight, but at the end of it all, Komodo, you gotta admit, PaperX, they are close to that map point.
Yeah, 100%, and with being as proficient as they were in the previous couple of rounds, they are going to be all getting their ultimates in towards the next round, bar one. I mean, if Devi picks up the orb, right, he gets the Armageddon, and then you've just got Mindfreak trailing a little bit. So these can be these really scary rounds. I wouldn't actually be surprised going into this next round, Quack, if we do see some sort of orb maintenance on the side of Gen G, right? Because I've just noted that they have two players that are close to a couple of their ultimates as well, and in this sort of situation, you need something big from Gen G to start to come back on this defensive side.
Do wonder what that could be, though. Ults for sure, but right now, as the rounds play on, you know, it's been PaperX going for that Sands control. Gen G tries to wrangle it back from them. PaperX still happy to play around south side of the map. So Gen G a little bit more respect now, but they are happy to peek all the way out just to check if PaperX are on the other end. Not too much in terms of the information department, and PaperX will find their entryway into the B site.
And to be able to get in here as well with not really needing to use too much of their ults whatsoever until that orbital comes on down, they're going to set themselves up nicely for this post.
Being able to block Gen G off. Oh, a bit of positioning from something as well, but look at that. Oh, he still takes the frag against Texture. Oh, Ash for the trade, so not too bad. And that's going to be the Armageddon, you're right. Still need to find the right position, the right timing for it. One Armageddon out, another Armageddon back in from Devi. Mindfreak goes for the peak, Devi finds a frag, Forsaken out for the last one. PaperX to reach map point.
Convincingly as well with how they've been playing this one so far. I mean, I think this is like one of my favorite things to say in this game of Valorant so far. Stun's a cosmetic. Doesn't really matter. Something's still getting that kill, using his Rolling Thunder just as he dies as well. But in the grand scheme of things, it does not matter because PaperX still get the round done. They still got it, and they've got 6 map points. They're sitting in a like really comfy chair, laying back at the moment. It's padded. It's a good place to be for them.
Definitely shaking off those initial map nerves. And that diligent aim training paying off for something. I mean, he didn't let go of that target, not a bit. Now PaperX peeling off, straight back, in with the A hit. Mindfreak finds the first, Forsaken now in with the next, overdrive as well. And Gen G look to reclaim, but it's not quite happening, not yet. Oh my word, Steel Garden as well for Mindfreak.
Yeah. Able to actually gather it from the previous round in this round and use it, and
it feels as though everything is over.
Yeah.
Suggest Karen. They do have the Neural Theft, so trying to take their time with things, keeping themselves together. Neural Theft deployed. PaperX still tries to keep them away.
Time
so trying to play for the time of it. Yes, that's what that utility is for. Forces Gen G to reclaim space again, but back up towards tower. That's where PaperX are all playing around. Here comes the utility once more. Karen out of position, so uncomfortable, just to put PaperX back up on top of their own map pick. The final score on Fracture, 13-6.
Very confident looking map for PaperX in that one. Some really good ideas, some really good spawn side crunches, north side crunches, just getting really dirty. I mean, how many duels did we see where there's 3, 4 people from each team just getting involved in these fights, and PaperX coming on top or bowing out with an equalization. You know, they're really loving the scrap plays on a map like Fracture, but then still able to come out with these really good space takes as well, and a good beginning, middle, end. This new identity of PaperX, I mean, they're getting, you know, they're having to go through the reps on stage to try and figure out what is going to be working for them with all these different role swaps. But Forsaken, I mean, over the course of these 2 maps, he's really been set up by his team well.
Oh, yes.
And I think that's really pivotal for this new little look for PaperX. And on the flip side for Gen G on this map, right, I don't even think it's one of those problems where we've seen, you know, like Suggest be bullied or Ash be bullied, because there's a lot of moments where Gen G, it's just, you know, everyone's not able to hit their shots. They're getting caught out with multi-peoples on PaperX. Like, yeah, they had some instances, sure, where things were looking good, but ultimately on this one, PaperX just looked far more better.
Yeah, I just can't get that round 15 out of my mind where Forsaken had that Bucky. I mean, it really is glimpses of that PaperX hive mind again. Everyone chiming in, especially with the Vine with some utility as well. It just looks so much better. So, now, Komodo, we've had improvements from Gen G in map number 1. We've had improvements from PaperX in map number 2. Where does that all lead us to? The very inevitable conclusion on the final map where we see them all clash out. How's that gonna look? Well, we have to toss that over to our very lovely desk to break all of it down.
That's right, we've got a series on our hands between Gen G and PaperX. PaperX wins on their map pick of Fracture, still looking comfortable as ever on this very dynamic map.
So much better from them, I have to say. It looked a lot more old school in their approach. I feel like they weren't playing afraid. We see absolute dominance in the first Bloods there, 15-4.
Yeah.
It's near impossible to play the game when you never get that first kill. When you never get that clean entry, you're always on the back foot. So PRX made the game so hard for Gen G there.
Yeah, they forced Gen G to react to what their game plan was, and they clearly had an idea of exactly what they wanted to do. I mean, we'll touch on the aggression on defense, and we were kind of questioning their defense coming into this series, but particularly here on Fracture, a map that really suits their style. They're unafraid to be aggressive. It's a map that necessitates aggression on that defensive side, and PRX took full advantage of that. Outstanding game for Jing compared to what we saw on Lotus here on the controller. I mean, I don't know if that's a case of just iPad and then man with gun, you know, go kill some people, but he did a lot better on the controller this time around. Textured, I felt like kind of just did his best to try and carry the boys. He was looking really fired up on the Neon in particular. A lot of great multi-frags from him, but it just wasn't enough, and it's another game where I felt like Suggest and Ash on Cypher Teo, which is what we saw in their debut on Ascent, didn't work out too well for them. But to be fair, Fracture is a map that has looked weak for Gen G, even going back to kickoff, so maybe they just haven't found the right approach on this map yet.
Yeah, I think they're still figuring it out, but I have to shout out Jing. By the way, you can steal this. If you only play Jet, you only play Reyna in your ranked games, and you need to fill smokes, play Brimstone. It's so easy. You can see this all the time. The duelist go across to Brimstone, you can frag. It's the simplest agent you have to think about. So much better performance from him. He should be settled into the series now. But we're moving across to Haven, where I would be surprised if we're going to see a Brimstone, but we'll touch on that later.
He could just only play Brimstone from now on.
I wouldn't say no.
Darnie, the beatboxer who has done a track for APAC before, only exclusively plays Brimstone, but he's really good at shooting, so it seems to work for them.
Respect.
They did get, what, 15 first kills on this map as opposed to the 4 on Gen G. It is absolutely insane. Haven, now, you know, we can't even get to Haven yet because there are some highlight moments we need to talk about on this map, and one thing that we were concerned about was the attack side and defense side for PaperX.
Yeah, defense side in particular, I think we mentioned it at the start of the series, but they only got 6 rounds on defense. What is the answer to not a good defense? I mean, a lot of people say the best defense is a good offense, and that was PaperX's approach definitely here on Fracture. They were running it down, a lot of top side, bottom side crunches, and at the end of the day, it did a lot of good work for them. They found a lot of opening kills, and you saw that in the initial kind of, highlights at the end there, where you did have like 15-4 or something like that at the end of things.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is why this map has been so good for them. Fracture is a map where you cannot be static on your defense, and that was their problem last week. So we see them not being afraid to get aggressive, and it's a much better look for them. That's what I want to see them continue.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you saw players like Suggest being bottom side, getting kind of isolated. They ran at him on the bonus round. Here again, you see like a little tree take, and they're just really trying to sandwich him. They're forcing him out of position. And then, what do you even do against this? It's Ash and Suggest bottom side. You're getting Breach, Brim ulted, and crunched and run out with a Neon ult. Like,
that's a hands off the keyboard. Yeah, I'm dead, guys.
We saw that, I think, in Masters Bangkok as well. I think T1 was one of the teams that were playing. But man, just throwing out all your ults at spawn, whew, what a way to end it.
There's nothing you can do. It's one of those rounds you just go, yeah, okay, we'll move on.
Go arcade, guys. Dish, go dish. Go dish now, please.
Well, Jing is our MVP. Nice to see him back on the board again, playing this. And you guys pointed out, he just looks a lot more comfortable in the Brimstone than the Omen. And like you said, there's a lot more that you kind of need to work with the Omen and working together with your team here. But yeah, I like it. Stim Beacon Jing.
Yeah, I mean, it's so nice. Jing is a fragger, and he's at his best at top speed. So
yeah.
Stim Beacon's probably a nice little ability for him. He probably quite enjoys it. But yeah, massive respect for him. He turned it round from that one in the series, which is difficult to do. So we just hope he can settle in for this third series. As we say, it's going to be on Haven. Barring changes, he'll be back on that Omen, but he needs to bring some of the character that he just showed in that map too.
Okay, both of these teams need to work on their Haven based on the performance we saw last week. Genji was playing against Boom and DRX versus PaperX. And PaperX, we talked about it with Alex here. We have to acknowledge the first 8 rounds. Awesome on the attack. But now, Genji will be starting on the attack side for Haven. I think they know that too, that, you know, PaperX hasn't figured out their defense. Well, at least last week anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I still have to say I'm quite worried for Genji. I mean, they've been running this Viper for a long time, and I felt like Boom massively exposed it in a way. You know, Genji are not a team known for their crazy innovation moving forwards and pushing the meta. They love this Viper. They've been running it for a long time, but that means there's a huge bank of information available on you. Even swapping to the Teo, it's a slight difference, but it's not massive. And I felt like Boom were able to exploit that.
Yeah, to some extent. I think PaperX looked a little bit too one-dimensional on that attack after the first 8 rounds. You got some good adaptation coming in for DRX, and then they just really didn't figure out their defense. I think defense could be a little bit tricky to play with the Yoru comps as well. It's a lot around TP timings. It's a lot around using the Yoru well and hiding what your setup is. You know, you could have a breach trap on one side and the Yoru kind of with a TP on op. One team that just does that phenomenally well at the moment is T1. They're a nightmare to attack into because you just never know where Buzz is going to be. So I think if PRX can, you know, use full advantage of that, that will work a little bit better for them. And I think one thing, at least for Fracture and going into this map, is that it really does feel like these roles are completely solidified inside PaperX. If Jing is not playing Raze on Fracture, if you're seeing the same roles on a map like Fracture where you can be a little bit more flexible in terms of who's playing what, I really do think this is what you're going to see for PaperX for the majority of this stage. But you always have to keep in the back of your mind as a team that prepares for them or someone that watches them as well, that they can also shift into that other style at some point if they need to.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of flexibility, right? You know, that kind of old school style, even if they want to play more double initiator, the ability to run it down will never go away. It's like riding a bike, you know? They just need to be told, yeah, guys, we're just going to go loose on this game.
Just rolling it down a hill like this.
So they still have that in their back pocket, but I wouldn't expect to see that yet. I think they are trying to redefine themselves in a way, become more structured, become more consistent in their roles, and, you know, I guess we'll see how it goes for them in map 3 if they do stay with that style.
Yeah, I am a bit curious about it. I can't see why they wouldn't, though. Look, they had a solid first half. I've joked about it with Alex. I'm like, it looks like your Haven's kind of half crap, and he got a little defensive about it. So maybe they'll fix it on the second half here, and they have no choice going against Genji. Genji has the same problem as well. Now, Achilles has said this a couple times coming into today that this is probably the hardest one for him to predict, near 50-50 for Genji versus PaperX. I know how we, as a talents, ultimately mostly going for PaperX. The Korean side, similar, but the other way around, more of them picking Genji. How do you guys feel about your predictions? You predicted Genji today. Pilsky, you predicted PaperX. How are you guys feeling?
I feel okay about it. I'm a little bit worried in a sense because I do feel like PaperX are fixing up their defender sides, and I wasn't too impressed with Genji's Haven. I would like to see some innovation there, but I'm not expecting it. So I'm a little bit worried that this map 3 might be a little bit too readable, but you know, I think it will all come down to how it gets played out. And and I think it will be more about that PRX defensive side.
I don't know what to expect from either teams. I feel like both of them are a little bit inconsistent at the moment, half to half or even map to map. So it really just comes down to who is going to turn up on the day. We don't expect either one of these teams to be pulling out those pocket picks. These two teams are very much still in the developmental stage where they're working on their teams. And in the case of Gen G, they're going to stick to what worked last time or what didn't work, but looked potentially promising, I would say. Suggest looked better on the Killjoy than the Cypher. They're still keeping texture on the Neon, which he did great on Fracture on as well.
Yeah, PRX, we're seeing the same comps, but we are seeing Jing across on the Teo, Devi on the Cypher, Mind Freak back onto the Omen.
Wow.
So we are seeing these kind of role changes there, which seems slightly unusual
Same
to
comp
kind of
and they've
run the
swapped
same
the roles.
Swap. I mean, I don't hate this in a way. I think bringing Mind Freak back to Omen makes a lot of sense. Now, Jing onto Teo, now this is wildly different. That plays very differently. I'm a little bit confused as to why you wouldn't change the whole comp, but we gotta wait and see. They know more than me.
That is so crazy. You guys have made a really good point. It's the same exact comps, but different people playing it. That could change everything. We're going to send this back to our casters to close out this series, Gen G versus PaperX. It's none other than Komodo and Quack.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Yep, you still got the Komodo and Quack, but still also Gen G versus PaperX. The desk has mentioned it. They've been a little bit upsy-daisy, but all down to this final map where PaperX have swapped around the roles. How will this look now?
I mean, it's the same if you hide all of their names, right? So it should play the same way, but whether or not we've got more comfort now that Mind Freak is back on towards his Fabled Omen. I mean, we've seen Devi play Cypher before. We've seen Jing have a Teo.
Well, at least for now, though, starting things off with a very interesting, aggressive take down C long. So Altor picked up. You got the gate crash back in to refill A possibly if needed. And that's also why Gen G trying to be a little bit cautious with the push, with this push in.
Yeah, but they're going to get in towards the site and there's going to be nobody home, right? No traps that they're going to walk into. There's just a camera that you can use a little bit later on from Devi. So a good old-fashioned 5v5 A-site retake.
Spike quickly down. Devi on the Cypher, up in heaven. But the main point of entry, up by A-Link. Heron already blocking off the exits. And that's going to be the couple of tags. Ooh, look at that, the double tap! Up to the top as well. Texture has everything locked down. Just Jing being able to find a little bit of a consolation prize, but the round very much in the hands of Gen G. Ooh, Karen. A bit of a risky dive. The pickup by Jing nonetheless, but still round ultimately picked up by Gen G.
Yeah, getting in towards that A site, setting up the Poison Cloud far forward towards the entry as well. You know, you can kind of refresh both smokes there between himself and Caron if it's really slowly played by PaperX. So they know they have to get activated quite early, and it's all going to come on the back of when that camera's opened up and spotted out some members on the site, right? But unfortunately for them, if you're not being proficient enough to find any of these Gen G members in the beginning of the round, well, they're all alive to just belittle you on the site itself. So it's a good little pistol to come out from the Korea side. And now to, well, see no force buy from PaperX, because they're not on the attacking side and getting the pistol round. But on this defensive side, trying to command some space up through lobby and surprise Munchkin here.
It's also a fact that PaperX didn't find too much in the first round, so they can't truly afford too much if they want to go for the force buy. But they are happy to triple swing in. Gate crash as well for Forsaken, and that's going to be Suggest rearing his sights. Does find the frag. Now finds himself somewhat swarmed. Every PaperX player converging into his position. It's just a ghost though, so not too big of a loss. And Gen G are happy to get that spike down on C.
Yeah, eventually Jing's going to have the salvos back online, but they're just going to line up for texture.
That's some armor-piercing rounds that he must have equipped, Komodo. Fault line out from something. But ultimately for PaperX to try to find some taps, it's not quite gonna go through. Salvo's in, something with a Marshall. Does find a bit of a tap. Oh, wait, what?
Hang on.
Double kill.
Refresh the one way.
Still trying to be careful. And Jiggy with the jump peek. Look at Mind Freak's, something's crosshair placement. Oh, he comes back into it. Finds every kill, no defuse, but he's happy with that one.
Oh, Gen G, they get the round, but at what cost? Something's able to escape with the 3 kills, the Phantom as well, so that's an upgrade in towards the next rounds.
halfway to his Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, and you're going to see on this defensive side as well some quite the prowess with an Outlaw in this sort of scenario as well, because as Gen G, how are you playing this bonus round, right? Are you more favoring the lesser weaponry to have a salvageable situation, a bit of a half buy? We can maybe get this round. If we don't, it is the bonus round. So it's a wise idea for somebody like Forsaken to come out with an Outlaw in this round that'll mince out a couple of these players.
And apart from that, Gen G, if you're in their shoes now, you're constantly worried about what PaperX might throw your way. So taking things a little bit slower than before, trying to work with this Viper as well, the toxic screen that Big Time has mentioned before.
We've seen when you're running a Viper on this map and this cut towards the B side as well, how you try to play around it, how you try to get these lurks happening, and Forsaken's just read into that one. There was a lot of Cypher util here, Quack, as well. It's still here.
Oh, but Karen once again with the Shrouded steps up behind. Something finding the trade, Ash to answer back. Texture has the angle, has the positioning with a Bucky. Mind Freak, though, trying to get ahead. Will be able to track down his first target, a second one as well. And now to just suggest out from the open lanes of mid. Oh boy, the fake out.
Oh, that smoke helps him put the mollies on.
All right, hit by the flash. Will burn down the timer just by a bit, but still, that came a little bit close.
It looks very close there, doesn't it? I was going to say, it's a 1 versus 2. It was a 2 versus 3. A bit of ill timing from Jing to be able to get out that drone when he's on the side itself. So these are going to be some sort of teething issues with him going on more of an agent that is,
his first debut on
utility. He has played it one before, so it's just going to be teething issues. That's the biggest thing for him right now, right? Timing on utility. We've seen it be a bit of a plague for him when he was playing the Omen last time. So again, it's really big learnings for this whole team. And in this sort of round as well, right? That was the bonus round to come through from Gen G. How close do they make that one look when Charon's just playing at the back of sight, getting all that damage?
One of those things that PaperX will have to keep in view. But right now, at least, Karen, again, the Shrouded step. They've kind of missed each other until Forsaken turns upwards. Bit of A lobby control, but Gen G happy to trade right back.
They've just won every duel around the map, essentially, here.
We didn't get to catch too many of it either.
They all happened at the same time. Yeah. And then Texture's just there to close out the round. So sometimes that does just happen. PaperX trying to get a little bit too aggressive over at A, a little bit too jump spotty at C, and then you already have Gen G on the line. That one is a little bit rough. So what do you got going for you as PaperX in this next round? I mean, are you going to feel hungry enough to use a Dimensional Drift to try and find any space on this defensive side to get an advantage? You've already proven that you're being able to do that with just a little bit of the lesser utility over through A before getting traded out by Gen G.
Roger that. Oh, Gen G. So now, having seen a lot of the early round aggressive plays from PaperX, Gen G starting to find some adaptations against that. So keeping themselves grouped up early on in towards window. PaperX with the stack in towards A lobby.
Yep. Gamble stack towards A. See if the strength in numbers approach is going to be able to do anything for them when they hear all this utility coming up. You're going to potentially go for the flank. I wonder if they're just going to dark cover the alarm bot and sneak by, or if they're just going to trip it. So it will be tripped. So the idea for Gen G, they know the flank's coming.
Well, PaperX, they might have some ultimates, but they're not quite able to deploy them. As you mentioned, Komodo, all of these trips and everything being red, Texture trying to get ahead of it as well. And now with that, okay, a bit of a Phantom picked up. Still could find a couple more, both jumping together at the same time. Ooh, what a flick!
It's a 1v1, but 11 HP.
Yeah, and the time's still ticking against him.
Now you know where Karen will be with his flash.
Oh, the flash at close range, though. Karen still in and quick with the dolphin dive on the classic right click.
It gets close, man. It's another round that gets really close to the way of Gen G. I mean, you got to be a little bit more cautious if you're just going in towards these fights technically at a deficit, right? Gen G, in a lot of those fights, they weren't in the stronger numbers in the very beginning. What if the classic didn't work for Karen there? What if, it's always the question. What if, question mark? Now you're going into a fresh round where the guns are back for PaperX and they have picked up 2 extra ultimates to be able to get another round on this defensive side, setting up their Cypher more proficiently towards the C site.
Once again, PaperX trying to creep up front. Gen.G with a bit of noise off to the other ends, but Forsaken definitely needing to respect what could be very well on the other side.
Quite the slow one from Gen.G as well, right? PaperX, they've had to contend with a lot of ups and down plays between slow and fast. This time, though, there's going to be a big test on towards Mind Freak on this C site.
He's already tossed out the Paranoia as well. Cages up, Salvo's sent all the way through. Now the Armageddon coming out from Jing. It does somewhat keep, oh, well, Gen.G at bay until the Strata steps through. Munchkin and everyone else have been able to flood in the side once again. Jing, the only one left. Even with ult spent, not quite able to convert the round. Gen.G look near unstoppable right now.
Yeah, the timing on that suppression as well on the backside, not able to Shrouded step out, but he still manages to get a kill before being traded out. But ultimately, I mean, a lot of those ultimates being exchanged around the C site, the Armageddons providing a little bit of space. Gen.G getting a lot of the crossfires at the end of it and sneaking Munchkin in towards window as well. I mean, you watch back on these replays at the moment and just the Gen.G guys dripping that kill feed in red. Eventually, they'll target towards a spike plant, but the round gets done with the extra kill. So you got to have a discussion now. You have to have another talk as PaperX.
Can't escape it. We can coulda, shoulda, woulda all we want, but the scoreline is what it is. And Gen.G are just doing a phenomenal job at reading PaperX's plays currently.
Yeah, I mean, one of the massive weaknesses that we saw from PaperX against DRX was this defensive side, right? They got a single round, it was a defuse that they came into it, and apart from that, DRX on that double duelist, right, that opened up them to have a lot of different options for some later flanks, for some quick dives. This is a different look, right? Gen.G, the nature of their play right now with their agents, it plays a lot differently, but they're still really just layering their approach. They're getting their duels, they're getting their trades. PaperX is trying to find a lot of this space heavily towards the A site early on in this map. And whilst Forsaken has, won a couple of those duels, how often has that just been mitigated almost immediately?
That's all thanks to, once again, Gen.G just recognizing what PaperX are trying to execute. So coach's intervention, and PaperX look to, well, show Gen.G some different looks. Yeah, it is an eco.
That's it, right? It's an eco. Gen.G are not getting too overconfident to just rush anywhere at the moment. They're seeing if PaperX are going to throw anything their way, if there's going to be any mid-control, anything up through the wings of the map. That's why you'll see the alarm bot positioned over towards the C side at the moment, and the slower progression through towards A.
Oh, PaperX. And again, with time elapsed, they go back to, well, what they're comfortable with, the stack up. Gen.G, however, not a full commit.
Yeah, all the utility that's just been expended for PaperX.
It keeps PaperX on this A site.
Yeah. And now you're just going to be able to waltz up towards B. If you want to stretch it in towards C, you possibly can as well. This is where you can use your Viper's wall as well to this B site. You could still technically even have a lurk if you wanted to, so something going to be interested for either lurk control or flank play. It's going to be the latter now with the plant and the pit to the B site.
Well, the first thing is that you have to deal with texture, maybe the second player as well, Ash. Happy to watch his team's 6. Salvo's just to flush him out of position as well, and PaperX should anticipate where he is, but still, oh, with the flash, Forsaken not quite able to convert. Ash will continue to remain as a thorn in PaperX's sides. And another obstacle in with the Viper's Pit as well. The triple from Ash dealing significant damage. Divide with 1 HP. Okay, good little domer, but still, that's the round.
6 on the board for Gen.G. I mean, one might argue it's an eco, and they've invested a Viper's Pit and a lockdown, but they're navigating these rounds well, right? They're trying to 100% them after you consider that there's been a couple where they've had 1 soldier, no soldiers remaining, right? They want to try and 100% these rounds to make it a little bit cleaner for them in the next couple. They still have to manage their own economy at the end of the day as well. No one's swimming in cash just yet for them. Well, maybe Caron, but, there's no 9K caps.
Still, though, the scoreline is what it is. PaperX having some ultimates in their pockets right now, but Gen.G once again slowly stretching their legs down mid. Trying to find some trips. Trying to bait out more reactions from Paper X. It's just Texture.
Oh, pull back
all the way through. But with the trip, Devi will punish. Still though, Gen.G off of the contact, straight in from Garage. Rolling Thunder collapsed in full. Devi looking for an opportunity to strike, but Munchkin denies it outright. Gen.G has the sight. Something still trying to hold out from C-Link. Forsaken trying to create some chaos with the flash out from Garage. Finds a couple! Out from Jing as well, and that's Ash gone. Paper X able to strike back.
Quickly in towards that retake as well. What might have been thought of a B play, turning in towards a C play. And in the chaos, Paper X, I mean, they weather it through. Forsaken, right? Taking it a little bit individually. He got some assistance from the salvos that come out on towards the site to force the Gen.G members into a spot of bother. Some good repositions as well from Gen.G around that site when they're trying to establish a plan, I will admit, but it's the little later on part, right? It's just having Jing and Forsaken, the chemistry that's been built for so long, able to quickly just fashion something together.
Still need a lot more of that. Gen.G building up to some of their own ultimates as well.
Yeah, Paper X changing it up this time, putting Devi towards the A site by himself, but sneaking Forsaken up through grass, and that is not how you want a round to start. He's by himself, right? How much did we see suggest, you know, die last time, or just a peek out of Garage from an individual?
Yeah, that's going to leave a mark, Komodo.
I think it was Flashback who was peeking out Garage a lot that was being taken out when these two guys played.
Just a week ago. But still, we've got Devi up on the A site. His trips allowing him to find a single pick. Armageddon deployed, allowing for Gen.G to get the spike down safely. Drones out from Paper X though, and they're looking to play off of the timing of things. Devi with the flood back in, takes down Karen. Ash in around the cage though, finds the trades! It's a triple for the player, and it's just Mindfreak left. Suggest to close it out.
Again, another quick attempt at a retake, this time before the spike has even been planted for Paper X. So Gen.G able to dance around the site, using those cages quite nicely is Ash, and just doubling on down. That's a huge risk at the very beginning from Forsaken to go out by himself, by the way. So you might want to reel that in a little bit later on, or really now, right? Because for Paper X, you're trailing behind quite significantly. This defensive side is still plaguing them. So on the new round, what differences are we going to look for them? Are we going to see some mid-control attempted? Salvos going to buy some time for any little peekings out Garage, but you're going to already just have to sit here because of how close Gen.G are gathering this mid-control. He wants it. He so wants it.
It's a little risky though. Munchkin happy to play with the economy as well and outlaw in this round. And Gen.G just once again waiting for a single peep out from Paper X. The drone confirms that there is a bit of presence in Garage, and that pushes the rest of them happy to push into the A site. Still though, with the peeks out, bit of a trade, maybe a weapon picked up.
I mean, every time we've seen silence around this A site, you know Paper X are not playing there whatsoever, right? So Gen.G eventually should recognize this and have to turn around to watch the flanks. Forsaken again! Just cannot get anything happening here.
Well, Devi at least will come here to pick up pieces, so in with the Sheriff, but that Texture out towards A-Link. And also off to the ends, Devi only able to find the one. Gen.G will continue with this forward momentum.
Yeah, Ash's assistance is looking pretty phenomenal at the moment. I'm not going to lie, whether or not it's good timing on the early salvos or he's just being a body to be able to watch other angles for the names like Texture at the moment. I mean, he's really looking a bit proficient on this map specifically. And then you still got some, you know, great timing on all of these smokes and assistive utilities to coming from Karen as well. I mean, Gen.G, they've certainly adjusted things in the middle of this game in the weeks difference that they had from the previous one.
Certainly doesn't look or feel too good when Forsaken's not able to find too much, but here comes the Operator, able to find the first. Tries to go in for the next as well, but Devi is here and able to assist. Ooh, not quite the gate crash, but still, Karen, Shroud steps over. Devi finds him. Quick to react and quick and aware. Just Munchkin left. Tries to deliver the spike all the way over onto A, but PaperX happy to play with numbers.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a 1 versus 4. There's no pit available for Munchkin either, but you get the orb, you get the plant. That's an extra 2. That'll let you go 2 away towards the pit. You've got a minute to play with as well. These are the sort of scenarios that can really showcase value in an individual if you're able to find a kill or 2 before getting a plant, for example. But for PaperX, they are just not giving it to him. Now they know it's planted at A. The question is, Munchkin, how many kills do you get?
Because if he gets enough, that could be a pit, and that could be
a strong next round.
Yeah, next round as well. Namely that. Might give Gen.G the 9 and 3. Salvos at least, just in case, but ultimately PaperX has the site currently. Munchkin, though, happy to play off the first. PaperX now in for a bit of a triple, but what is that spray? Oh, he's getting the transfer. He's getting the last one as well. The Red Bull clutch. Munchkin devours PaperX in whole.
What did I just say? It's the individual moments that can certainly showcase us champions, right? In these sort of scenarios, it's a 1 versus 4, man. They didn't technically even peak individually. Yeah, sure, something did first in the beginning. All right, you give him that. Now we know where the guy is. But you're in a dark cover. 1, 2, the spray transfer there. Jing comes out the exact same angle. He doesn't need to move his crosshair, man.
You can't escape the truth, Komodo. That one breaks your heart. Down to the last of the first half.
Shreds it into pieces.
PaperX.
Back to the slow play, putting Forsaken to be individual over towards the A site to try and hold a forward line with the Guardian here. Okay, a difference, Quack, a difference. He gets the opening kill.
Flashes out over as well and looks for a little bit more, but still
traded.
Punished once again. No gate crash found.
If you're able to now as Gen.G get into this A site that's open as well, you set yourselves up a Viper's Pit.
Okay, at least starting to read more of Gen.G's tendencies now. They've sussed out Suggests Lurk and a quick read into the A site. They should have the timing, but the salvos from Ash throws it off. Devi at least able to find a bit of spray through a tight angle. Munchkin, though, off that clutch from before, pulls out the pit, denies possible entry.
30 seconds.
Rears his crosshairs over to the top of heaven and finds the crucial double.
How has he found both there?
Just Mind Freak now. And with that pit still up, I can't imagine Mind Freak able to do too much. He doesn't have to flash either. At least tries to work his way into the pit, eliminating the first obstacle around the back.
All the decay now.
Yeah, just a single whisper and he's gone. Munchkin, the rest of them all playing around the spike. Straight through the dark cover, and it's way too simple. Slim pickings for PaperX and Gen.G. Happy to end this first half 10-2.
Done it again, another 4K for Munchkin. He has just had some big step-up moments in those two, hasn't he? I mean, the beginning, that's a first blood for Forsaken, but then gets hungry for some more, traded out. Yeah, you got something stretching on towards Suggest, but I mean, when that pit goes down, it's just Munchkin, isn't it? 4 big kills. I mean, that Jing, that's rough. You've kind of just been accidental jumping in towards your teammates, well, technically corpse as it happens just there. That's a big scoreline difference, mate. That's what that is, 10-2. I mean, we know that the defensive side was a worrisome side for PaperX, but it's the first half here, right? It means that on this switch up, if you have any faults, if you drop the pistol and the second round, which are arguably, you know, the weaker ones, right? That's already 12. That's map point. That's series point for Gen.G. It has to start now, and you've really not given yourselves any breathing room.
Almost feels suffocating if you're in
100%. I mean,
for PaperX right now.
For Gen.G, right? They're one of the teams that we're thinking in this group alpha to be top 4. I mean, a lot of people would say for PaperX as well. We're staring down both of these teams winless right now. One of these teams will go 0-2.
And that's what you've really got to think about. That's what Alex could be thinking about as well. But you just don't have that much time to worry about all of these concerns.
Yeah, I mean,
You need to turn this map around. Yes, Group Alpha, you lose this, and that could impact the rest of your performance in this season. And Gen G are just bursting at the seams to bring this to its conclusion.
There's a lot of pressure on this pistol round for Paper X, man. Like, this has to 100% be theirs. They've got to get the bonus round. Like, there's just so much.
Oh, look at Gen G. Already setting up huge traps, a bit of pinch in towards this A lobby position as well, in case Paper X decides to disrespect this smoke.
And they're not really all hanging around it either.
Oh, here it comes though. Gen G, the slow creep out, and they have all the protocols in place to find the trades. Jing finding a bit of a punish as well. And with that, something with the support to push out. Forsaken finding the frag, but Ash, off of the flashes, the little corner unchecked. He finds a double.
And remember,
something with low HP getting the spike down.
Ash is not the person that tags something as well, right? So you got to consider how much damage has been done towards him. 20 HP. Fault line going to come online eventually, but Ash has just used his salvos, so he's not going to have them for this one. It's going to come down to timing
and
a little bit
positioning.
of luck.
Where could they be? Something considering, thinking about it. Ooh! Spots him by the little sliver, quick with the reaction. Shoots down to the corpse for a bit of mental boost as well, but Paper X happy to take that one.
I mean, you needed it, right? You absolutely needed it. Does it incentivize you as Gen G, though, here for this next round when, you know, they're 10-2, 10-3 up right now. It's a 1 versus 1 at the end of it. Do you go for a force? If you're playing towards the numbers and you're doing 2024 Gen G things, you want to play to your strengths, right? So just take this round for what it is. It's an eco, and then have your big old guns in the next one, and that does look like what is going to happen.
Well, at least happy to see some of these smiles, especially on Something's face. He's happy to try to keep that forward. Salvo straight in for a quick A main control.
Yep. See if they can continue to keep on going here, and if Ash and if Karen are going to do anything over here.
Look at Texture up by mid, though. You've got the trip, so...
Yeah, you can't really get past that, can you?
Trying to keep our eyes on that at least, but still Forsaken to get deep back behind sight. Forsaken with the stinger kill to start things off. Fault line out, but oh, Ash with a nasty right click. Instantly in for the punish. Another dive from Karen, but Devi will be able to convert. Finding Ash now as well, so that's a safe site, a safe plant. Devi hearing the footsteps off the other end. Feeling the punch from Texture Sheriff now, but at least positions made known. Mindfreak for the swing, in with the support from Something. Suggest still able to at least sneak a kill off. It's not impossible. Mindfreak is down quite low, but in with the sprays out the sides of the smoke. And Suggest repositions.
If you can get Mindfreak here, I mean, you're pretty happy. Otherwise, you just go up with the spike.
Just need to spray him down, though. So back off to the other end. Forsaken now onto the Vandal will be able and happy to take Suggest.
I mean, the bonus rounds now, Quack. You really need to see this flawless run from Paper X that they started off with against DRX reenacted here. 8 in a row is what we're going to kind of be chasing. And then you'd be tying things up if you consider the first 2 that they've already accumulated, right?
Do they have it in them? At least we're seeing them kind of shirk off all these worries and concerns. So now, even with a bit of a half bias, Stinger or Bulldog, Paper X happy to stare down Gen G's barrel. Gen G, though, repositioning across the map.
Yeah, you'll bait out a little bit of this utility from Suggest nice and early to give you a avenue back in towards Garage if you want later on. Just the patience from Paper X at the moment. Not seeing any overeager players of Gen G give up their hand early.
How are you going to work around this Yoru utility?
Well, he's going to try and do it dry with the spike, lose his life, get traded out, and shift in towards the C play.
And that's another trade out from Munchkin as well. So the C play, unfortunately not quite working out too well for Paper X in this round.
Why do we have a spike on Forsaken who's leading in towards Garage?
Isn't that the question?
Because how do you retrieve this?
Whatever it is now, definitely is Gen G leading the round, leading the scoreline as well, 11-4.
Yep. You've got one more kind of, you know, fault that you can have in this map as Paper X, and then it needs to be the flawless run for an overtime. It's a little bit bleak for them. That was the bonus though, remember? So if you do think about that one, they got enough to go at this next round. If you try to pace things a little bit together as a team, right? All 5 members towards this A side of things. Jing a little bit lesser equipped here. Devi, no shields behind the Vandal. So it does look a little bit weaker for them for sure, but at least you'll start to get a bit of pressure towards this A site, right? You're already making a couple of these Gen G members scurry on over.
Yeah, shake it off. Still though, the pressure. That's what I'm thinking. PaperX at least just looking to improve and solve as much as possible.
I mean, it's this point in the round as well that if you are Ash, you can use that drone down long, down sewers, you can get some significant information, but there's already an idea that this is territory that you don't occupy, right? So eventually he'll throw it. They're a little bit too close for comfort, so you know this is where the hit's coming down.
So a bit of information for Gen G, very well informed. Karen's still in a great position to answer back. Spike dropped, and he still finds another. PaperX still trying to break their way out of this A-long position, but Texture with a single tap takes down Mind Freak. Devi might have slipped through, but still Karen left and unanswered. A quad kill picked up, and it brings Gen G to match and series point.
Big time with the big G, Gen G. I mean, he's had something here. At the end of the day, there's still a core 3 dynamic on this roster with some world-class coaches. Sometimes that might just be enough, as Quack has got his head in his arms. As one of the longer PaperX fans.
Need your support, Komodo.
My support? I mean, what colors am I wearing, Quack? Is that not support for PaperX enough?
That is true. I mean, to those who might not have seen Komodo, I mean, he is wearing purple, you know, something slightly purple and pink. PaperX colors, basically. But all that said and done, this is still the score.
Yeah, I mean, PaperX,
so,
again.
And HSK chuckling away.
The biggest thing, man, is like defensive side Haven. You can have ideas and stuff, but it's just a position that it's not favorable for PaperX. Again, risking to float it here in this series against Pearl. One might, you know, have a thought, would Pearl have been a better option to go for in this series? We'll never know. We're not in that timeline. But they're on the attack, right? They had great macro ideas on how to play that side against DRX. They've got great ideas on how they were doing attack things, you know, on Lotus, on Fracture.
But not before, not having to be in this spot where they're up against series point before.
Yep.
So again, it's a bit of that pressure and a lot of chances for Gen G. And with those chances, Gen G happy to take some risks as well. Pushing down C, taking a bit of pressure off of one side of the map. PaperX, though, trying to keep themselves bunched up. Straight into Garage again, though. The quick punish from Karon. One way off the other end as well.
Little by little for PaperX. I mean, divide down. Jet Texture. Oh, look at him. Just look at him.
Turns away off.
How is he still alive? How is he alive?
And going. Overdrive back in, and that's some damage done. PaperX trying to scramble for some defenses, but Karon's here again to deliver them to their doom. The final score of the series, 13-4. 13-4 on Haven.
And for the first time after 16 straight games in a row for Suggest, he has finally found himself victorious.
That's a scoreline, that's a statistic that you have to be happy about. Gen G, there were some doubts about them. You know, a lot of the predictions went in a bit 50-50. But coming into this very first map of the series today, they shook a lot of that off. Suggest finding the lurks. Ash in with incredible support on the Teo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, massive differences this week compared to last week as well, right? For those two newcomers to the Gen G roster. For PaperX, though, it's the tear out the corner of your eye again, right? You get another series that's going to a 3-mapper, and it's just not working for them when it matters the most right at the end.
The results are what they are. But, well, it is still early in the season. We shall follow forward with every single player's journey. I mean, sometimes you've got to be a bit of a goldfish or just shake some of these losses off. But that said, you got to improve. You still have to keep working at it. And Gen G are doing just that. The improvements all across. and it brings them to this huge win against PaperX right now.
Yeah, 100%. Well, all of our PaperX voters, we are wrong. It is time for us to bow down to big time. But let's not give him a big head, hey?
It is also time for us to toss it over to the winning interview today.
네, 젠지 승리 축하드립니다. 서제스트 선수 승리 소감 한마디만 짧게 부탁드려요. 한마디만.
자, 승리를 정말 너무 오랜만에 며칠 만에 한지도 이제 모를 정도로 너무 오랜만에 한 것 같은데 비록 제 자신한테는 좀 만족스러운 경기는 아니었지만 그래도 좀 팀원한테 고맙다는 말 하고 싶네요.
상암에서 첫 승 아니에요?
그런 것 같아요.
젠지에서의 첫 승도 축하드립니다. 네, 앞으로도 좋은 모습 기대해 볼게요. 카론 선수 모실게요. Congratulations, Genji, for the first win of Stage 1. Now I'm standing here with Karon. Now, Karon, congratulations on the win. I feel like this win was a sigh of relief for the team. I mean, especially what happened after the Boom series. So what were some things that you guys were able to point out after that opening match against Boom? 카론 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 사실 정말 이번 승리가 굉장히 중요했던 게 붐 e스포츠전 이후에 좀 많은 우려의 시선도 있었고 또 선수들이 그 누구보다도 가장 많은 얘기를 나눴을 것 같습니다. 좀 어떤 진단을 내릴 수 있었고 어떤 얘기들이 오갔는지부터 들어보고 싶네요.
일단은 이제 저희가 스크림에서 많이 이겨왔고 그러한 부분들이 이제 대회에서 많이 나오질 않아가지고 저희도 이제 막 게임을 하면서도 막 스크림 같지도 않고 이게 저희가 하는 바이브 그런 것도 없고 그냥 게임이 게임 같지 않았어요. 그래서 저희가 그냥 얘기를 하면서 그냥 지던 말던 하고 싶은 거 다 하고 질 때 그냥 후회 없이 지자라는 말을 했던 게 도움이 컸던 것 같습니다.
누가 그런 말을 했죠? 다?
그건 이제 나라 형이나 이제 상범 형이나 감독님이나 다 모든 저희 같이 대회를 뛰는 사람들이 다 그렇게 말을 해줬던 것 같아요.
Well, yeah, we had a good flow going on with our scrims, but we just weren't able to translate the vibe and also the results onto the stage, and it felt weird. It didn't feel like us. We weren't really playing like Genji. We weren't really having fun like Genji as we do usually in the scrims. So we just went, you know what? Chuck everything, let's have fun, and let's have the confidence to go in and do whatever we want to do. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. Let's just play our best game. And mostly it was the coaching staff, Munchkin and Texter. And I guess the whole team kind of agreed to do that. And I think that kind of mindset really turned the switch on for us and allowed us to win tonight. Now, let's talk about the new starting lineup, which picked up the first win of Stage 1 for Genji here. Ash and Suggest coming into the team. Now, how's the teamwork and how do you think you guys are gelling in together? What do you think this starting lineup kind of offers for you guys? 이제 새로운 선수들이 합류를 했잖아요. 애쉬 선수도 있고 서제스트 선수도 이렇게 주전 라인업에 이름을 올리고 오늘 함께 첫 승을 거뒀는데 팀워크나 팀합은 어디까지 올라왔는지 그리고 이 라인업의 장점은 뭐라고 생각하시는지 들어보고 싶네요.
일단 팀합이나 그런 것들은 이제 조금씩은 올라오고 있는 것 같고 저희가 이제 스크림에서도 많이 이겼던 이유가 이제 사실 에임이 좀 좋은 편이기도 하거든요. 근데 이제 대회에서는 이제 그런 부분들이 좀 안 나오다 보니까 그런 부분들에 있어서 좀 더 집중해보자, 얘기해보자. 그리고 어차피 이제 퍼시픽 어찌 보면은 이제 애쉬 선수도 이제 신입이고 그리고 서제스트 선수도 쉬었다 온 거기 때문에 약간 저를 보는 것 같았어요. 저도 초반에 막 그렇게 잘하진 않았거든요. 근데 그런 부분들을 이제 이겨준다면 저희도 이제 우승이라는 단어를 한번 외쳐볼 수 있지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, yeah, it was definitely something new, and I think our teamwork and we're starting to get on the same page and starting to play things as a team. And I feel like the reason why we performed really well in terms of our scrims was because of our raw mechanics, our firepower, and we just weren't able to show that on stage. But with Ash having his debut year in Pacific Tier 1, also Suggest coming back from his long hiatus, it kind of felt like watching me last year, so I could really relate to that. And we just really focused on getting that team synergy up and getting the vibes, making sure that we were able to perform our best on stage, and I think we're on the right path over here. Now, for you, as you mentioned too, I think having to go through a roster change was something new for you. It's a new experience. You didn't have to do that last year. So, can you talk to us about what the roster change feels like for you and what this process means for you as well? 카론 선수 작년에는 사실 로스터 변화를 경험하지는 않았잖아요. 이제 올해 들어서 좀 로스터 변화를 경험한 건데 개인적으로는 좀 어떤 시간인지도 궁금하거든요. 왜냐면 좀 느끼는 바가 많을 것 같고 해야 하는 역할도 굉장히 달라진 것 같아요.
제가 이번 시즌에는 그래도 이제 계속 이 팀원들의 변화가 있고 로스터에 좀 변화가 있다 보니까 사실 좀 저도 이제 멘탈적으로 안 좋고 고생을 좀 많이 했어요. 근데 이제 계속 게임을 하다가도 좀 잘 안 되고 저도 이제 난항기를 겪는 와중에 그래도 형들이 계속 저를 믿어주고 그러고 이제 열심히 이제 할 수 있는 그런 것들을 이제 도와줘가지고 저도 이제 조금 더 게임에 집중을 하기로 하고 사실 최근에 멘탈이 좀 안 좋았어요. 왜냐면은 붐 때도 이제 제가 집중을 하나도 못해서 게임을 졌다고 생각을 하거든요. 실제로 그렇게 이제 집중이 안 됐기도 했고, 근데 이제 DRX 전에는 그 일주일간의 이제 형들이 도와줬던 말이나 저를 믿어주는 그런 모습들이 저를 좀 더 이제 집중을 할 수 있게 성장을 시켰던 것 같아요.
Well, yeah, to be honest, going through a lot of changes in terms of the roster changes and other meta and little changes as well, it just took a toll on my mental, to be honest. And also, going back to the Boom series last week, I wasn't able to fully concentrate, and I felt that on the server as well. And really, it took me a while to get things together and get into that right mindset to make sure that I fully concentrate on what I was doing on the stage. And it was, the OG members of Gen G, the older teammates that really helped me to hype things up and make sure that I kind of reset my mentality and play my best. So I think having that faith in each other and them having faith in me really helped me out a lot through this tough time. And my mental's in a good place, so thank God for that. And I'm really glad that I was able to pull my weight today. Now, lastly, let's talk about innovation, because I think in the beginning of stage 1, a lot of teams from different regions, they try something new. They completely reinvent themselves as well with the new style and the new comps. But I feel like Gen G, you guys are kind of micro-fixing little things, decided to kind of stick to what you guys do the best and stick to what you know. So when it comes to completely changing things up, what are the talks around that? I mean, do you guys feel like just reinventing the wheel is enough and that's what the team needs at the moment? Or do you feel like at some point you guys just need to chuck it out the window and try something completely new, innovate? 변화에 대해서도 좀 여쭤보고 싶어요. 계속해서 사실 스테이지 1이 시작하면서 여러 지역 팀들이 스타일도 많이 바꾸고 조합도 완전히 바꿔오고 있거든요. 뭐 예를 들어서 페이퍼렉스도 새로운 조합을 선보이고 있고 퍼시픽에서는 DRX도 되게 새로운 시도해보지 않았던 그런 스타일을 시도하고 있잖아요. 근데 젠지는 조금 더 좀 큰 틀은 유지하는 쪽을 선택한 것 같은데 여기에 대해서 좀 팀원들과 그리고 코칭 스태프와는 어떤 얘기를 나누고 있을까요?
일단 저희 같은 경우에는 이제 요원의 폭도 사실 이제 다 잘해야 되는 건 맞지만 그래도 이제 주력 픽 그런 것들이 있다 보니까 좀 형들이 이제 조금 어찌 보면 좀 두려워한다라고 저는 생각을 하고 있긴 해요. 근데 요즘 메타 같은 경우에는 사실 어떤 조합을 쓰든 상대 조합에 있어서 메타가 어떤 것인지를 좀 파악을 잘해야 되는 것 같아요. 그런 부분들이 있어야 좀 게임을 이기기가 쉽다?
상대에게 포커스가 좀 더 맞춘 거군요. 대처하는 방법?
네, 그렇죠. 그래서 조합 같은 경우에는 이제 너무 다채롭다 보니까 사실 그냥 조합은 그냥 조합대로 쓰는 거고 상대를 더 빨리 파악하는 게 승리 요인인 것 같아요.
Well, yeah, partly I think, it's important to have deeper agent pool and all that, but we do have players that are kind of really, really good and really comfortable on particular agents. And I think, to be honest, we're a little bit scared to take that leap into the new meta and into something completely new. But I think in this day and age, it's more important to kind of look into what your opponents are doing. And it really depends on how quickly you figure out what your opponents are doing and what you need to do to counter them. I mean, you're going to run into millions of different comps. People are running different things. They're trying everything new. So I think what's really important to make sure that you win and that you have a good momentum going is to be able to read into your opponents very well. I think that's the most important thing in this meta as well. Now, that was Munchkit. I mean, that was Karon. Thank you very much, Karon. Congratulations.
감사합니다.
And we'll see you next week. 네, 이렇게 해서 카론 선수 만나봤고요. 인터뷰 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
All right, Gen G finally taking their first win with this brand new roster with two fresh rookies, or kind of rookies, Suggest and Aster. And I really like what Karen was saying there about how Gen G approaches this. And we see two completely different mindsets between the two teams today, PaperX and Gen G, and how they approach Gen G. Is like, look, we've got players who are really good at particular agents, and the best thing to do is see what they're doing and adapt around them. And that perhaps is the key to success.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely like it. We say it's that slower approach, but they really have experts. We talk about Karen on this Omen, Munchkin on this Viper. These are true experts of these agents, and you see it play out. They understand the situation so well. They understand the map so well, especially like we spoke about with Karen on Lotus, right? So they don't need to change too much if they're able to make it look this good, and much better Haven showing from them than we saw last week.
Yeah, definitely so, and totally agree. And I think it's kind of like a bit of a Korean approach traditionally as well, is just like mastering one thing and becoming excellent at it, and then being able to just read into what your opponent is doing is what I'm used to seeing. I'm used to seeing that structured play style from the Korean teams. I'm used to them seeing them do pretty much the same thing time and time again and just perfect it. And I think that it makes it a lot easier for them as opposed to worrying about what they're going to do. They know what they're going to do, and just focus on their opponent's game plan can be a little bit more digestible than the chaos of we're changing our comp and we're changing our roles and we have to adapt to what they're doing. You know what your win conditions are, you know what your tools are, and you can apply them to the problems that you're being asked by the other team.
Yes, and it seems that their defense side has not been figured out on the Haven, at least for PaperX. Gen G winning that really convincingly. Karon, our map MVP, and he mentioned in his interview he wasn't really feeling himself in terms of adjusting to the roster changes. But on top of that, he also mentioned the mental game, and we were talking about this in the green room. When it comes to two teams like this who are actually pretty damn good, what it really boils down is who has the better mental.
I mean, mental is a huge part of this game, on this top level especially. When you're playing on stage, there's a crowd, there's lights, and this is your whole career, is being able to perform in this video game. You know, it's so different from the idea of like casually playing ranked like most people do. You turn that pressure up by like 1,000, so you might see mistakes that are uncharacteristic, or you think, why would they not clear this? And it's because the lights are so bright, the pressure builds up, and it's so big. They have to adapt and learn so much, I think is the best way I can put it. And now the pressure will only continue to mount for PRX, who are now 0-2 and need to look to turn things around if they want to make playoffs.
Yeah, a rough start for PaperX, also needing to face against really strong teams like DRX and Gen G here. Gen G, I'm sure, is feeling a lot better and just reminding themselves, look, we got to have fun. And we've been hearing this from a lot of the Pacific players. Actually, globally, a lot of them are stressing themselves out. You know, they're like, I forgot how much fun Valorant was originally. And they're, that competitive spirit is sort of overwhelming in one way. But you see the players who are able to pull out of it, they find success.
I mean, for me, it's the most fun job in the world, but it feels like the most stressful job in the world at times. You have to remind yourself, hey guys, we get to play this video game for a living. Like, this is pretty fun when you actually like take a step away and break it down. But when
it's more fun to win.
When you're like scrimming 8 hours a day and you're aim training and all this kind of stuff, it can feel like a lot. So it's nice when teams can have fun.
Yeah, definitely, and especially when you win in the process. Now let's rewind a bit. See the beginning of this Haven map, especially on attack for Gen G.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was kind of what we'd be expecting from Texture a lot of the time. A lot of multi-frags, a lot of impact from him. You know, Karon did have a fantastic game as well. And I think the core of Gen G was pretty good this series, but Texture was pretty consistent across all 3 maps. And I feel like it was just not something that PaperX could really deal with. I felt like I was surprised seeing the role changes that they were bringing into this series, and you know, moving those players around and having to deal with what Gen G is throwing at you can cause moments like this where people are just not comfortable in what they're doing. You don't have a player who has been using their utility map in, map out, and being able to be comfortable in certain situations, and then you just get these mental blocks and weird rounds happen.
That 1v4 is the straw that broke the camel's back. I mean, I've had rounds like that go wrong, and it's so crushing mentally, because you did the hard job, and then you lose it in that fashion, and it's an immediate sinking feeling in your stomach. We're like, oh no, I can't believe that just happened. But Karon is taking on match MVP, thoroughly well deserved, and I think he played a fantastic series today. It looked like the Karon of old in a way, so very, very happy to see his return to form.
Oh, absolutely. Karon is such a mainstay here in Pacific, becoming synonymous really with being one of the best players out here. And of course, we got to highlight the big G.
He's done it again.
The big G, big time. Yeah, doing it again. It's easy,
might I mention, by the way, the last time this man had an outrageous prediction of thinking that T1 would win, they went on to win the international event shortly after.
Yeah,
so
I got boom right. I got boom right before. People need to listen to me. Listen to me more, people, please. I'm always right.
Listen to this guy. Well, we are going to find out what you're predicting for the next match, which is going to be DRX versus DFM. Let's see who's has the hot takes for this one. We're going to go on a quick break. We hope PaperX fans, you recover a bit, get the heart rate down, and take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to go into that second match.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
it's match 2 for today. We are welcoming DRX versus DFM. Now, DRX, of course, our kickoff champions, are looking better and better with every game. Yes, we did see them in Masters Bangkok. Not their finest performance, but over here in Pacific. Is Bane okay? Okay, reflexes, not bad. Bane just catching things here. And Mako Arcade. Sorry, well, I'm just like admiring DRX.
Yeah, I got distracted by the code throw. That got to me. That's funny. But yeah, DRX, as you say, continuing to be dominant in Pacific, even if their Masters performance wasn't brilliant. This is a roster that topped the charts during kickoff, and they really want to continue that. The big rookies coming in, Hyunmin and Freeing, still continuing to look strong, and we saw that change of style more to the double duelist.
That's right, yeah. They're mixing up what their approach wants to be. I think they had a decent run at Masters, and I would expect them to do very well in this group as well. Shouldn't have too many issues moving on to the playoffs, and they'll be looking to go back-to-back in stage 1 here from kickoff.
Oh yeah, that is definitely the goal, and DFM had a good start, good off-season, but the start of stage 1 definitely less inspiring. We are looking at May, the leader here, who's put together this roster, and what do they have in store for today? Art last week hardly had an Odin. He had one kind of floaty Lotus round, and then he just, where did it go?
Oh, listen to me, man. Buy the Odin. What are you doing? He's so good on it. He's so good. I don't want to see him with a Vandal ever. Judge or Odin. That's all you're allowed to do if you want to get the win. Listen to me, man.
Okay, I mean, that's going to be hard to be doing, especially where on some maps they're putting up whole walls that are making it harder to make the Odin work. Either way, for DFM, I think that loss in the opening stage here against Global puts a lot of pressure on this team. It necessitates upsets against some of the more difficult opponents, such as DRX, and historically, that's been a difficult matchup for them, even if these are mostly different cores. It's May against most of the DRX core that does remain, and you see them highlighted in the player graphics here. These players are very familiar with each other, but a lot of players that haven't been involved in this matchup as much as those guys historically in the server as well.
That's right, and things are going to be a little bit different. Now, DFM, we saw them last week. DRX, I think what's very fascinating with DRX is, you guys touch upon it, a little bit of their playstyle change, their comp changes as well. They were playing double duelist against Paper X. It surprised us as hell. So with this map draft coming in, we are getting an Ascent, so I don't know.
I mean, that's going to be an interesting one, but I think I'd even take it a step further where DRX is this team that you consistently see them tweaking agents. They change 1 or 2 agents every time, so you never really know what you're going to expect from them. And with their pick of Lotus here, that is a map that, it says one comp here, guys, but look at Masters Bangkok, look back to kickoff as well. This team changes up their comp by a couple of agents every time, and initially they brought the double duelist into this Lotus. Over on the side of DFM, they have not had too much success on Lotus, so DRX definitely smelling blood in the water with this first map pick.
Yeah, DFM keeping it simple with their comp in the past. You know, we see the slight variation with the Vice, but it's nothing crazy. I do really like the double duelist from DRX when they busted out. I was really happy to see them try something new, have a little bit of a different style there, you know, from the Teo that we saw before, and I think it suited them well in week 1. I'm curious to see if they'll keep rolling with that into week 2.
Oh yeah, we are definitely curious about it, and you can see here now, most of us have predicted DRX for, again, obvious reasons. They were the kickoff champions and they look better than ever, but DFM, I would say May wasn't performing as he normally does last week. I know that's why Quack has predicted for DFM today. Paper Thin just loves DFM. I'm sure he has real reasons too, but I know he also loves DFM here. But you guys feeling very strongly about this DRX win?
Yeah, it should be easy for DRX today.
All right, well, let's welcome the 2 teams in blue. We have DRX facing DFM for match 2 of stage 1.
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. DRX.
It's been a massive start of the year for this Korean powerhouse, DRX. Coach Termi, who's been with this team forever, has been slowly tweaking, upgrading, changing it, and what we saw in their latest iteration, an even faster and even more dangerous DRX.
I love them this year. I've been talking up freeing this, the whole of kickoff. I think they made some of the best changes in the offseason. Huge credit to the DRX coaching staff, the huge systems that they have behind them. But Masters wasn't what they needed it to be, so they need to qualify to Toronto in their mind to have that second crack at international performances.
Absolutely. Today they will be facing against DFM, the other Japanese squad here, who definitely stepped it up. Again, in the offseason, during kickoff, we saw a great performance and we see endless awesome walkouts from this team. Now, last week, they didn't have a great start to Stage 1 here, but I'm sure they're looking to step it back up and maybe defeat another RX today.
Yeah, I feel like DFM almost take it on themselves to be kind of an underdog team. They love to go for an upset. They love to play these kind of powerhouses in Pacific. And then sometimes when they take on a team a little bit closer to their level, they look a little bit shakier sometimes. So I'm hoping they can embody that underdog mentality against DRX today, and they're going to have a better performance here. I don't even care so much if they win, to be honest. I just want to see them look like they're much more powerful inside of the server compared to their initial game against Global.
Yeah, like you say, when they were the underdogs, that's when they were at their best. That's how they got that win against Paper X, I feel. So take the pressure off yourselves. I think that's really important for them.
Yeah, while you are still the underdog, take advantage of that energy and that mentality going in, and remember to have fun. And I have to say, DFM is one of those teams that doesn't seem to forget to have fun on the server. We didn't get to talk about our map draft earlier. Lotus is going to be the first destination up today. DRX ended up picking it. How are you guys feeling about this?
I feel very poorly about DFM's chances today. There's just too many question marks for me. For Lotus, I think it's a map they haven't performed too well on, and DRX has been very consistent on that map against everyone but T1. Ascent is not a map we've seen from either of these teams since the off-season, and they both had some play on it with their rosters. And Fracture is a map that we've seen for DRX and they've had some success on, but we haven't even seen DFM play it since it came in kickoff.
A lot of question marks do hang, especially as if we get to the third map of today. I don't know if we're going to get a full series, but I hope we do, because we can never get enough Valorant here in Pacific. And the Lotus draft, I don't think, are we getting some changes here?
I think for DFM, they're just playing the most standard, stable meta comp. It's one that didn't go so well for them the last time they played it. Art is not on the Fade, so maybe less Odin shenanigans for him, but Akame's looked pretty good on that agent, so I think he'll be fine on the Fade.
DRX keeping things as they were, sticking with this double duelist. We see Flashback becoming this second duelist for them. He stepped up into that role well last week, so he needs to build on that performance and excel on the Yoru here.
All right, we are gonna go into the first map. We have our casters Komodo and Quack, who do have opposite predictions as well. Let's see what their take is on this.
Just a really tiny little bit. I just like to believe in DFM. But do you have anything for me, Komodo?
For you on DFM,
or just the whole matchup overall?
Good luck. Good luck. No, look.
Might need it.
I mean, if you're considering what we saw last week from DFM against GE, there's a lot of room to grow. I think that's the biggest thing for this year for a lot of these teams. But I felt they look a little bit lost, right? Teamwork and trading and everything, they were a little bit off their game. They didn't bring that over from kickoff, I really feel.
Yeah, it does feel that way, especially given the performance from last week. However, I do personally like what I'm seeing from, the likes of Jen when he's getting a little bit more proactive, especially even as the Viper on the map. So We'll have to see how the entire journey progresses for it in week number 2, DFM versus DRX. I mean, DRX is, of course, on their map pick of Lotus. It's that permanent ban of Icebox coming through.
Yeah, I mean, if you've always got a permanent ban of Lotus, for example, for a team like DFM, you're opening up the floodgates for, you know, something that you're not potentially strong on or what your opponents are strong on, and Lotus for DRX has been pretty good. I mean, is DFM working in towards their own meta shifts? So we've got a really early Angel here already going DRX's way.
Yeah, the crowd cheering and supporting right behind DRX as well. Happy to take those 3 important frags away. Gen, though, will be able to steal one right from underneath their noses, but is that going to be enough? Still trailing right around the back of the door.
You need to see some very sharp shots from GN and Akame here if they're able to try and bring this one back.
DRX definitely still circling around them like sharks.
There's one.
Deep in the water. Straight through off the other side. You might be able to find a little bit of space in towards stairs, but DRX definitely still able to put up a wall outside of the ace site. Peeks back in, peek off of contact from Mako, and it's going to be a classic kill to bring them the pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing, you know, just to touch upon the agents for this map as well, right? We've seen a little bit of different revolutions of these agents for DFM when you're considering GN tossing up between Viper and Astra. You got Akame and Jinbung swapping agents as well. But more importantly for me, when I see DRX in this one, and we're forgetting about the whole Teo meta for freeing, essentially, where he was just the agent embodied. What do we usually associate with him on this map, right? Cypher. He's changed it up. He's playing Vice, right? So this is a small change for DRX that actually could have a very large impact in this map.
We're already seeing it with the shear wall and the way that it is placed. A little bit more difficult for DFM to get it tripped. Of course, this is the Eco. Looking to see what they can get. Prowler off towards the other side. Flashback happy to go in with the Outlaw. Gate crashes away into safety.
Yeah, Flashback, of course, if you're going on towards this double duelist new look for DRX, you want to kind of see how he's going to be playing on this secondary duelist role. If it's more informative, if it's more secondary, is kind of the vibe that I'm getting. And it's not a bad idea, of course.
Yeah, well said, Komodo. Certainly puts DFM in their place currently.
I think his Neon is a little bit more, you know, awkward compared to his Yoro at the moment. So it'll be good to see, you know, for this map specifically, him really starting to just fine-tune some things and ultimately quack on a round such as this for DRX. It's just making sure comms are clean, shots are clean. So far, so good. I mean, just look at it, bro. Just look at it.
That's as clean as, well, I'm from Singapore, so I don't know what kind of products other people use, but, you know.
Just as clean as washing your hands with soap.
Okay. Yeah, we can work with that one. 99.9% of germs and bacteria.
Be gone. 2 rounds done and dusted, though. Time to see what DFM have in store. If they were expecting a map like Lotus to be coming on through, of course, we already touched upon Icebox being the ban out as well. I'm actually kind of interested to see what their Ascent is going to look like, as we know the Odin abuser is kind of nerfed. He can bring it out here, don't get me wrong. Like, we had it on the desk as well. I really do want to see Art bring that gun up, how proficient he's going to be. But first and foremost, though, how proficient just the team is going to be for DFM. Already forced back from not being able to gain any mound control.
The one-way smoke. So they're just going to hang back. I mean, they still got to keep in mind that outlawed play. Flashback positioned up towards mound. DFM, though, trying to get a peek, a poke.
Yep.
Passed into B. They've got Bane on the other end. Prowler as well as the Boombot.
Yeah, you shot the Bulldog to destroy the Archros, so the Stinger up close wasn't noted, although unfortunately this time when that dark cover one-way does fade, Flashback is found.
We'll pay dearly for that. A second smoke up from Mako just to retain control over the C site. DFM then finding a little bit more space across the map. Straight into A. DRX are reading this.
Yeah, you got to remember the shear that will protect them. And if you are going to Shrouded Step, I mean, you're going to see that Jinbung is in the right spot to have heard it, but just straight through the wall. Ooh. Oh, that's so awkward.
A little bit unfortunate. But that said, a bit of a mid-round call from DFM. It does take quite a bit of time, though. It feels as though they're a little bit lost and hesitant. Now, May trying to catch up to his fallen teammate, but
10 seconds.
Nothing found. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Komodo. At this point in time, it's just easy pickings for DRX, freeing with the quad.
Too easy for him at the end of the day. I sense hesitancy from DFM. I sense that they're not able to really resolve, you know, where they want to end in that round, right? They find the opening kill. They should have found the secondary one, but then Marco just finds that. They went in towards the baby room. They went through the door, right? And they turn back towards A, where you still got to contend with the shear that you haven't popped yet. It just looks like a very big miscalculation, and maybe they weren't tracking the clock timer.
Gotta wake up in the server, you know, just following along what Pilsky was mentioning before. We might not necessarily be looking for the best tactical plays, the best wins right now, but just for DFM to show us proper form.
Yeah.
Show us the best versions of themselves.
I mean, one of the highlights, just as we've got this little eco round come through, that I observed in the GE game that DFM played against is that GE were looking extremely drilled, and their trading and repositioning was really well done, right? And that's something that DRX are showcasing to us that they're really proficient in doing.
They were happy to do that against Paper X. They're happy to do it against DFM as well.
Yep.
Still though, Mate, sharp as ever, able to take one away. Bit of damage against freeing as well, so needing to fall back to a safer position, but Bane is here and happy to receive. Sheer wall still placed and not quite yet tripped. May dancing with death, but there it goes.
Can't move. Don't need to. At this point in time, there's 2 for him. Freeing is quite low as well. This is where things can actually start to get a bit scary when you consider that Marco is nowhere yet.
Is it gonna be May? Well, Akame at least will be able to swing around the corner. Jinbung to watch the flanks. Hyunmin as well as Mako. Some of them close to milestone clutches as well. Able to turn back around on a dime. It's just May. Vandal at hand. Backed into tree.
Not noted though.
Got the boombot as well, but you gotta be careful about how you want to position yourself. Sneaks through. Hyunmin back into it, but a single tap. Blast back to throw Mako off. And here comes the boombot. Back into the smokes. And May's right around it. It's gonna be May.
Oh, when you need somebody to deliver, who is the player that everybody associates on DFM to do the job? Well, it's gotta be May, doesn't it? He's done it again. Doesn't need to move in the thorns, hitting the shots. You got Akame in there finishing off freeing as well. Unfortunate that Jinbung finds some fluffed shots yet again, but hey, when you need him the most, May has arrived. And they need you, right? We need to see DFM get on the board early. We need to see them start to cook in the server.
It's just unbelievable how he's able to sit even in thorns.
He's sharp, man. I mean, this new generation of players, these youngins, they're certainly cracked.
Zoomers? But you know what? That is one heck of a win condition for DFM. That said, next round coming up, and it's going to be DRX still controlling the map on both wings.
Yeah, I mean, getting that rubble control, if you want to try and re-clear it, you're going to have to see Akame use some prowlers to do that, and he's only got 1 left, so you're almost kind of wanting to just lean in towards a BC split here. That's risky from Bane, so at least he's rewarded, but stuck and bailed by flashback.
Can Jinbung find it, though? That's the main thing.
Probably not.
He's been not too sharp on some of these moments, and that's going to be, well, yeah, Bane walking away with that free one.
Here's Art, though, on his Odin. He's sniffing out freeing, a different look this time with the Vice utility over to the C site.
Just able to bait some of that out at least, make his presence known. DFM pacing through very carefully.
Do you really want to try and toy with this A assault this late in the rounds? It's just trying to keep members of DRX entertained over at that A site there, but now it should all be up because remember, the shear is still here.
It's really far deep and shallow though, so you might have a bit of a route through waterfall, but that's where freeing's able to play up around the top. A double found, and just Jin with 15 seconds. Arc Rose tripped and freeing finds the triple.
Freeing Changing from Cypher on towards Vice, you can get a little bit more, hungry around playing with that utility as well, right? The difference where he can just pop a flash and still have his gun available. Something that we know for Freeing is he's also just a very sharp player. He's a very responsible gamer with how he's playing around utility when he's on these Sentinel agents. When he went on towards the Teo, there was a bit of question marks on how that's actually going to look, and it was looking absolutely gorgeous, but now back towards something that was comfortable, his Sentinel role. I mean, if he's able to kind of spread it a little bit more onto these different agents as well, that's going to just strengthen DRX, because you consider, right, Cypher, not applicable on every map. Vice, well, that can fill a lot of the roles that where a Killjoy can play as well.
Definitely a little bit more so. And especially with DRX's double duelist.
Yeah. I mean, it just allows him to, provide a lot more with this new style as well, where you can play with a lot of aggression and a lot of tempo. Again, I want to give more credit to actually Global Esports. Their tempo control against DFM in that last series, it was amazing. Like, I was thoroughly impressed. So the fact that DFM are going up against another team who is really good at tempo control, what they would learn from the faultings they had in the previous series, they can apply in towards this one. They just kind of have to figure that out in the timeouts, in these mid rounds, and that can be quite a difficult thing for a leader.
Certainly a tough leader is what you need sometimes to step it up. You've had the timeout now. You've had 5 rounds to kind of suss out how DRX likes to set themselves up. So it's nothing we haven't seen before. The A Rubble control, and Akame now happy to spray back.
Yeah.
Bane, though, with the hunt.
Yeah, a couple of headache shots coming out in that one, specifically the first, but an operator for flashback.
Oh, and he's got his sights zeroed in.
Yeah, but remember, this is the good thing about having Viper walls as well. You can reposition around them nicely if you're the team with the Viper and you know when it's going up and down.
Okay, so it does get Akame within range. Nightfall, each for both teams.
Yep, just exchanging them.
And it kind of flushes them in towards Freeing, where he spots every single one out, but punished out from Akame.
Yeah, maybe was looking at the radar or something like that for the repositioning of his teammates. Couldn't quite allocate any of those shots. A player deficit for DRX, however, as DFM confirmed some information on the C site with the Arcros. Now you can shift back towards A, where GN hasn't seen any re-aggressions from any of the DRX members over there. So that should give you a good idea that you can safely bring your team over, you can start to clear out the whole site as well, and then set yourselves up for a post. If GN gets a plant, he'll have the pit. You're going to clear all the angles with the showstopper, however, here, Quack, and then, yeah, let's just go post plant, right?
Happy to take that. So with the showstopper invested, it does buy a little bit more time and positioning for May to get up top. Hunt cleared. Ooh, he pulls out the paint shells. Managed to get away though. But also informed as to where DRX are positioning themselves for this retake. Jinbung gunned down. So you gotta watch out for stairs as well as heaven. In for the sprays though, pound for pound. Jin happy to trade back.
And now using the pit.
So just
to
secure these rounds as much as possible.
Yeah, you're calling that one. You don't have any Prowlers, no C's for Bane, so you can try and make it a little bit more workable to get in the pit, and it's just a time deterrent at this point in time as well. Not to mention, flashback, operator, yeah, you're not retaking with that one, so you'll take that round for what it is, some damage at the end of the day for DRX. But for DFM, right, good macro adjustments around the map. Not, going in towards the C site when they've got the 3 players over there and they confirm one with the Arcros. They're playing it a little bit smarter, a bit wiser, rotating back, letting the lurks actually provide some value. And where do you consider that the operator might be positioned in towards this next round as well, right? Where would Flashback be playing? We've seen him more proficiently over at this front of the B site. We've already seen some mountain control attempted for DRX before on this defense side too.
So beginning to anticipate a bit of A. They do keep themselves smoked off. The one way again, and DFM are looking to break that apart.
Yeah, rotate door open.
Whoa. All right, Prowlers and a couple more boombots spent. DFM happy to bait those out.
Yeah, but again, this is where GN on the lurk up towards the A side is already clearing all the rubble outside the door. The flashback found Jinbung again.
And that's that op at play. So now needing to respect a lot of it. DFM trying to keep themselves honest and aware.
Yeah, but from a player deficit now as well, right? So you got to kind of see how much GN by himself can start to clear out. So yeah, he's got a lot of this position, right? But the team isn't doing anything with it, and Flashback is still on the correct line. He does get traded though.
Still a little bit dry. And that's not the best thing for DFM right now, as Hyunmin is able to collect into this B site.
Well, a couple of trades to be coming out for both sides, but DRX, right, with first value on the opening shot, and then all the information when you go in towards B, it's looking pretty good. They're not really taking too many risky duels either, right? DRX are playing quite the passive, quite the patient game, because DFM, rather, they're not forcing them to re-clear a lot of the space, to re-dump a lot of this util. And they're not changing their approach too hard whatsoever. It's actually looking pretty much the same.
Even off of the timeout from Coach Northern Lights. So here we go back again into C, but we do have a bit of a lovely from the shadows from Art, straight back in towards C Hall. Is he going to be able to find much value? Does spot out Mako, and it does pull a lot of the attention back into his own position, which allows his team to sneak into the site. A bit of a trade as Mako takes Art down. Spike should be planted soon for DFM, but at the same time, DRX in position to strike back, in with the op, in with the frenzy! Flashback and Mako find their own round to put DRX up to 6.
Yeah, you can have the site if you want, DFM, but we're still just going to hit our shots. It doesn't really matter if we're seized or not, or, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right, you got the reposition that comes through from Art. He's good value for one, but you're trying to push in towards the C's. They're really hungry to try and reclaim a little bit of this control before even establishing a plant. When you consider that an operator in towards a retake is not generally the best thing, Flashback could be happy enough to just perch up and let the team go in, and he can just watch one angle as well, right? So you can't really fault DFM in wanting to play with the utility that they've solidified a catch in. But it just doesn't work out at the end of the day. DRX holding way more of a lead. Jinbong, hey, he doesn't die straight away this time.
Fair enough. He gets information for his team as well, but do they have the site? A bit of an eco, and they are all kind of tripped up in towards this little position up by stairs. Freeing! He gets the quad! Swaps over onto the shorty, almost the ace. Jinbong in for the punish, but still the round for DRX. It's all too clean and simple.
Don't tell me, right, that we're gonna get another agent that Freeing just has nuclear performances on when he just picks it and, I don't know, plays it for the remainder of the whole tournament.
At some point, you question, you know, it's no longer the age, it's just the guys.
Oh, absolutely. He's got to be one of the best pickups that we've seen coming in towards the 2025 season.
You know, Big Time is somewhere in the green room cheering with a huge sign. He's got the foam fingers and everything. It's the round, it's the place, it's the map, and now it's down to DFM trying to find a way back in. They've had to deal with the C mound, they've had to deal with the A rubble control, now back into B. Flashback nowhere to be found. So maybe a bit more wiggle room.
But who's here? It's Freeing, and there's thorns at the front of the site that I think they might have even... I don't know if they actually snuffed them out or not, or heard them.
It's right around the edge of the smoke,
yeah, they did.
So maybe not.
They have put their own shear at the front of the B site though, so they'll know if there's any aggression from DRX, but they've already got control of Rubble. This could be a big bait actually. There's no prowlers or anything to get the info though.
Haunt at least, but well-timed peek from GN. Paranoia countered back out. And Bane still sending through those prowlers.
Yeah, that was a bit hungry from Hyunmin, I will say.
Yeah, he had the showstopper.
He did, but he didn't pop it.
Wanted information first with the Haunt. Yeah, we could debate this, but still.
Yeah,
DFM.
35 seconds to go.
Good
Balls
off
back up. Generally, you would know that you have to re-clear everything around Rubble, and there's still two players here. Marco finds the right timing. It's gorgeous, isn't it? He's looking for more. He's found 3. Can it be 4? Settle down, though. 20 seconds.
It's just not cleared. And Akame has to watch out for so much more. Jinbong might be in the B site, but do you have the time? Trying to come back up to support his teammate from Link. They have to make a sprint into the A site right here
right now, they're thinking about where Freeing could be. They got to watch out for the top. Freeing pops the steel guard and tries to convert it into the spray. Maybe not the cleanest, but still some damage done. And with that, he's able to push up front, in for the hunt, sharpest ever. Jinbook with low HP. Freeing is just dancing around the corners, and with a double pump, he finds another round for DRX.
Yeah, you could see what was going on in his mind as well, right? Hadn't quite seen the second player, looking if there's going to be any flank, recognizing that the time is really whittling on down, using the ultimate as well, remove their primary guns and still take a little bit of the duel, right? If you can distract them for any mere milliseconds, it might win the round just by not getting the plant. Well-positioned fights in the beginning from DRX as well, despite Hyunmin losing his life first. It's just really good recognitions and, I mean, I'll say it again, individual brilliance from Freeing.
A little bit from Akko as well.
Oh, absolutely. But Freeing, he's 17 kills.
Can't deny that. Just the sheer threat of some of his utility as well around the B side. Now swapped over onto A. Oh, and there it is, a punish again.
I heard that one.
DFM have been trying to expand their wingspan across the map, but they haven't been able to find all too much. Now GN able to take down Freeing.
You've taken down the raid boss. You know the A site is now free territory, but the problem is the rest of the DFM members can't get over there. Marco,
with the
though.
threat of flashback, right?
Oh, good for one.
In with the trades and into the C site. Now GN happy to play spoiler up around the A site. Flashback as well as Hyunmin off to the races. With all this time and space though, May playing a good position. Holding the crosshair placement, but ooh, Hyunmin, what a little bit of a crouch peek.
Gotta remember, GN is on the other side of the map. They should know this. They should know this. He just killed your teammate over at the A site. So there's a small bit of time that they have to try and clear everything though. And, well, he can't stop this now, can he?
It's gotta be so much faster, but even that, it's just gonna be a bit of that flash out from flashback.
Not planting for your teammate who is in another postcode is a little bit rough, but you know, they hadn't cleared waterfall when they started to establish the plant. They put May going into deep holes. There's a lot of these corners being cut at the situations that you don't necessarily need to for DFM.
Like
this is where the kill is, right? So he's either booking it for a flank to try and cut off Hyunmin and then coming through waterfall, or he's on the massive wrap. If you don't see him in a couple of those seconds, well, it's probably going to be the massive wrap. So yeah,
that's exactly.
At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter on the way that he came into it. The problem is that DFM aren't accumulating rounds.
It's also the fact that DRX are so good at recognizing what the situation is, what is needed from each and every single player, whether it's flashback, whether it's Freeing, and right now flashback in with the op, back into the A site.
Ooh, info.
He's been dancing all across the map every single round.
Yep. You already cleared all front of pillars as well with a Prowler. You've got Marco holding territories over at Mound, so you know that this is A for the beginning.
Fires off a couple of warning shots. DFM, though, knowing that they need to trip this wall at the very least to alleviate some pressure.
And if you go through Baby Door, guess what's going to surprise you? A party!
Hyunmin in. Showstopper. Still is just waiting for a DFM. What's the play?
Yeah, you got to get a little bit of clammy hands at the moment. You know, seeing what we can see right now, knowing what's possible on the other side of this door, on the other side of this site.
Surely they're considering a lot of it, and they're trying to fish for so much information. And it's all in these little moments where Freeing is able to come up. Akami, though, happy to find off at least a couple. But here comes Hyunmin with that party. Does blow up Art. Tries to look for that flick against May, but May able to answer back. Look at that, Showstopper back in, flashback for the answer. GN with a little kill will be able to deploy the Viper Spit, but looking for the spike plant. Mako trying to look for the clutch. It's not quite gonna happen as DFM secures a final round. 3-9 at the end of the first half, Komodo.
Is anyone a believer in superstitions? Are we gonna get the 9-3 curse to come on through? 3 isolated rounds though for DFM is quite worrisome. In this switch-up, however, you know, you're going to have to see a lot of proficiency from how Akame is going to be clearing things on this fade. You need some good timing on Art Smokes comboed with GN's walls. You know, how proficient is May going to be in finding a lot of these duels, right? It's the double duelist style from DRX as well, where you know that they're going to have a lot of options to get dirty in towards some potential dives and some potential resets as well. Like, I don't think DFM have given themselves a lot of space.
No, sir. I'm trying to think about it as well, but there really just isn't that much that we can go off of. They kind of struggle with this, you know, you've been mentioning GE a little bit from last week. It's the same results. It was a 3-9 at the end of the first half against that team as well. And it's the same story currently. I mean, that tells you, you know, they haven't progressed that much.
When I look at this roster for DFM, I'm thinking that Jian's looking more comfortable individually. I'm thinking that Mei has more, you know, of a support staff around him at the moment in the maps itself, right? I'm also thinking that, all right, Akame is fragging as well, so that's a little bit of a bonus to come on through, right? So on paper, DFM is looking pretty good for what they're bringing to the table for stage 1. And now here's the but. These are the scorelines we're getting.
Why are these the scorelines we're getting?
Well, in this moment, DRX is cracked and they're making the right decisions, and Global Esports were doing the same last week.
I also feel as though it's DFM giving just DRX a lot of freedom across the map, right? I mean, yes, you have Flashback on the up, you've got Freeing, you know, playing out of his mind, but DFM are, you know, just kind of in their own heads at the moment as well. A bit of a 2-1-2 split at least on this defense, and trying to retrieve some information outside of A stairs.
Yeah, so they're refreshing the one-way smoke over at C. Eventually now they'll send Art away. But look at the territories that DRX have already found, right? Complete rubble control, no contest whatsoever. We're up the middle of B as well with, you know, no prowlers available for Akame anymore.
And with this positioning, they can set up for that execute into the A site. You also have Freeing on that deep lurk. And with that, he's able to find a couple of kills. Okay, not quite the couple. Coming at least in for the punish.
Yeah.
But as we say that, you know, it's just a bit of attention bought away, and that's going to be the A site for DRX.
Jian's also having to consider his wall timing as well, putting it up when that rotating door's happening, and he can't support Mei in that situation.
And that's why it's tough. It's some of these little gaps where DRX are able to exploit so much more.
Yep.
In for a pound and in for another kill as well.
I mean, how many of those kills did we just see? I think it was like 3. DRX just firing squadded all the members. Every single duel that DFM have taken in this round has been against multiple DRX members each time, besides the ones that we saw at front B. But around the A site, that's what that was. DRX find the pistol.
Quick to it. Not the DFM that I was hoping for.
Not the DFM that we're hoping for to come in towards this one. That's I think the big thing.
You still have those individual signs, but it's not quite coming together as a team or in form of these strats as well, at least. The default 2-1-2 easily broken apart by DRX, and DRX, meanwhile.
I mean, DRX on the first half, Freeing going absolutely, you know, brilliant. Marco, Flashback, they're all doing what they need to. Gunmin's not really needed. You know, I wouldn't have mind seeing this on the pistol round, honestly. Taking some commanding space together as a unit, but you've already got, you know, DRX getting into the B side, and they're in front of the Thorns already. Like, Jinwoong's timing.
A little bit lackadaisical. So it does allow for DFM to at least get up in range around A link, but the weaponry does not support it. It's going to be Freeing, Flashback, all chiming in a piece with the Bulldogs. It all fires through and true. Just Jinwoong off to the other end. Okay, at least ignores the fake out a little bit, but as soon as he turns around this corner, the Hunt instantly detects, and with that, every single crosshair into this lone position. There's nothing much else to be said.
Nah, just an anti-eco if we're going to phrase it on towards that way. But it's an anti-eco when you were down 9-3 at the half. You know, you got to get those pistols. You got to get the second ones, albeit you got to get the bonus as well, and try to get back in towards this map, right? Yeah, I know it's your opponent in DRX's pick, and you're gonna, you know, be hopeful for Ascent. But at the end of the day, right now, we're not seeing a lot of this these shots coming out from DFM. A lot of the full coordinations as well come out from them.
Yeah, that's right now. Might is right for DRX, and they are just not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah.
Look at this, the 5 stack in towards the A site. Smokes off from both ends. At least DFM does have the 3 stack in.
Ooh,
Can Mei find the answers? Starts off with a sheriff kill.
Needs more of them, that's the thing.
Looks for a couple more, but yeah, there it is. Freeing in with the trades. More utility dumped out by DRX, and they continue to march forward into the site. Art is here, but can he hold back? Finds a good flick against the actual Yoru, but still paying out from tree. He tries to reposition, has his teammates right around the corner, but Mako and Freeing out for one of their own.
And that's DRX reaching map point, Komodo.
I mean, I'm looking at that round as well, right? That should have been your bonus round to come through from DFM, and I'm seeing what? There's Spectre, there's Bulldogs, there's May on a Sheriff. Like, they put a little bit more into the previous round than they did with that one, and they're trying to take these duels around the A side. It's really not working. Yeah, it's good for Art that he gets that kill, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't provide any real value in towards the rounds. May was by himself for that first duel, right? And he gets haunted out, so you're always going to see a trade. You're not going to see him potentially be able to win. You know, 3 kills just planting himself in the open.
Definitely not the position that you want to be in if you are DFM, but still.
No. But DRX, I mean, the way that they're just playing this one.
But still DFM trying to keep themselves in the fight. A bit of a trade around the B site. Still keeping our eyes on the map. The spike closer towards A. DFM are beginning to push out a C, but not spotting anything.
Yep.
At least that informs them as to where the spike could be.
Oh, there's timing here though, Quack. Can you sneak,
wrong site.
Can you sneak in towards this A side? The answer is yes, because Art is caught none the wiser.
And he's just alone as well. That's an open site for DRX.
Yep.
Plant your flag down. Free real estate.
And
build a home.
DFM the white flag?
Ooh. You know, hopefully it's a different color. You gotta raise that flag.
Well,
you gotta be that man with a mission.
Player deficit going in for a retake. Times are ticking.
Portal closed.
Will they be those iron-blooded orphans that fight no matter what surmountable odds they have in front of him? Elise May is looking to try. He is able to find a pick, but still DRX up around the site. It's just Jinbung now. Mako in with a flash. Oh, site's been robbed, and he tries to back off, and it's way too clean for Mako. Up around the corner, it brings us to this final destination of 13-3. It is what it is, Komodo.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that you've just said there is it's clean, right? Honestly, that is a very well-played Lotus to come out from DRX. Solid game plans in the beginning, great executions and how they want to go on their attacking side just then as well, but their defensing side, I mean, so great. The way that they're just repositioning, freeing around on his first time on Vice, the way that, you know, Bane's timing on a lot of his utility as well, clearing all those spots. What were we seeing be, you know, refreshed so often? Just a standard one-way smoke over at Mounds that we never really saw DFM get in front of, to have options to be able to do things differently in the later stages of the rounds.
And that's the whole map. Outstanding performances from the likes of Freeing, Flashback. Mako is still Mako. An incredible support, you know, especially from Bane and Hyunmin as well, trying to pull off some of their own hijinks, the showstopper at hand.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes if you've got like 3 players just going above and beyond, you're not necessarily needing to see the other teammates, and that could be okay. We can keep them a little bit bottled up, ready to release them in the next map.
Absolute control over the defensive side. Absolute flawless rounds in the attacking side. It's DRX still being DRX, and they will continue forward with this upwards trajectory. DFM, on the other hand, it's down to those final 2 maps. Can they give us a different look? What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, Ascent is around the corner, so I'm hoping for something different. I want to see why they picked it, right? There's got to be a reason.
Yeah, maybe May back in on that jet, but for now, we will have to deliberate on the current results that we do have, tossing it back over to our desk.
DRX continue on a pretty comfortable win streak here in Pacific. Very convincing win here. Very short match.
It was smooth. It was silky. It was, you know, like satin. That's how I describe that map. Just beautiful. I mean, there's not much we can say about this. I feel like this was the same DFM we saw last week. I don't even feel like they were there, present in the game for the most part. Continually shut down in their attacking sides, and it just felt like DRX could do whatever they wanted, and they'd still win the rounds.
Yeah, felt exactly like that. I think Freeing, this is what I expected to see him transitioning over to the Sentinel role. I remember seeing him on the come up in, you know, the CN scene over in Ascension, playing for Rare Atom and playing that Senti role. He was such a rock on the defense, locking down sites. 400 ACS performance on the Vice. You know, they did swap him over from the Cypher to the Vice. Initially, when he was making that debut after being pretty much a one-trick KO for all of kickoff in towards Masters, and then picking up the Senti role as DRX moved into this double duelist style, he looked shaky on the Cypher, which was an agent that is well and truly in his wheelhouse. In fact, it's most played as far as I remember it correctly, and now on the Vice he looked impeccable. It looked like a really, really good change for DRX, who continue to just tweak 1 or 2 agents at a time, or a little bit of a stylistic difference. And you know, I wonder if that's to keep their opponents guessing, or whether that's just a case of they're continuing to experiment or wanting to keep their players flexible. But whatever it is, win or lose, you can guarantee that DRX is changing up little bits at a time.
Yeah, I mean, you can't keep my goat down. I mean, this guy, he's bouncing back. I love freeing. I love freeing. I feel like I'm talking about freeing all the time.
I know.
A textbook freeing performance there. Take that one, freeing haters. But I don't think there is any freeing.
There are no freeing haters. But he's ready.
It's too good.
You're ready for him anyway.
I'll fight for him.
Do you care he's not playing Taeho anymore? We're seeing an evolution with the squad. Like Pilsky was saying, that they are switching 1 or 2 roles or agents here, just to, no, I wouldn't say roles, but agents, just to keep things, well, you know, keep the opponents on their toes a bit.
No, I like what they're doing.
Like
I like the change. Like you say, he played Sentinel for a long time before he joined DRX, so he is very comfortable in that role. And, you know, he hasn't lost all of his Taeho prowess. I'm sure he might go back there at some point. You know, you can always remember how to ride a bike, right? That's what they say. So he will be fine if he wants to play Taeho again, but him having that more flexible agent pool is only a good thing. And he's showing that it's not just Taeho. It's not just like, oh, this agent was broken, so I was really good on it. He's showing he can perform on other agents as well, which is great for his longevity, his career as a whole.
I think this, for DRX, this is good for their longevity.
Yeah.
Playing that long game, you don't want to. What happened with Sky, you know, everyone was using Sky. They nerfed Sky. It screwed over a couple of teams, especially right before you go into a big tournament, like a big international. So DRX is definitely setting themselves up for success here. These are really good steps that they're taking to make sure they just got everything in the bag and ready to go. And the next map will be Ascent. Haven't seen DRX play Ascent in quite a while. DFM, there's a thing there now, so the Odin can't do what it normally does. But there are other parts of the map that are quite Odinable, so...
Yeah, I think you could still make it work. I mean, we saw both these teams play Ascent in the offseason, right? And they both played the standard default comp. But now I think we would expect changes from both teams.
Yeah, it's kind of like a brave new world of Ascent at the moment. I don't think we've seen anybody roll in with the full meta comp yet, so... we'll see if there's going to be that flexibility. There are plenty of teams who are still playing the Sova on the map, but interestingly enough, it's not the Taeho subbing for the Sova. I feel like if you're playing Sova, you're also playing Taeho, which feels a bit more of a sub for the KO. That's a whole mouthful and feels like alliteration and a little bit confusing, but like we'll see what we're going to get. The most interesting thing to me on this map is the choice of duelists right now, because a lot of teams are cutting KO and putting Taeho in, which necessitates you to run flashes a lot of the time, whether that be Phoenix or Yoru. I really think more and more Ascent that I watched are more unliking teams who run Yoru on this map. It's looking better and better, because it's something that I remember seeing when teams ran Cypher Deadlock in the past, like some of the NA teams, like M80 loved that comp with the Cypher Deadlock and the Yoru as the primary duelist.
Yeah, I think Yoru can add a lot to the map. I think you have a lot of mobility. You have those fast rotates on the defensive side, which can be really nice. Like you say, you're still carrying flashes, and an incredibly powerful ultimate for retakes or site execs. It just brings a lot. And you know, the way a lot of teams will control mid as well is they'll just have some passive util there, a trip or an alarm bot. You can clone up mid, trigger those traps, force those rotations. His whole kit is effective across the map, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Yoru come out here at all.
I think it's pretty cool in general that Ascent is forced to change, and we're not going to see the same meta comp. We kind of touched upon this last week. It's not the same comp anymore. Every single map is changed a bit. Now, DFM, do you think the Yoru comp would work well for DFM, though?
May's been loving it. May's been playing a lot more Yoru than I've been expecting him to. I feel like almost every other game I see May on Yoru, so I actually do think we could definitely see that.
I think we could see it, but for me, I don't see why we wouldn't keep May on the Jet. I think Jet is May's signature agent. He always looks so strong on there. I think he should play to his own comfort. I don't think they need to push the boat out too far. May is an absolute demon when he's like on form. So I don't think he needs to get as creative. Just do what you know how to do. Play this Jet up, and I think he can be fine. It just, yeah. He could do Yoru, but I just don't love it.
I expect him to do Yoru, to be honest. I really wouldn't be surprised. But at the same time, like, you're going to probably see Art on the Sova, right? Like, I'm really not been enjoying Art. To be honest, I'm surprised he's playing Omen even on Lotus. Like, I would expect him to be on the Fade, because you see a lot of Fade players love doing that tree setup and trying to go for the scans in combination with a flash or like a wall up timing, and then you haunt and you try to spam someone through tree. He obviously knows a lot of those angles. to be fair, he didn't even really get much of a chance to play it very much because DFM didn't get to play much defense, it felt like.
Well, I am definitely curious what they're going to be doing. We don't know, obviously. This is the first time they played it since off-season. And this team, I feel like both of them have changed so much since the off-season. Not just in comps, not just because the meta has changed or new maps or new agents. They themselves, their mental, their play style, everything is completely different now. And DFM was, speaking of mental, looked really strong. And we were talking about this at the start of this match, that DFM should lean into this underdog status, and then just remember to have fun. I mean, that was Karen's tactic.
Think back to like the off season. Think back to even kickoff, where it was like nobody expected anything because it was DFM, and then all of a sudden they come out and they play a great off season. They come out and they show a lot of potential in kickoff, and that's because people were still doubting them. And now, as soon as it comes across, like last week, as soon as they have a even split of predictions, they're like, oh no.
What are we gonna do? The power is gone.
Oh no, we might be favorites. So it's like they just need to relax into this game, because the DFM that we're seeing so far in Split 1 is not the DFM that we've seen before.
No.
They have to learn to be loose out there. I mean, this is a team that should be having so much fun. I think they're also personable. They seem like a great bunch of characters, but you can't let the stress of this get to you. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to win.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard for them, but I do like the approach of mixing in Ascent, being that underdog and trying to throw a little bit of a curveball at DRX. The problem is there's so many things that I associate on Ascent with DRX. There's whole strats named after them on this map. It should be a very comfortable map for them to play. It's a map that they've played in the off-season with a lot of these players, so I think even in this brave new world of Ascent meta that I'm sure a lot of people are enjoying the variety, I think that they're going to be totally fine, and they're looking like they're very comfortable in this series. And DFM, this stage, just have not shown any of that spark. I want to see some individual flair. I want to see some people take control of the game here.
Now, the DRX strat, do you like to call it the Vision Striker one, or do you call it the DRX
It's Vision Strikers.
No
one's ever called that.
Called it DRX.
No one's ever called that DRX. That's insane.
Okay, all right. DFM here. That is a triple init, no Senti. They've got Astra on GN, so maybe on the defense that can be a bit more of a pseudo Senti and help them hold some of these sites. But it's going to be a very free flow style from DFM here. It's going to be interesting to see on their defense if they can stop DRX.
DRX are playing something fairly standard. We see Vice come in as a Sentinel, and of course we have KO replacing the KO in the traditional comps. I think this is the kind of modern, updated version of the meta comp, personally. I think it's a great fit for DRX. I think DFM having no hard info is, no passive util might be tough for them on this map.
Well, you know what? I miss Jet. I'm glad we're seeing Jet on both sides of Ascent. We're going to send it back to our casters, Quack and Komodo, to take this away.
Thank you very much, Victoria Big Time and Pilski. Yeah, it's a bit of a blast to the past. The Ascent, the Jet coming back in, but also bringing us back to the future. We've got updated comps. We've got... What is this comp from DFM, Komodo? I mean, do you feel like it's familiar?
Not really. I mean, we know that GN's proficient on his Astra, but it's something different. It's something new for them. Whether or not it's going to work, I mean, do we send it back to 1985? Like, who knows?
Who knows indeed. At least it starts off with the salvos and takes down Flashback right off the rip.
Yeah, good combo to start things off. Freeing back on Tejo as well. So let's see if he can remember all of his strengths from back when.
Out on the attack, of course. Things are a little bit different. So drone used for a bit of that info. Not too much, though.
Art's getting a little bit hungry up through mid by himself. Bane, though, stuck.
And at least DRX is happy to turn back around to find a shot. Straight in through mid, though. That would be the weak point. And they found Jinbung. DFM quick to go in for that hunt. Spike down, but instantly picked back up by Mako. They close and shut that door down in DFM's face.
DFM, I mean, how are you going to contend onto a retake when it goes down quickly now? At least you got all your numbers here. Some time to be bought by freeing on the salvos. He's still got a drone that he can use later. They don't exactly know that he is actually in B main.
So that could be a factor coming through on this retake, but DFM looking to clean house. Dylan propped up May in for that check.
Didn't spot it.
Wow. So nothing found, and May might just assume that B main is clear. which would be fine. You still have to deal with these early players on. Mako, though, looking for that pick, and there it is. The shot out from the back. Another one from the site.
Yeah.
DRX.
Freeing, tucking himself in deep B main nicely as well. So when May goes for the clear, he's not spotted out, and then he can pop his head back a little bit later on when DFM start to get in for the retake. Just some good little positioning from him. Honestly, I do like the combo, right? Yeah, you heard it from Big Time earlier on. It's a modern Ascent kind of look towards this map, right? It's a modern comp where you're changing Sovers, you know, we got a Fade in the mix as well. I did like the idea a little bit early in there, right? You had a Seize combo with the salvos. You know, we've seen some ideas on using the saturates from the Waylay players on the defensive side as well to kind of simulate sort of combos as well for those Waylay enjoyers. Right now though, for DRX, I mean, you take a pistol, you're still chugging on from that lead that you had over on map number 1.
And 2 of them playing for the eco, so DRX at least taking a little bit of their own time, not wanting to put themselves in range of any potential util combos coming through, at least a bit of an outdoor being picked up. And DFM stacking up on the A site with their pistols.
Got to be careful if you're getting too close though and not get very tunnel visioned into the other side. So it's good to see that Hyunmin does clear that one. And this is where the rest of DRX can just charge.
Very much so. I mean,
all the combos again.
Yeah, slight combos. A bit of a kill out from Art, but still, DRX has these protocols very well drilled. Flashback in for the lurk up onto the B site. Quick picks and, well, 1 rifle dropped, so not the biggest loss. But nonetheless, you see again, you know, the entire system, everything done with the hands of Coach Termi and the entire coaching staff, honestly, for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, when I think DRX as an org, I think about, you know, such domination on Ascent in the very beginning, and I think about all the evolutions that we've seen on it. It's always been kind of the staple map where we're getting some really good victories, or we're getting some extremely close regulation losses or wins or overtime wins and everything. Most recently, you know, before the map disappeared, it wasn't looking too good, which is why I was like, hey, is this going to be a bit shaky for them? But you got to just remember, again, DRX are just finding their own new form with this own new roster on it, own little spin. Modern DFM, I mean, you got to go in with confidence, you got to go in with your own new look here. I think the triple initiators for them is, I mean, it has strengths, it's got weaknesses, don't get me wrong, but they need to set themselves up for a lot of these kills. How are you putting May up to succeed?
At least on the defensive side, it's going to be an interesting look for sure. But right now, I mean, again, DFM are the ones who selected this map. DRX being very, very careful. And there it is, that pickup. Quick in with a bit of a possible contact play.
Yeah,
it's almost to slow it down, though.
0 point hitting 3, so they're just going to wait for their flash to come in from Marco, which they do, and now tries to scale into sight.
Everything's been smoked off. Will Akame have an answer? May at least trying to hold up by stairs. Akame goes down, but right back into it, Mako for the frag. Art comes in with his faithful Ulden, but Spike gets planted nonetheless. Flashback in with a big flank.
Yeah, do they expect this one? The answer is yes. GN dispatches of him, so 2-on-2, spotted by drone.
Huge white step. Hyunmin and Bane to anchor. Up towards the lane. Oh, Hyunmin gets ahead of the game. And it's a low HP Jin, so quick answers being found by DRX. The bonus picked up.
Yeah, they caught Art with a special delivery in hand, which is quite unfortunate for him as well when you consider that that is the bonus round, right? Some good ideas from DRX to start things off, and then you re-coordinate over towards the B side of things. You think maybe, just maybe, a 0 point might stall them in their tracks, but you got to remember, DRX aren't going to respect that. They're still going to have another little contingent play behind that, another layer that we're peeling off this onion to just get in.
Keep it up.
And, well, it looks a little bit too teary for DFM, unfortunately.
That's what happens when you try to peel onions back. I need to bring some goggles. Oh God, what am I saying? DFM.
I'll give you a little tip, by the way, if you are going to cut some onions. Put it in the freezer for a few minutes beforehand and you won't tear up.
I've heard loads of those. You cut them in water or something. Okay. I don't know. The thing is, DFM need to be the ones to figure that out. They've got that little 2-1-2 split right now. A bit more information around mid. But is that going to be enough? I mean, look at how DRX are working their way across the map. They get bits of info, and once again, we're back in towards this B main position.
I appreciate the risk on going for something unorthodox with the agent picks, but for sometimes, you know, you need teams to just go back to something meta and try to figure out the fundamentals.
And that's what this meta is, especially with the addition of the Teo and the Vise, freeing a bit more support. Watch us towards the back right now, and that's the spike planted. Just Gen left in the round.
Spike planted.
And just the eco again to come through from DFM. You know, it would be interesting for me, and I'm sure a lot of people out there as well, had DFM, you know, potentially come into this picking, you know, the agents that DRX have, for example. What it would look like.
That certainly is a question that I would like answered, but at least currently, it is just DRX.
Yep. And now I want to see something strong. I want to see something bold from DFM, right?
You have the triple in it.
You got the triple in it. You've got Art with the Armageddon. You know, one of the, I'll call it the faults of this roster is going to be that they can't, you know, do one-ways over at A main, for example, playing on the Astra. Not as good, so you can play that in as a factor. How else are you gathering A main control? You know, are you setting up some pop flashes? Are you prowling? Are you seize trapping with salvos? Those are some options. Takes a couple more, you know, thought processes and combinations to be able to get that happening. This time, however, it looks like for DRX that they want to speed things up towards B.
Will Art's Armageddon come into play then?
It's going to have to.
Stars at hand, but look at Hyunmin just floating across all of it. Here comes the sprays from GN though. Takes down Bane, and that's the Armageddon. But from the shadows to avoid all of it, Mako in towards Boathouse and the spike plant. DRX have the sight.
5 versus 4.
Okay, a bit of an arc rose.
Yeah, clearing all front.
A couple of sprays as well. They might have noted Flashback's position.
Good
Just
timing.
still need to initiate these fights into the site itself. A little bit more of the special delivery, and that's the flash, allowing for Gen to sneak in, but freeing alongside Mako, playing a little bit of an anti-flash position. They are able to swing out at the right time, but Akame and Jinbo coming back in as well. And with Flashback's position noted, it's going to be the cleanup crew, Art, being able to pick up a round for DFM.
Good flash as well in there from Akame to set his team up for the actual site take, but some just good patience from DFM, right? Early on, dispatching of Bane, so it's the 5 versus 4 advantage, and yeah, you use the Armageddon, it doesn't find any kills. Not a lot of space actually, but you know, it provides you just enough, so you've got your numbers to go in for the retake completely.
And that's kind of the thing about Ascent, you know, going back to those fundamentals, being able to pick things up clean, play along those retakes.
One of the biggest things is what do the fundamentals look like for DFM with this sort of agent pool? They've got a lot of utility that they can get in, you know, information, removal of abilities, though this time, here we go. A technical one-way, if you want to call it, with this this Astra smoke. So it does work, but it's not refreshable, is the point that I was trying to make it about earlier on, likewise of an Omen, right? So you use that one way, and if it's disrespected and they get in front of it, well, that's a star gone.
And now down to just 2 stars remaining, 1 in the pocket.
Do have the Cosmic Divide, though, for GN, so if you want to go for another retake scenario, you can cut a site in half, or more favorably, give yourself some pockets to try and jump in and play around.
But look at DRX Komodo. Happy to bait these utilities out, and then once again, working their way across to dissect the site. So, cutting noise, back into A.
I like the idea as well that DFM are playing very close to this choke, expecting any contact plays or any Armageddons to the back of the site. They will dodge them all.
That's fair. They haven't spotted anything else across the map, but here comes DRX with their own execute. Main
that's
left
gorgeous.
unchecked. A bit of a triple spin, and that's going to be GN now down to the final one around mid. Flashback has been on the lurk, so it's a great pickup by DFM.
Yeah, I really like playing close to those smokes, dodging all the utility that goes back towards Rafters or anything towards Gen and Dice and that. And then, you know, your player over at Switch takes all of the aggression. Your player over at the Generator as well takes all of the aggression, just allowing Mei to sit pretty and get some good spray transfers there.
Exactly what needed, and just as clean.
Not phased too much, though, at the moment. DRX.
Hermes fond of that sometimes, you know.
Very straight-faced.
Leaving it to the players to figure it out on their own, especially 100%. On a map where, you know, they've innovated everything. So back into it. Mei now pulls out the op. Haven't seen too much, but that definitely is a little bit of that win factor. 50% of it for Mei.
If you're getting May on one line, then he can be confident enough to just hold by himself. You do open up the rest of the map for your team to just start to clear out with a lot of this, you know, utility that the initiators will provide. Just asking GN when you need your smokes, when you need your sucks or fake smokes, you know, all the utility that you can hope to provide. Though at the moment, this is where you just need your guns are ready.
Okay. Very defensive from DFM, but here it comes. A bit of a pinch, and they all peek out. Good pickup by Freeing as well, though. So this could allow for DRX to sneak into the A side. Until that is, May swings out with the op. GN now blocking off Tree with a few taps. Look at that. Spike down for DRX, and they don't quite pick it up. Flashback still not able to find too much on this lurk, so DFM beginning to find these answers.
Yeah, it's good to see that GN's headshot percentage is, you know, looking to still be up there as one of the most percentage. It was phenomenally in front. It was kind of ridiculous from earlier, but yeah. Yeah, a well-coordinated round from DFM again, honestly. Starting to find out a little bit of what is working for them, bit of patient play. I like the trap play that they have set up in mid as well, behind that dark cover, right? A little lob with a flash drive, swinging together as a unit, 3 of them to crunch on it.
Ooh. And now a different look as well. We've had, you know, early aiming presence out from DFM, this time a little bit more in towards B again. DRX, meanwhile, needing to find more information before they crack things open.
Gonna have to contend with 2 pretty damaging ultimates on DRX's side here, though. Armageddon and Hunter's Fury, which you could technically cancel depending where Kame is playing.
Yeah, ult online on both sides. But once again, information, hence the drone back into mid.
Yeah.
Smoking things off.
And DFM are happy to sit and wait. Playing 2 in towards B main, forward line. DFM May watching mid.
They're just not giving DRX anything, Komodo.
This is good.
Okay, Prowler.
That's actually some Prowler timing where Jinbong still has to be extremely careful that it's just not being dodged, and now that drone kind of gives you all that information. Sees in, no combination of utility behind it, but it's timing. Call 4 of them. Could you imagine if there was salvos?
Yeah. Could be deadly, could be lethal. Still though, it's quite a bit baited out now, and the timer continues to tick down where DRX looking for that entryway into the A site.
30 seconds left.
It's going to be blocked off by the Odin of Art.
Yeah,
repositions as well.
The slow passive plays are not working for DRX at the moment, so I wouldn't be surprised if they start to speed things up later on in. GN caught by the ult though.
Less utility as well, but still, yeah. 1 player caught off, and DFM are being kept honest. Jinbong now trying to rotate over, spotted out by Flashback. The lurk becomes effective.
Null command
You've got the null command. But will it help too much? You got to break down the door. You've got to find a little bit more headway into the site, and a lot of these angles are being locked off.
And look what Flashback's doing, but May's reading him.
Oh, May able to eliminate the lurk. Makes things a little bit possible, but the spike timer still ticking away. May dashes in, has the blades out, and he's looking for the updraft in towards a single player. Next one found, and that's going to be a Kame having to help out as well. DFM finds a round, a very successful one, back against DRX.
Yeah, and DRX have to recognize now that the slower plays are not really working too much for them in the early game, even to the mid game of these rounds. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of adjustment for a little bit of a faster play, for at least to try and get an opening frag.
Maybe a little bit. Having, you know, 4 successful rounds now in a row. But definitely both sides playing this chess game. Retakes a little bit more successful for DFM now. Oh, and then the timeout.
There you go. The first one of the series as well, called by DRX. You know, not seeing one by DFM after the 4 rounds in a row to start off the map too early. You know, you let the team have some ideas first, and their ideas were quite successful, right? So this is, I don't know if I would call it worrying for DRX, but there's enough concern that we need some coach intervention.
Definitely a lot more so. I mean, especially when you consider the fact that a lot of it is just DFM concealing everything. They're keeping themselves into a lot of these positions where DRX are slowly, carefully making their way across the map. Back then, it was a bit of that B main pressure before they collated everything into the A site. But DFM has answers in the form of these retakes. It was just a null command spent.
And it's interesting, right? Because so far we've seen some really good attacking sides from DRX on like Haven and then Lotus and even on Icebox for that matter. So, you know, if we're still seeing some really good attacking sides for them on Ascent, well, that's just another map that you're going to have to really look to counter them. And, well, you want to see how far forward they're going to be able to get right now, right? So timeout's done.
That's who DRX are, the Titans of Pacific. The winners from the kickoff. But here comes DFM with aggression of their own. Oh, spinning back around. That Odin comes in handy. Although it was the rifles that picked up those kills. Now just Hyunmin alongside a couple more teammates looking to take down the B site.
Yeah, but you know you've lost B main control as well. So there's now 3 potential angles that you're going to get retaken from.
At least the door is shut and they do have spawn smoked off. Now looking to find some aggression back in to clear out B main. It's the Blades though. So Hyunmin, unfortunately not too successful. Akame able to find a couple more. Just Mako. The drone as well. And he dances back and forth, but Akame happy to go back in for the quad picked up. And DFM finds the lead.
I mean, we're talking about what's working for DFM, right? It's being patient. It's letting DRX get on towards these lines. But after the timeout, well, let's just change up our game plan completely and make DRS guess, right? Catch them unawares, and it's kind of what happens. B-main aggression, getting 2 opening kills, forcing them to adjust a little bit. It's a little bit unfortunate for Flashback that the gun can't penetrate the corner of the wall to get anything as well. But you got to give credit to Akame. Those are some absolutely sinister shots to come out.
Yeah, very well-deserved celebration. Oh my god, indeed. Off of a timeout like that, I mean, that's exactly the kind of round you need to throw a wrench in DRX's plans.
Yeah.
Not just that, a bit of a swing round as well. I mean, DRX's economy now down in the dumps.
Yep.
3 Stingers, 2 Sheriffs.
Ooh, this is ambitious.
From DRX?
Well, no, I was going to say from May, jumping in mid with the Operator. DRX, it's a little bit just, how you going? Straight in towards the A site, though without Flashback.
Okay.
Spike planted.
At least you still have all the information you need. DRX happy to pick up in terms of the economy. We're all locked out now, looking to get aggressive ahead of these possible retakes. Cosmic Divide, though, as well, to keep them locked into place.
My Stinger doesn't do that.
Oh, and here comes the Odin spam! Arts! Jien as well with the shorties. The only one left on the other end. Bane silenced out by Akame.
Just May, the casualty. There's an Operator down if they want to go and reclaim that. Good rounds. Yeah, I know. And they nerf it too. I mean, it's slower or something. I don't know.
Hi, Achilles.
DFM on the lead. 6 rounds. Their map pick of choice. Good resurgency after the 0-4 start. Here we go. Odin go Burr. Not even seeing the opponent. Not even seeing the opponents. I'm used to seeing that happen through the B main wall that we stopped happening with metal plates.
It's on the A site now. Who needs vision when you've got bullets?
No, we need some strikes. That's what we need from DRX.
Yeah, I haven't quite seen a full site, you know, a clean site execute so far.
B main control again by the Prowler, commanding a bit of respect. Trying to see if Hyunmin can get on this line. You hear a judge though. I do not want to be holding an Operator going against a judge. That is not a duel that you're going to be winning.
Salvos as well.
Yep, buy space, make him have to fully re-clear out towards main. Though we didn't really see Freeing move away, so he can hold that for his territory at the moment.
You gotta worry a little bit more about mid as well as A short. And that's what those Prowlers are for. Jinbok now confirming information, but he gets punished by Hyunmin.
Yeah, we've seen Jinbok lose his life a lot on these jump spots across both maps now.
Hyunmin, I mean, smart to anticipate it as well. Now anticipating the next possible angle, but it's quickly checked and cleared by Akame. Back in towards B main, and you've got May with an Operator of his own. Flashback denied. DRX just scrambling.
Ooh, there might be a little bit of timing here from 2 accounts, and it works a treat. Bane and Marco have slipped into some sneaky spots and regained favor for DRX. A 3 versus 2. Art's footsteps, I mean, he was running. I don't think it would have been heard from Bane, but it doesn't matter if he just keeps his crosshair aligned on the right spot. There it is, Quack. DRX are finally making it work.
Positions which DFM unfortunately just weren't quite aware to check. Still a little bit too focused in towards, you know, pizza market. Jin now trying to start things off, but as the smoke blooms and dissipates, Smako quick on the draw.
Quick on it in a 3 versus 1. Shouldn't be dropping them when you do figure out where he's coming from. So finally, there will be an answer back for DRX. But are we already considering, you know, that it's looking okay for them when we consider that the switch is going to be on the next half? You've got a lot of initiator ability for DFM, where, you know, when you're thinking about them coming out with a composition like this, they're going to be going onto the attacking side soon.
Oh.
They're gonna have, you know, all of these drills and different options with all of this initiator util. Last round though of the half, and DFM still structuring out for kind of the same positions around the map. The Fade, the Teho over towards this B site.
That's what you have with the triple initiator, so a lot of information, but here comes Armageddon as well as Nightfall. A lot of it all dumped into this 1B main position where DRX are able to fire back against DFM. The site has been cracked open.
Yeah, they just obliterated 3 very rapidly. Now it's going to be quite difficult for Jien and Akame to get back, make it just the ladder.
Oh my. Sure, you've got null command and a full kit, but you're all alone.
Yeah, I mean, you use the null command and you're just kind of giving away your position, right?
Starting things off with a little bit of information at least, or, you know, trying to sell a little bit more around the door. Armageddon confirms that he isn't quite there though. But look at DRX, their crosshairs. Surely some of them check in towards spawn, and there it is. Headshot to clean things up, and DRX will tie up the score at the end of the first half.
Yeah, taking away 2 at the end there, make it you know, even Stevens for the exchange. So the pistol round will just be for who can get a leg up, right? If you can get a good start on this defensive side for
oh my god.
for DFM. I'm just wondering, for DFM, you know, when you go in towards your scrims on this switch up right now, going into that attacking side, this is something that you're testing a lot of, right? It's all the different options that you have to run these certain plays. And this is something that DRX, I dare say, would not be expecting to come in towards this series. So there's going to be a lot of adjustments that they have to try and figure out.
Hey, fair enough. They were successful in adjusting in this first half after all. We'll see how that works out on the defense, where they definitely do need to do a lot more of that. But so far, I mean, some successful moments from the likes of Hyunmin.
Yep. I mean, it's kind of what I said in the when Lotus ended, right, as well. You know, Hyunmin had a little bit of a quieter map there, but his team was certainly firing, right? Sometimes you just get bottled up a little bit, you don't need to do anything, and your time can come a little bit later, right? This game of Valorant is a team game. Sometimes you can rely on your teammates to do something good. Sometimes, you know, you can sit back and just relax. Right now, though, I don't think anyone's relaxing in towards the server because of how tight this actually is, and the scoreboard doesn't really give it justice, right? 4 to DRX, 6 to DFM, and then 2 back over to DRX, right? We're finding a lot of these different adjustments and opening kills, converting into some wins. I am keen to see, though, really, how DFM are going to structure this triple in it.
At least for now, a 1-4 split. Closer towards A main. Mako to control it. At least to try to fend them off with that one-way.
Well, 0 points going in, standard, and I'll get rid of Marco's abilities. He does get the dark cover out just in time, so he can buy a little bit of time. He can ask for some assistance if they need as well. Of course, they are running this Vice, so as long as Flashback is kept alive over at this B site and doesn't lose an opening duel to Art, for example, he can stop any Stampede immediately there, but this is where the call is for DFM. Let's go towards B. It's the right call.
Yeah, they pulled those rotations over. But I'm also impressed, I mean, how deep that drone got with freeing, piloting it. So now you've got Flashback in with that Vise, the shear wall gets stripped. More rotations all across the map from DRX.
Yeah, it's good timing on that dark cover as well, but the problem is nobody else from DRX is here to help Flashback. He's by himself, and an Arc Rose can only do so much.
So he pulls himself back in towards Boathouse and tries to buy him as much time as possible. DRX, the rest of them now, trying to pull some attention in towards door while Bane sets up for a bit of a flank. Coming back in, Jinbuk will find Bane. Now down towards Boathouse. Flashback still alive. Reloads. Right clicks. Finds Jien. Just are left alive. Takes down Hyunmin and picks up the Sheriff. Needs more targets, needs more space and time. The spike has been down. Finds a shot into Mako, and DRX knows that they've got time enough. Just buying in for it. In for the flash.
No
Flashback. Dances around the walls, gets the Sheriff shot. Time gone in the cold, in the dirt, and that's going to be DRX finding their way into success on the pistol round.
Flashback has done numbers around that B site there by himself, because that's not even playing on the back of any utility, by the way. That's just a classic and control. Good right clicks, good left clicks. I mean, the one on towards May, yeah, looks a little bit awkward, but the fact that he's just buying so much time and getting 3 kills there really sets up the team quite nicely, and I'm impressed by the right timing that DRX are throwing out that utility as well. You know, they're layering that approach really nicely, trying to just 100% all the stalling abilities, not leaving too much space for DFM to exploit.
Might have been a rookie before, but Flashback certainly has found and come into his own right now. Not phased whatsoever in that little moment. Next round coming up, DFM stacked into the A site. Same setup exactly as before from DRX.
Yeah, different look towards the utility at that B site though. It is just the standard pistols for DFM. You would generally expect this to not go their way though, right? You've already got a rotation from Bane now, ready with the bolt.
Yeah, there was a bit of an arc rose flash in towards the B main area as well, so it's a lot of information for DRX now. They are ready to receive. Here comes Mako with the sprays, but May picks up the Bulldog. A triple kill found. Might be able to look for a little bit more. Tailwinds away. Oh, here comes Hyunmin as well though. In towards Tree, and now sandwiched into the site. Not quite able to get the spike down yet because of the door being broken apart.
Yeah, they'd be vulnerable if they tried.
So it's down to just Akame and May. Bit of a flash to buy time for the plant. May still keeping his crosshair zoomed in. Ooh, Hyunmin in with a frag. Akame looking for the flick, but Hyunmin up on the other side as the cloudburst dissipates. It's going to be DRX finding yet another round.
Yeah, he's getting his individual values showing on this one now, isn't he? All the kills to be coming on through. Do like to see that. Flashback, you know, in there as well. But I gotta say, this is why I'm hesitant to say, like, these classic pistols, these default pistols, they shouldn't get the round, because you never really know when May gets in your face and steals away a gun. I mean, it can look quite awkward.
Oh, that was crisp.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we were kind of missing though, right? Last week, it was the kind of the question, like, where's May?
Here he is.
Well, he's back now.
6-8. Still is a DRX round, but we'll see if DFM can find more momentum. But here comes a Tiles Crunch. Classic play. And it keeps DFM at bay. Flashback in for a bit of a burst, but still DFM able to hold back.
Yeah.
They find shots against DRX, and now Mako needing to retrieve weapons.
Yeah, but you forced out a little bit of this early re-clear utility from DFM as well to, you know, try and make it a winnable scenario. I like the attempt from DRX, don't get me wrong, couldn't quite execute it the way that they would have envisioned.
And that's why you got to give credit to DFM for being able to react in kind to a play like that.
Absolutely. And now it comes down to what your initiative is for the rest of the round, right? Are you looking for any orbs before dying? You're looking to just hold all your weaponry as DFM? I mean, they certainly would like to, but are they aware of the fact that freeing has top mid? Yes, yes they are.
Good job, Akame. So now just a Mako holding up around spawn, around B, where, oh, the Odin gets spotted out. Mako back in towards the site, and that's when Jinbuk will find the trade off of a little bit of contact.
Yeah, still keeping it quite tight in the map now in terms of the scoreline. Again, just forget that we had a lot of rounds in consecutive flow on the first half. This is where we'll start to see some of these differences on these gun rounds, right? And that's where a lot of people would be, I'm hoping, ready for it, excited for it.
Yeah, still that question for DRX. I mean, they've been successful. Will they make it clean? Yes, the op in hand.
Will it be expected? I mean, you'll count your credits, right? You'll know that someone's nearing the amount to be able to purchase it. Heavy investment, though, for Hyunmin.
A bit of an intentional start from GN as well. But really nothing so far, just a bit more information as DFM begins to make their way into the B site.
Oh, good amount of chip damage, actually, with that one on towards May.
Happy to launch in a second.
Yeah, but now with no shock darts as well. You got your drone, you got your dart. Re-clear the information too. You do get seized, but unfortunately, DFM not going to be able to capitalize upon that. They're going to start to make their rotations toward this A site where you do have flashback set up. Because nobody on DFM really got far forward into towards B main, they don't really know if this utility's here.
Yeah, that's going to be quite the problem, isn't it? So DFM trying to scrounge or connect the dots in together into an A site hit. DRX have already sussed everything out.
Yeah.
Even with the Armageddon spent, the paranoia keeps them away.
It's so early as well, where you've just lost all of the value.
Tried to go in for the rush, but here comes freeing. Oh, in with a spray transfer. Down to the next player, and that's just May. Oxide Art inside of A main. Freeing finds him as well. And that's flashback.
Flawless to come through from DRX. I mean, they managed to not really overplay their hands too much in that situation too, right? When you got those shock darts going into B main, they don't get too hungry to try and reclaim the space in there. Bane finds the opener, and then you've got all your numbers around this A site. The reason I highlight that the Vice utility, you know, is going to be important around this A site is because DFM didn't go too far forward in towards B main. They didn't bait out any of the utility on what's exactly on the site. The shear wall being really important if you're trying to go for these, you know, A pincers as well. If you're going to have anything coming through main.
That's what it is. They kind of showed their hand a little bit way too early, so DRX able to read all of it. Now same setup again. Op and Hen as well. Fired off a shot down mid. Ooh.
Yeah, setting yourselves up for an A lean yet again.
Okay, he's a little bit more committed this time, but you've got that sheer wall in your face.
That's it, and it's going to be so hard to bait that out. Flashback finds Akame to start off.
And that's a spray through the smoke as well. Now look at this entire pinch down in towards tree. Okay, stinger spray. Around the other side. Yeah, the thorns will get him. Still though, able to sidestep back into it. Finds freeing. The half bite somewhat paying off.
Oh, he slipped the wicket's ear.
Is Flashback aware? Fortunately, the shot's not quite connecting, so Flashback able to spin back around, but Jien will be happy to go in for the trade. Now Bane up onto the site. Hyunmin in with the op as well. That's the barrel spotted. That's the round. DRX keeping themselves up and on top of DFM.
Lesser buy from DFM, but enough to bring out the Steel Garden of Flashback, because when you consider the kills that were found towards Tree, there's some guns retrievable, right? So you immediately want to regain a little bit of control as DRX. You don't want them to be able to retrieve any of these big weapons, so you ult in, you make them go back down on towards these pistols, you buy yourselves enough time, you buy enough time for Hyunmin to get back over here as well. So some great little just recognition components there from DRX, but this is the important round back. This is the guns back for DFM, and they're fast up mid here.
Okay, May, it's time to pull off some of those magic, but oh gosh.
Yeah, the paranoia. Really impactful from Marco there, and before the smoke is able to land, Jien's just already on the line. Oh, that's rough.
Marco's in the Matrix. He sees all of it before it actually happens. Stuck and trapped inside of B main now. And if you do try to look for the exit out back from tiles, Hyunmin's there.
Yep. You need to really dig deep and deliver something huge here for DFM to get back in towards this one. When they've got no smokes either, you want to play on some sneaky traps, and that's what they attempt to do over at that lane, but Bane's able to just dodge it.
And that's where, you know, you got triple initiator. Yes, you've got a lot of utility.
Standing ahead.
But it's not going to amount to too much.
Yeah, there's the info though. That info is crucial for the next couple of seconds. You can't spam the wall, of course, on the back of it, but you know that there's a bit of a trap play around here. That's nice.
Okay. And even with all that information, Flashback comes in to bolster the support around the site.
Yeah, you got to save. This round is done. This round is essentially done when those first kills came out because you've lost your smokes. Like,
even with the save though,
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, you lose your smokes as GN. There's not really an avenue back in towards the B side as well. When you've already got numbers, you know, those salvos come in at the right time. That dart from Bane was gorgeous. All the info you want.
You know what I like to see, Komodo?
What's that?
Timeout pretty soon.
Yep. I think DFM need to have a really good chit chat.
Well, before they can even get to that, can they hold on to their guns? The spike.
One.
Planks onto the ground. Jinbo!
Oh. All right, you hold one.
Okay, okay.
Another begins.
Well, here we go. Off to the 11th. I believe timeout is called.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, with this loss as well, the economy.
Yeah, I mean, there was an importance on having those two guns, you know, be available for the next round. But the problem is they didn't know if their own spawn, you know, is in enemy territory at that point in time, right? They hadn't even managed to really get into the B side to count how many numbers there were. So really, really rough stages for DFM. And you'd need a really big blessing in this timeout to go your way.
It's going to be, though. Coach Northern Lights trying to cook up something. But you still got to deal with, you know, Hyunmin on the op.
If you're coming out on the back of this timeout with something fast, right? The problem is, how fast can it be when you're running an Astra? Because you see the stars on the floor, you know, when the barriers are about to go down. So you can have a quick little read as DRX, right? If they have Bane at the right spot, a good dart on one of these back of the walls, you know, anyone coming out into the site is revealed. You've really only got Mei, who can be a little bit sufficient into his own cloudburst where he won't get revealed. It's just quite difficult, you know. Are you trying to Cosmic Divide here, combine it with the Nightfall? Spreading around the map as DFM right now, not really. Playing more of a passive default.
You're absolutely right. DRX could even surprise them as well off of this timeout. They've got a lot of money in their bank.
Yep.
So a round loss wouldn't be the worst in the world, but here comes Hyunmin, happy to go in for a peek.
Oh, he spotted out Akame.
Yeah. I think Akame might have spotted him out on the map as well, so they're paying a lot of respect. Yeah, warning signs on the map now. But look at Art as well. Will he be able to, you know, pull off something sneaky? Maybe not yet. The team's still trying to scuttle around B main.
I mean, as long as Marco is good with these refreshing smokes, he can buy some time, at least enough for, I was going to say Hyunmin to get a shot if anyone peeks out of main. There's more information again on that dart. Bane has been so good for these.
Ooh! But at least Art will be able to alleviate some of that pressure. The op has been deleted. I think Main was kind of sussing around the edge of the smoke as well. Hasn't found any traps or sheer walls, so this could be, yeah.
Do you rotate to the A side on the back of that, though? You don't. You leave Art to his own devices, and you kind of just try and set yourselves up for some smokes in towards the B site. Maybe you do just have the Nightfall in and split into the site.
Take the rounds that you can get. So trying to sell a little bit more in towards the A side. It's going to be a bit of an Armageddon out from freeing. Nothing found. And here comes Mei into the site. Cosmic divided up as well. Bane has been sussed out. Mako snuffed out as well.
Patience working a treat for DFM. As I said, leaving Art to his own devices. You wait before getting in towards the B site. You find your 2 kills. And at this point in the round as well, flashback and freeing, they might even just consider turning on towards some damage, right? Any exit kills, the round will be pretty difficult to claim.
Wow. Deep into the site. Flashback on the other hand, just off for the long save.
Yeah, get the operator back in for Hyunmin in the next round.
Exits around B main would be great.
Or they know freeing's in main from the 0 point. He's stuck.
Oh, but is he really, or are you stuck in there with him? He's able to find the double. Look at that! What a dink! Salvo's off as well, and then looks for the hunt into the 3rd kill, but Akame at least will be able to keep him honest. So not too bad of a round for DFM.
Not too bad, but losing those guns at the end there, I mean, they will have a small effect coming in towards this next round. Light shields, I think I saw a tail glimpse of a regen shield as well, so you do have to consider what freeing has just provided you for this next round if it wasn't the round in the previous just then. Some good ideas from DFM, right? I think just recognizing the fact that after Art gets that first kill that they can really play on the patient side of things.
I mean, DFM are happy to play patient, but sometimes you can bite them in the back as well if DRX play the same game. Up, back in.
Takes a while for those salvos to meet in towards main. So do you have an idea that Art is lurking a little bit again? Drone not going to spot anything directly. Now Drone at the same time though to put Hyunmin on the line and find Mei, who has been such a crucial player to have to get in towards these sites.
So with Mei gone, you've lost a little bit of that dive factor. 0 point now as well.
Well, not a little of the dive factor, your only dive factor.
Yeah. I was trying to be kind. But you know what? At least DFM still with the 4 players looking for any possible picks.
You have to go towards B though. You have to stretch in through mid. You've still got the Vice utility over at A where that wall just gives you all the information. Marco's spotted out, dealing with that drone, but Hyunmin on the line again is just good for another one.
And DRX knows exactly that as well, and they know what DFM are looking for, and hence they're able to play around these positions. That said though, Freeing was taken down. Mako already in position to
30 seconds
play around as well.
If you lose control as well and you're null commanding into the side, I was going to say Bane has a Hunter's Fury, but that actually removes it. Still, you got to contend with 2 players on this B site.
At least no utility might help them out a little bit, but still this up. Look at Hyunmin. Re-peeks back in, but not quite finding the right position. Swap over to the shorty, but still the kill from Art. Trying to find the round. Can't quite pick up the fallen teammate, but here comes the flash from Mako. Flashback as well, and it's gonna be the round for DRX. They've brought things up to match and series point.
Yeah, they've brought a little bit of stability now, haven't they? Pushed around second round, only losing the bonus, and then it's been 4 clean runs in a row. I say clean, there's been some shakes, but all in all, pretty good for them. Feels like a couple of these ideas on the side of DFM are a little bit flat. You know, you've got a lot of need on Mei to be able to open up some space. And yeah, the triple initiator can clear a lot with the utility as well, right? But that's in a perfect world. That's in a world where DRX are kind of letting you just drop all of that utility, and we are not really seeing that.
No, we're not. We're in, well, reality.
Yeah, and now you actually contend with Flashback's utility if you want to try and bait out the shear wall. You've then got the Thorns, you've already got repositions where you can layer that with some salvos as well. This comp that DRX are running, you know, could very well be, I think Big Time called it nicely, it could very well be this new meta comp of Ascent. It's got a lot of the valuable items that you have in the old, you know, Killjoy KOs over, blah, blah, blah.
Especially on this defense. I think out of the entire second half, DFM have only found 1 successful round. So much control over B right now as well. DFM just not quite able to find too much. They can't even get a pinch on towards Hyunmin. No idea where he is. But here comes Armageddon and a couple more
Flashback is stuck.
But yeah, everything's been locked off. Flashback.
Oh, he got out.
Able to keep himself alive. Here comes a bit of pinch out from Jinbung though, looking for their frags, but oh, crouched right underneath. Bane will be able to put him down into the ground.
And
another
now,
kill found as well.
Now they finally pop the shear, but they can't even get in.
Yeah, this is all almost over. 1 more kill and it's just Mei. 4 targets right up in front, but he cannot find anything, whereas DRX have taken everything. The final score at the end of the map on Ascent, 13-8. It's a 2-0 at the end of the series.
Very well played from DRX coming in towards this one. Their own map pick of Lotus looking absolutely infallible. They're not tripping over their feet whatsoever. And over in Ascent, I mean, the start looked good for them as well, right? Don't get me wrong. But then DFM, I'm thinking, all right, we're starting to see something here. We've gotten a lot of rounds in a row. We're starting to see some value come out with their timing, with their slow-paced plays. But at the end of the day, you know, when you change it up and they go on their attacking side, feels like triple in it, single smoke, single duelists, might not be the recipe that they thought they were after.
Yeah, it definitely puts them into a tough spot where they need so many factors. They need the stars to align in order to find these rounds, right? But when DRX recognizes that, DRX are able to deny these factors from coming online. They take down Mei, they take down Jian. Those smokes and everything are gone, and it's just these units left alive.
Yeah, so far we're seeing our 2 international represents over at the previous Masters topping out the groups. Of course, T1 currently on that 2-0, DRX on the 2-0, so they're looking pretty good. again, you got to remember, getting these wins, you're getting the championship points as well, and that's quite crucial for a couple of these teams. But I think for a lot of the other teams as well, it really is just getting back to the fundamentals that they need.
Even for playoffs as well, but well, for now, we have to celebrate for DRX with this new iteration and back into the victory interview with Jen.
DRX의 2대0 승리입니다. 이렇게 해서 무패 행진을 이어가고 있는 DRX인데요. 오늘은 DRX의 프링 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 어서 오세요. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
박수 부탁드립니다. Hey guys, 2-0 for DRX, still undefeated in Pacific. Now, here's Spring to talk about today's match. And I feel like, DRX, you guys have a good momentum going on. And I feel like there's no one that can really intimidate you guys in stage 1. Any thoughts about that? 무패 행진이 이어지고 있거든요. 연승 가도를 쭉쭉 달리고 있어요. 연초부터. 이제는 뭐 어떤 팀이 와도 질 자신이 없을 것 같은데 어떠신가요?
사실 질 자신이 없다라기보다는 그냥 저희가 좀 확실히 이 대회 경기 날마다 퍼포먼스가 좋으면은, 그러니까 확실히 좋으면은 질 자신이 없다인 것 같습니다. 퍼포먼스가 좋으면.
퍼포먼스가 좋으면? 알겠습니다. Well, yeah, I wouldn't say every match would be a free win for us. I would say, though, if we do put up our good performance on stage, then obviously we can take the win. Now, let's start with the changes that you had to go through. I mean, Sentinels, it's your comfort role, but because you had so much success on Taeho, were you a little bit sad that you didn't get to play him much coming into stage 1? 워낙 또 감시자가 익숙한 역할이긴 하지만 태호로 좀 재미 많이 봤잖아요. 이렇게 감시자 역할을 맡게 된 이후에 좀 태호 못하게 돼서 아쉬울 것 같은데 어떠세요?
저는 둘 다 재밌고 확실히 감시자도 좀 혼자서 하고 막 그런 챔피언이잖아요. 그래서 뭐 태호도 재밌고 다 재밌어서 뭐 그런 거 다 둘 다 좋은 것 같습니다.
I would say both are fun, so I don't mind. I mean, Taeho's always fun, but when it comes to playing that sentinel role, you get to play by your side, be the side anchor, and kind of lurk around as well. So they have different interesting aspects when it comes to what kind of fun you can have when you're playing them. So yeah, I don't mind playing any of those roles. Now, should we expect you sticking to the sentinel's role and Flashback kind of going on that flex role, except for DRX's Taeho map, or what are the roles? What are the talks around the roles? 그러면 이제 역할 배분이 좀 감시자로 픽스가 됐고 플래시백 선수가 약간 그 타격대와 감시자와 무언가를 왔다 갔다 하는 플렉스 역할, 그리고 태호를 할 때만 프링 선수가 하는 걸로.
네, 맞습니다.
네, 여기에 대해서 좀 자세히 얘기해 주실 수 있나요?
일단 태호를 잘 쓰는 거는 저희 팀에 일단 제가 숙련도가 제일 좋기 때문에 일단 태호를 쓰는 맵은 무조건 제가 쓸 수밖에 없고, 그래도 저희가 투엔트리 플래시백 선수가 엔트리가 되기 때문에 투엔트리 했을 때 감시자가 저도 옛날에 감시자를 했기 때문에 제가 이렇게 되는 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. Well, yeah, I mean, when it comes to our Taeho maps, I'm the best Taeho player on the team, so I take over that role. But Flashback can definitely take part in that double duelist comp, so he swaps over to the duelist. So we switch back and forth, but I would say it's mostly we are permafixed on that Sentinels, plus Flashback on that flex role, except for when we play the Taeho on some maps. Now, lastly, we see you guys swapping agents, one or two, making constant changes. And most teams, when it comes to those comp changes, it's all about, why fix something when it's not broken? But it's a different story for you guys. So why the change? I mean, let's talk about the Cypher Viper swap on the Lotus as well. Why the change? Did you not like something about your last Lotus, even though you won? Or is this kind of to keep the players be more flexible, or, catch someone off guard? I mean, there's got to be like multiple reasons as to why you guys keep bringing this comp. I mean, even it might be, you guys wanting to add some more tools in your arsenal as well. 조합을 요한 하나 두 개씩 계속해서 바꾸는 모습이 보여요. 로토스도 이겼는데 사이퍼를 바이스로 바꾸기도 했잖아요. 뭔가 1차원적으로 생각하면 마음에 들지 않은 부분, 부족한 부분이 있어서 바꿨다고 생각할 수도 있지만 더 깊이 생각을 해보면 혹시 상대를 카운터하려고 했었나? 아니면 또 뭔가 터미 감독님께서 더 많은 조합들을 시험해보고 좀 준비해두고 싶으신 건가? 여러 가지 이유가 있다는 생각이 들거든요. 어떤 이유일까요?
진짜 별 딱히 이유 없고요. 그냥 그 맵에서 좋은 캐릭터를 쓴 것 같습니다.
메타를 조금 더 자세하게 파악하고
네,
대처하기
맞습니다.
위해서. 알겠습니다. No, we don't actually read too much into our comp changes. We just use whatever's better in the current meta, and that's it. Well, Fring, congratulations on today's win, and we'll see you next week.
감사합니다.
네, 이렇게 해서 프링 선수 만나봤습니다. 저희는 여기서 인사드리도록 할게요. Good night, everybody. Come back tomorrow.
DRX continue to win. They just love winning. It's a good year for winning for DRX in 2025. And, Fring is just like, I'm the best Teo on my team, duh.
He was back to Teo. Let's go.
That's Teo on his team. That's Teo in the world. Huh?
Never doubted him for a second. Told you it's like riding a bike. He's straight back to it on the Teo. Comfy map from DRX. You gotta love it. Flashback even looked good on the Vice as well. So nice to see a lot of fluidity with these guys.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's pretty much as I expected in terms of how they want to play their roles. And map to map, they can kind of swap that up. It does give them a little bit of a different look, a little bit of a different approach. Speaking of different looks though, DFM, triple Enit, no Senti on Ascent, actually looked a whole lot better on the defense of all things. They were quite fluid with their setups, but once it moved over onto attack, you can see it here from Hyunmin. He was picking them apart with the op, and honestly, that for me is kind of a failure really for DFM to play their comp correctly on attack. They have so many tools and so many things to answer the questions that DRX are throwing at them, which are not that uncommon of questions like the op on the B main line and things like that, and they're just not using the tools at their disposal to be able to answer those questions.
Yeah, I feel like once the round broke down, we really saw the difference in experience between these two squads in a way, where you can just tell DRX are always in the round till the very, very end, and I didn't get that impression from DFM. Like you say, I mean, I think having the answers in theory is one thing, being able to actually put it into the server in these official games is another. So even though they had the tools, they didn't quite manage to convert, especially in that second half.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, though, this was always going to be a difficult series for DFM. Obviously, they didn't come out of the gates they would have wanted against Global. Honestly, in Stage 1, we just haven't seen DFM really hit their stride yet, so very little room for error for DFM now. 0-2 overall. A couple of beatable teams in front of them in this group, but some of which have had much better starts to the season, so they've got to really go back to the drawing board and find something that works for them, because they are in dire straits right now in Stage 1.
Yeah, even with Mei on the Jet, I mean, I feel like we spoke about this before. We like Mei's Jet, I wanted to see it, but Hyunmin went toe-to-toe and stood on his toes, to be honest. He absolutely shut Mei down for the most part. Mei will be the map MVP, and he played a fantastic game. It's nice to see, we spoke a little bit about did they experiment with Yoru, but they don't need to when Hyunmin's able to look that comfortable, I think.
Yeah, Hyunmin, our rookie for VCT Pacific for DRX. It's looking divine. I think we had some early games where you could tell he was still adjusting a bit to the stage and to joining back in Pacific here. This guy grew up in Hawaii, I believe, and now he's just full Korean. Getting Jet? MVP, yeah, playing Jet and just
Hawaiian Jet.
into it.
Hawaiian Jet. That was maybe that was always the answer at the end of the day. No, he's been phenomenal, and actually, I think in Stage 1 being a very consistent performer. I think it was like plus 17 in the initial series and like plus 10 in first kill, first death in that first series, and then in this second series as well. He just continues to deliver. He is the stable, consistent performer in the duelist role. He's almost kind of like building himself up to be that kind of Buzz presence at this point. This man just gets his numbers, except for that one series in Bangkok against Buzz, unfortunately.
Yeah. In fact, when we lost Buzz from DRX to T1, it was like, oh, well, who's going to take up Buzz's mantle? And Hyunmin is definitely doing that. But our match MVP today, is it Hyunmin? Drum roll?
It's freeing! Let's go! God, I love this guy. Such a dominant map 1. So an incredibly solid Teo on map 2. I mean, how can you look at that photo? How can you not love that face?
All these stats are actually amazing. Also, everything from the ACS down to the headshot percentage is incredible. And you're right, and he just looks so good in his photos.
I mean,
hang it on your wall.
So he's rookie of the year so far for me, and I think if he keeps his performance up, I think he'll take that mantle. no problem. Just another dominant series from him. I love watching him play. He's great across multiple roles now. I think we can expect even more from him as this stage continues.
Yeah, this is what Aura looks like at the end of the day.
Very
he's
true.
he's just way. I mean, you even see it with the headshot percentage, like his crosshair placement and positioning. You saw it on the Teo where he plays kind of in the middle of the round and he, you know, uses a lot of utility and then gets involved in the mid to late round as you would expect, like a Sova or a lot of Teos to do. That same skill set of positioning, playing the off angles beautifully, the crosshair placement and the awareness is the same skill set that he uses so well in the Sentinel role. He reads the round so well, he positions himself so well, and he anticipates exactly what the other team is going to do when they're trying to take duels with him and just counters it perfectly.
Well, I hope to see him carry forth that energy. They will be playing GE, Global Esports, next week. And after that, they'll be playing Boom. So DRX on a really good roll so far. But you know what? Global Esports and Boom are also on a good start right now. So those should be fun matches. DFM, like you guys said, this is going to get harder and harder as it goes on, even though they are figuring out things on certain maps, figuring out certain roles here. But they're playing Gen G and then Paper X.
Yeah.
That's tough.
I wouldn't want to be them right now. That's all I'm going to say. Coming off these two losses, it's really hard to turn it around, especially when you know you have tough opponents coming up, really big names that you have to go against. So they need to turn things around fast. But as you say, DRX now topping that group. Things might change tomorrow. We have some more group alpha games tomorrow. But right now, DRX sitting on the top, T1 on the top of the other group, as you would expect.
Yes, and tomorrow's matches are going to be very exciting. Talon, RRQ, Boom, and Global Esports. I know a lot of us had a lot of problems predicting for tomorrow. I'm curious what you guys at home are thinking, how this is going to be panning out. Either way, this is probably going to be our longest day. It's going to be our spiciest day by far. I'm very much looking forward to it and seeing who's going to continue to collect championship points.
Yeah, sure. I can't wait for tomorrow. Like I say, I think this next day is the day I was most excited for. This Boom GFM game, massive for both teams. Like I say, almost impossible to predict. I really struggled with that one, but very, very excited. So they're games you don't want to miss.
Oh, that's right. Well, guys, those of you who stay till the very end of the show, can we just give them like some mini hearts and like thanks? Thanks for staying till the end, but this is the end of the show.
Thanks for the experiencing what is basically freeing glazing when you get a DRX series at the end of the day.
Course.
Every day.
Tune in for some more freeing love.
Oh yeah, especially for this one over here. All right, ladies and gents, have a good night ahead or a good day if you're watching from other regions. And those of you from EMEA, especially the UK, happy Mother's Day. Do you want to say something to your mom?
Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day.
It's not Mother's Day for any of your countries, I don't think. But
No.
it is in the UK. Happy Mother's Day to my mum, my nan, everyone, all the mothers out there.
Yes, every day is Mother's Day, but especially in the UK for today. Good night, everyone. I'm Victoria. This is Pilsky. This is Big Time. Happy Mother's Day, Big Time's mom. Bye.
Hopefully the stack helps them out. It's Forsaken up to the top of Rumble. Ooh, finds texture, but still the sprays from Karen over. Just feels so alone. Gotta do everything. As soon as he gives even a little peep, Munchkin will silence him. Paper X still looking a little bit antsy, trying to hunt down for some of these frags. Jing from the other end will be able to get that pinch. That would be huge for Genji now, wouldn't it? Something still close by. Finally being able to get detected, still finds that frag. Nice! Jing off of the other side of the boxes. Going for the next as well, but Tavaya is here and able to assist. Ooh, not quite the gate crash, but still Karen. But ultimately, Paper X has the site currently. Happy to play off the first. Paper X now in for a bit of a triple, but what is that spray? Getting the last one as well! Munchkin devours Paper X in whole! They have the site. A bit of an eco, and they're all kind of tripped up in towards this little position up by stairs. Freeing! He gets the quad from the Sortie, almost the ace. The round for DRX. It's all too clean and simple.
they don't really know if this utility's here. Where you've just lost all of the value.
Tried to go in for the rush, but here comes Freeing. Oh, in with a spray transfer. Outside art inside main. Freeing finds him as well. And that's flashback. Whereas DRX have taken everything.